How to Control Your Destiny by Anthony Norvell. Copyright 1957 by Anthony Norvell. Audiobook edition 2023 by David DeAngelis. All rights are reserved. Introduction. Danny J. sat in the death house in Sing Sing, waiting to go to the electric chair. He was a good-looking young man of 25. His face was pale, his blue eyes were shadowed with terror. He paced back and forth in his cell, nervously clenching and unclenching his hands. The minister stood by, helpless to do anything other than give him spiritual comfort. The boy suddenly threw himself onto the narrow cot. Sobs racked his slender body. He screamed, "I'm too young to die. I want to live. Oh God, help me, help me." In a few moments, the warden arrived, and two husky jailers started walking Danny on his last mile on earth. The boy sobbed brokenly to the minister, save me, don't let them take me." But nothing could save him now. The wheels of justice that had started grinding when Danny had sent a bullet crashing into his victim's skull would not be stopped. The minister who told me this true-life story said with a sigh, "I don't know what went wrong with Danny. He was brought up in a good home. He had a high school education and the usual religious training. Then he and another young man committed a robbery in which he killed a man. What a tragic destiny." "Yes," I agreed. "A tragic destiny indeed, but one that could have been avoided." The minister looked puzzled. "How could he have avoided it?" he asked. "Danny made the decision that led to armed robbery and murder of his own accord," I answered. "No one forced him to do it. He could just as easily have decided to get a job and make his money honestly. The choice of his destiny was up to him. He had the power of choice. If that boy had been shown how to direct his thoughts and actions into constructive channels instead of destructive ones, he would still be alive today, living a purposeful, happy life." Thousands of people are daily making a choice in the direction of failure, unhappiness, and tragedy. They do not always do this consciously, of course, but they often do it because they are ignorant of the mental, moral, physical, and spiritual laws of life. They have not learned how to control their emotions and adjust themselves to the changing scenes in life. In my 25 years of advising people, I have observed that most people could have done something to avert the disasters that befell them. Like the youth in the death house, they had simply made the wrong decisions, or had been ignorant of the consequences of their deeds. They did not know how to adjust to life, to the forces that shape and control one's destiny. I am convinced that you can control your destiny and find the path to happy, healthy, successful living. You can direct your mental and physical energies into constructive and purposeful channels and a sense of the right values in life. You can acquire an understanding of the basic mental, moral, and spiritual laws of life. In this book, you will find a scientific method for controlling your destiny. It has helped thousands of people find the path to happy, prosperous living. In my many years of lecturing in world-famous Carnegie Hall, I have discovered a mental and spiritual formula that has worked for countless others. I know it will also work for you. This formula is not a cure-all, nor is it a mystical one that depends on supernatural powers. It is a scientific method by which you may use the power of your mind to shape the events of your life into a constructive and positive pattern of fulfillment and success. There is a creative intelligence within your own mind. When you once learn how to tap this amazing power, you can rapidly change your environment and the circumstances of your life. You can make of your life anything that you wish. You are not a victim of circumstances. You are not a lowly creature subjected to the capricious and eroding forces of life. You are more than human. You possess a spark of divinity that can cause you to rise above afflictions and tribulations. Your body is earthbound, but your thoughts may extend to the heavens above and be aware of the stars that crown the Stygian locks of civilization. You stand between heaven and earth, God's highest form of creation. You can guide your life into channels of security, peace, and abundance. Humanity has progressed a long way from the primitive days of the caveman, but that progress has been mainly scientific. Man must progress even further if he is to change from an unreasoning, murderous animal to a spiritualized, sensitive human being. Man possesses divine potentialities within his soul. He must learn how to release this innate divinity and rise above the plane of destructive animalism. He must learn that all human beings are precious in the sight of God, and that what affects the destiny of one affect all. He must overcome the dark forces of hate, intolerance, racial and denominational divisions before he can create for himself and others a happier and more prosperous destiny. Only then is he worthy to be called the Son of God. Since the beginning of time, man has searched for this ultimate fulfillment. He has found it as elusive as the winds that swirl around the towers of Manhattan or the snow crags of the Andes. That it is elusive, however, does not mean that it cannot be achieved. In fact, during these troubled times of social maladjustment, threats of war, and atomic extinction for the entire human race, there is a greater need for a sense of emotional and spiritual security than ever before. Man needs more than the mere promise of security, however. He feels a deep soul urge for peace and contentment, a desire to create beauty, to live with his fellow men in an atmosphere of goodwill and love. Man must do something more than eat, work, sleep, and breed. The lowliest animal can perform these physical acts. Man must search for a deeper and more satisfying meaning in life. Robert Browning said, "Life has meaning. To find its meaning is my meat and drink." Yes, there is a compelling urge within man to find the deeper meaning of this mystical experience called life. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. We cannot control the beginning of life, but we can control the living of it. Many times we can choose the ending of it. While we live, we can make of life what we will. Life really is a magnificent adventure. It is your life, your adventure in time and space, with which we are concerned in this study. You may make of your life anything you choose. You have been given strength of will. You may choose the next thought you think, the words you speak, the things you do. These thoughts, words, and actions build your destiny. You even have the power to select the environment in which you are to act out your life drama. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. In your life drama there are characters, plot, suspense and mystery, romance and beauty, some tears but also much happiness. You have the power to choose the supporting cast. You may be the hero or villain. You can decide if you want it to be a comedy or tragedy. You are also the stage designer. You may act out this drama in any setting you choose. In fact, you are the playwright and producer. You may make dialogue brilliant. You may arrange the scenes in any sequence you choose. One of our modern scientists, Dr. Franz Hartmann, wrote, "Man is a materialized thought. He is what he thinks. To change his nature from the mortal to the immortal states, he must change his mode of thinking. He must cease to hold fast to that which is illusory and perishing and hold on to that which is eternal. Man is a materialized thought. His outer circumstances of life shape themselves in the image and likeness of his inner thoughts. He will shape and control his destiny according to this inner pattern of his thinking. His body, his health, his work, his friends are all greatly influenced by the power of his own thinking. Besides the physical or mortal state, man also possesses the spiritual or immortal state. Through this immortal state, he learns how to build for a future that does not end with this earthly existence. This hope of immortality gives purpose and meaning to every act of life. Life is real. Life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, to dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. Longfellow's words echo the strong hope that exists in every human soul. Man is building out of the substance of his life a destiny that is a temple or a tavern. The choice is up to him. What keeps man from finding happiness and contentment here on earth? It is because he is so filled with fear, worry, and insecurity that he cannot find time to think of the deeper meaning of life or enjoy the flights of fancy into lofty realms of beauty and idealism. The feeling of insecurity that afflicts most people is increased by the pressure of modern living. They fear loss of jobs or money. Marriage and romantic problems beset them. They suffer from vacillation and indecision. They have feelings of inferiority and inadequacy. These people need to be shown a way out of their problems so they may build a new future out of the substance of faith and hope. They need a philosophy that is based on sound scientific principles that will meet their daily physical and material problems, and at the same time, an inspiring spiritual philosophy that will give them soul food. This study combines these principles of science and spiritual philosophy. It will show you a path in life that offers you security, peace of mind, and spiritual serenity. I have seen thousands of people who were burdened with problems adjust to life and become healthy, happy, and balanced. I have seen people who were old and discouraged and who thought they were failures make a comeback and succeed in their enterprises by using this scientific and spiritual formula for better living. I remember one young woman of 24 who came into my office one day searching for guidance. She was a beautiful, tall, blonde girl with tragic, stricken eyes and a face that showed the evidence of mental turmoil. When I asked her what was troubling her, she threw herself into a chair and burst into tears. She said, "I came into this building to look for a place to kill myself. I was going to jump off the fire escape. Then I saw your name on the door and remembered reading about your helping people who were in trouble, so I came in here instead." I let her cry for a few moments, then asked her to tell me what was troubling her. She said, "I came to New York to become a famous singer. I'd studied for 5 years, and my teacher thought I was ready. But everything in New York has been discouraging, and I haven't been able to get anywhere. On top of that, I've just lost the only man I've ever really loved. I have no money, no one to turn to for help. I decided it would be better for me to end it all than go on fighting against forces I can't control." I had heard similar stories from hundreds of men and women in my years of advising people, and I knew the heartache and anguish this girl was suffering. I told her, "You must first really want to help yourself before I can help you." She looked up at me, with a faint glimmer of hope in her tear-filled eyes. "Oh, I do want to help myself, but how? I've tried everything and nothing seems to make any sense to me." "I want you to have faith in yourself first," I told her. "Without faith, you can do nothing. Then I want you to have faith in me, to know that I can help you overcome your problems. I'm going to give you a chance to sing in Carnegie Hall at one of my lectures." "How do you know I'm that good?" she asked. "Because I have faith in you," I told her. There was a quality about the girl that inspired confidence, and as I had a choir of 150 voices that sang before my lectures every Sunday afternoon at 5:30 in the main Carnegie Hall, I knew she could appear as soloist with the choir. "I can have some New York agents in to see you," I continued, "and it's possible that you'll get some singing engagements from that appearance." The tears were gone now, and a happy smile brightened her face. She clasped her hands together and said, "You really believe I'm that good without even having heard me sing?" "Yes," I said. "I have faith in you. Now you must have faith in yourself and not fail me." "Oh, I won't," she said fervently. "All I want is a chance to make good." After we had talked for about an hour, this girl went out of my office a changed person. She forgot all about killing herself. She now had a goal at which to aim, a desire to succeed, an ambition to fulfill. I gave her an audition later and found she had a fine coloratura voice. She began to work with the choir director and in 3 weeks' time made her debut at Carnegie Hall. She was poised and confident. In the audience were 3 Broadway agents who were searching for new singing talent. One of them signed this girl to play the lead in a road company of a famous musical comedy, and she was on her way to a happy destiny. It takes patience and effort to control your destiny. Those people who give up and quit can never expect to reap the rich rewards that come from patient effort and determination. To control your destiny, you must first of all learn how to control yourself. You are in the driver's seat, and you must make the choice as to the type of destiny you desire. If things do not always come out right, you cannot give up and become a failure. You must then make another choice and continue trying until you do finally achieve fulfillment of your destiny. Man is a many-faceted being. He is mental, physical, and spiritual, mind, body, and soul. If we are fully to understand man's nature, his motivations, and his ultimate achievements, we must consider him as living on all 3 planes of consciousness. We cannot ignore man's material needs. He strives for achievement and success. He needs work and compensation for his work, friends and ego recognition, love, marriage, the rearing of a family. All these things are integral parts of man's true destiny. He lives with people and for people. His security springs from a sense of belonging to the human race. He cannot live without love. These inner urges and drives of man's emotions propel him in the direction of fulfilling certain predetermined goals. His motives and incentives derive from these emotional urges. There is the life urge, the sex urge, the hunger urge. The social hungers of the mind and body must be satisfied, or emotional repercussions may have a serious effect on man's ultimate destiny. The higher spiritual nature in man, his soul, has its needs also. There is a deep basic urge within man for spiritual fulfillment. When man has found completion on the mental, physical, and spiritual planes, he can be said to have found darshan, the ancient Sanskrit term for ultimate contentment. He then knows inner and outer peace and poise. He becomes balanced mentally, physically, and spiritually. The forces of nature seem to shape themselves to his will. He is able to adjust to the changing scenes of his mortal existence. He feels a deep sense of security which the shifting vagaries of fortune cannot touch. The complete method for achieving this inner and outer fulfillment of destiny is given in this book. You will be shown how to achieve emotional security first, for security is the foundation upon which your destiny must be built. You will then be shown how to rid your mind of the fears, phobias, and frustrations that keep you from achieving the fulfillment of destiny. Next, you will be given a workable formula for attaining material and personal success. You will be told how to attain romantic and marriage happiness, how to get along with people and make them your friends, how to find your right work and achieve the financial security you desire. Most important of all, when you have overcome your problems and have achieved a feeling of security, you will be guided toward the fulfillment of your spiritual destiny and shown how you may nourish your soul and find the ultimate contentment for which all men search. And when you've reached the golden summit of your dreams, look not back at the night you've left behind, for there are sights beyond the veil. Part 1: Achieving Security. Chapter 1: Your Blueprint of Destiny. If only I could live my life over again, how differently I would live it. A woman of about 45, with graying hair and worried eyes, sat before me in my studio. Her work-worn hands were twisted in anxiety, her face lined with worry and fear. She went on, "It seems that everything I've ever done in my life has turned out wrong. What's the matter with me? What can the future possibly hold for me?" Then she unfolded a story of a lifetime of misery and frustration. She had absolutely no hope for the future. She told me that her husband had left her for another woman. Her children had deserted her the moment they were big enough to leave home. She had taken work as a maid in the home of a rich family, and now she had lost that job and was on relief. She burst into tears as she recited this long list of woes, and it was obvious that she was indulging in self-pity. "I don't know what I've done that God should punish me so cruelly." She dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, and her hands shook with emotion. I told her, "God did not punish you for anything you did. You punished yourself by doing the wrong things in life." "But how could I?" she asked. "I did the best I could. I worked hard to make my husband and children happy. They were ungrateful, never appreciated me or the things I did. My husband was always criticizing me and nagging me. He never said a kind word to me in all the years we were married." As this woman went on, I detected in her voice the whining, irritating quality that had probably driven her husband and children away from her. In the hour that she sat with me, I did not hear her say one positive, happy word. She was steeped in misery born of years of negative thinking and pessimism. I finally concluded that the trouble had not been with her husband and children, but in her own basic feeling of insecurity and unhappiness. Her husband and children had merely reflected her own state of mind. I told her, "You must stop regretting the past mistakes and blaming yourself, your husband, and children for what has happened. You cannot go back and relive your life, but you can do something about controlling your destiny in the future." She sat on the edge of her chair, her hands tightly clasped, her eyes and face tense with anxiety. "You are still comparatively young," I said. "You have your best years ahead of you. You must set to work to shape the events of your future in the pattern that you desire. I'm going to give you a blueprint of destiny. It will help you chart your course in life." Together we worked out a blueprint for her future that fitted her particular needs. It was a plan that could show her how to find the fulfillment, happiness, and peace of mind that had so long evaded her. As she left my office, she said, "I have hope now for the first time in years. I know now what was wrong with my life. I never lived according to any definite plan. I just drifted wherever chance took me." After she left, I thought, How many times in my years of advising thousands of people have I heard them say, "If only I could live life over again"? The desire alone is not enough. There must be a plan. In approaching your future destiny, realize that there is a land of beginning again. It lies within the province of your own mind and heart. Each day can be the bright beginning of an entirely new life, no matter what mistakes you have made in the past. No matter what glories there were in your past, they are now over. You must plan for the new and more wonderful future. I am going to give you the blueprint of destiny that I have given to thousands of people over many years. It has worked for these people, and I know it will work for you. Before you can control your destiny or change your present negative conditions of life, you must have some kind of definite plan. Your blueprint of destiny is that plan. Your present work, the place you live, the person to whom you are married, these are the results of the blueprint of your past. Your future will become whatever you put into your new blueprint of destiny today. You are even now shaping that future with your thoughts, words, and actions. If your blueprint is wrong, the entire structure upon which you are building your future destiny will be unsound. Your blueprint of destiny will give you purpose and direction. It will inspire you to a course of positive action. It will be a map that charts your course on the journey of life. If you were to start a trip to New Orleans and you did not know where it was, you might wind up in Chicago. They are both cities, but what a vast difference between them. If you have a map to consult before starting your journey, you find your way unerringly to the place you are trying to reach. Your blueprint of destiny is the map of your life. It charts your course and saves you time, effort, and mistakes. It gives you a direct and positive method of shaping your years ahead. Before a house is built, there must be a blueprint or plan. This shows where the windows, doors, stairs, and closets are to be built. It gives the size and number of the rooms and other details essential to the accurate building of that house. Without the blueprint, the workman could not build a livable house. Before you create your own blueprint, let us understand what we mean by destiny. In the sense in which it is used in our study, destiny means that which encompasses your present and future activities as they expand and evolve under the impetus of your will. It involves constant change and growth. Destiny does not mean the ultimate conclusion of life, which is death, but rather the conditions which we choose for the present and the future. It is obvious that we all suffer from accidents, sickness, and other preordained conditions over which we have no control. This operation of divine will decrees the parents to whom you are born, the color of your eyes and hair, whether you are tall or short. It is true that you cannot choose the conditions foreordained by divine will, but you can control their effect on you and on your destiny. An example of this ability to adjust to an unfortunate destiny is the life of Helen Keller, who became deaf, dumb, and blind shortly after birth. Instead of succumbing to hopelessness and despair, she adjusted to her misfortune and made of her life magnificent adventure. The type of destiny that depends on human will is what makes you superior to the animals. You can use your human will to decree the type of destiny you shall have. God helps those who help themselves. Yes, you may even control your destiny when fate has seemingly limited you to certain negative conditions in life. You have the power to transmute those negative conditions into positive ones. You can triumph over adversity and remove the bitter stings of defeat, disappointment, sickness, even death itself. William Jennings Bryan said, "Destiny is not a matter of chance. It is a matter of choice. It is not something to be waited for, but something to be achieved. You must not sit back and wait for fate to bring you good fortune. You must work with the mental and physical equipment God gave you to create the destiny you desire. You must have the courage to face life, to dream big dreams and want to do important things. You must have the patience to wait until your plans mature. See how dramatically man has controlled many of the natural elements in the world. Millions of people live healthier, happier, and longer lives because man has harnessed these forces. We dam rivers to create electric power. We dig from the earth copper, coal, gold, and silver, and put them to work for our good. Man's scientific skill has wiped out the bubonic plague, cholera, and other epidemics that in the past killed millions of people. Swamps that bred malaria and yellow fever have been dried up or chemically treated. Such diseases as tuberculosis, diphtheria, scarlet fever, smallpox, and other killers have been drastically reduced. Polio is on the way to being conquered, and science is making great progress in the detection and treatment of cancer, high blood pressure, and heart disease. Miracles are being performed every day by way of controlling the destinies of millions of people. The life expectancy 100 years ago was only 45 years. Now it has been raised to 70. Man can do much to control the forces of nature and their effect on him and his destiny. Science can track down hurricanes with the use of airplanes and warn people to seek safety. Much has been done to control the destiny of millions of people. Much still remains to be done. Just as these destructive forces have been controlled, minimized, or removed, so you may control the elements that make up your destiny and achieve security, health, happiness, and prosperity. You may retire into the storm cellars of your mind and soul when outer winds of misfortune blow, and there find solace and security. You may shatter the mold of negative thoughts and create an entirely new blueprint for your destiny. You may shatter the mold of the past if it is not to your liking, and then remold it nearer to your heart's desire. But before can do this, you must really know what your heart desires. In this scientific age, the knowledge exists to enable you a balanced, sane, healthy, happy, and successful life. You need no longer be cheated out of your God-given rights. The Bible says, "It is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom." Also, you are an heir to a kingdom. You must believe that you are an heir to a kingdom, that the earth and all therein are yours to have and enjoy. You are a custodian of all the treasures of earth. You cannot take them with you, but you can utilize them while you are here on earth. You also possess an inner spiritual kingdom, your imagination, your memory, and all the other riches of which your mind makes you aware. You can weave the tapestry of your dreams with your mind. The world is the loom upon which you weave. Your mind furnishes you with the material out of which you create this tapestry. If there are too many black threads of failure and disaster, you may recreate a new pattern for your tapestry, with the silver threads of hope and joy, the rose-colored threads of beauty and friendship, and the golden threads of love and peace. The design of this tapestry of dreams is entirely up to you. You must search within yourself to find the pattern that you truly desire. The beginning of knowledge that can lead you to your print of destiny starts with the answers to these 5 questions. 1. What do you want in life? 2. Why do you want it? 3. How can you go about obtaining it? 4. Where can you find the right conditions for achieving your destiny? 5. Who will aid you in attaining your goal? 1. What do you want in life? Before you can achieve the fulfillment of your destiny, you must know what it is that you desire. In your blueprint of destiny, you can list the things that you want. Basically, these depend upon 3 other questions. What is good for me? What are the true, permanent values in life? What is the purpose back of my life? No one else can really tell you what is good for you. One man's meat is another man's poison. You may desire fame and feel that life is not worthwhile without it. Thousands of people would agree with you. Others may decide that what they want is peace of mind and a quiet life away from the distractions of people. They could settle down in a little country place or in a home surrounded by the solitary grandeur of mountains and trees and feel they have achieved life's happiness. Still others want large homes, a big income, many friends, social success. There is nothing wrong with that type of goal. The main thing is to know what it is you want before you try to obtain it. Most people are contented with a happy home life, children, a moderate income, a few friends, the company of their television set, some good books, and music. With these, their lives are complete. Who shall say whether a cottage or a palace is the best place for you to live in? You must make that decision yourself. The suitability of your choice to your nature may determine whether your destiny is fortunate or not. There are a few good rules to follow in the decision as to what you want in life. These are dictated by common sense and a consideration of your own potentials. A man 5'3" should hardly aim to be a basketball star. A toe dancing career seems inappropriate for a woman of 200 pounds. Her first goal must be to reduce her weight. What are you particularly fitted for in life? You may have natural aptitudes which you would discover if you would take an inventory of your talents, your personality, the qualities you possess. Some people are fitted by nature to be good mechanics, electricians, cosmologists, bookkeepers, actors, musicians. If you have natural talents in a certain direction, they will indicate the type of destiny you should strive to achieve. Mozart had natural talents as a musician. Edison was a natural inventor, and he gravitated toward electrical and mechanical work. Pasteur was a natural scientist. Many people have similar talents if they will, but search within and ask themselves, what I best fitted to do? When you have discovered what you want to achieve, you can begin to shape your life in that direction. You will accumulate specific knowledge to guide you. You will direct all your mental and physical energies toward the fulfillment of that goal. You cannot help but attain your goal when you advance in this scientific way. Your thoughts and actions will shape your days toward a definite, predetermined goal. It will become the blueprint of your destiny. 2. Why do you want it? When you have once decided on what you want, then you must ask yourself why you want it. The reason you want something furnishes the motivation for its achievement. You may want more money, but there should be some specific thing that you want it for. If you want more money so that you may achieve greater security, the chances are you will find ways to increase your income. If you want a bigger income so that you may educate your children, or buy a new home, or a new car with which to drive to work, you will have more incentive to work toward the achievement of that goal. Here is what William James says of desire. If you only care enough for a result, you will almost certainly attain it. If you wish to be rich, you will be rich. If you wish to be learned, you will be learned. If you wish to be good, you will be good. Only you must then really wish these things and wish them exclusively, and not wish at the same time 100 other incompatible things just as strongly. This element of desire is the foundation of your entire destiny. When you can answer the question, why do I desire these things? You will begin to formulate the ways and means by which you may achieve them. Here is the psychological reason why this formula works. Desire leads to feeling, feeling leads to action, and action leads to fulfillment. We could state the formula in this way. Desire plus feeling plus action equals destiny. Here is an instance in which this formula worked to bring a woman something she desired very intensely. She told me in an interview that she had been trying to obtain some money for something she wanted to do. She said, "I need it desperately. My sister is going blind. I need $1,000 to pay for the services of a specialist to operate on her eyes." I told her, "You are going about getting this money in the wrong way. What you really want is to save your sister's eyesight. That is a greater achievement than obtaining $1,000. I then told her to put in her blueprint of destiny that she wanted to restore her sister's eyesight. This made a greater emotional appeal to her subconscious than the mere fact that she wanted money. I knew that it would lead to ways and means for obtaining that operation. In about 2 weeks' time, this woman called me up, very excited, and said, "The most amazing thing happened. I told a friend of mine about my sister's eyes, and this friend knew an eye specialist. And what do you think?" she exclaimed. "The surgeon does a certain amount of work for a hospital free, and it won't cost my sister a cent." When you have a deep, sincere desire to achieve something, you generally take the steps that lead to the thing you desire. To help your subconscious mind steer you in the right direction, you can now ask yourself, 3. How can I go about obtaining what I want? You cannot sit back and expect fate to drop rich rewards into your lap. You must do something yourself. You can prepare your mind by taking a course of study to acquire definite knowledge. You can develop your willpower and qualities of self-reliance, determination, and courage. You can change your mental attitude to a more positive one. You can build the quality of your mind so that you are more capable and worth more in the field of endeavor you have chosen. To show you how these qualities all help in achieving one's destiny, I'll tell you of a young man who came here from China. His father had lost all his money when the Reds took over. This young man wanted desperately to become a physicist, but there was no money with which to go to college. He began to work nights to save money for his education. He waited on table. He saved every penny he made, depriving himself of clothes and even sufficient food so that he might have more money for his tuition. He did without cigarettes, denied himself movies and other entertainment, until finally he was able to enroll at a university and begin the study of physics. For 4 long years he worked and sacrificed to stay in college. He had no outside help. It was a terrific struggle. But finally he obtained a diploma and graduated an honor student. His hard work to achieve his goal enriched his character. He became more patient and understanding. He had a greater sense of the true values of life. He appreciated the education he had obtained the hard way. He was ready to achieve his destiny. He was offered a contract at $10,000 a year in the research laboratory of a big industrial firm, where he is still happily at work. 4. Where can you find the right conditions for achieving your destiny? A violinist who wants to achieve success in a musical career would hardly move to Alaska. The intensity of your desire will lead you to the place of fulfillment. If you want to become an actor, you might seek out New York with its opportunities for the stage, or Hollywood with its movie and television possibilities. You certainly would not go to Iowa and settle down in a small town. Your blueprint of destiny helps your mind obtain direction and purpose. When you once know what you want, why you want it, and where to go to obtain it, you will be much better prepared to achieve your goal than if you drift to and from without such definite direction. A woman of 40 or more once came to me asking how she might obtain a husband. She had never married, and she complained, "Most of the worthwhile men are already married, and those that are still single and of my age want to marry a younger woman. How will I ever be able to solve that problem?" I told her about the blueprint of destiny and how she must include her desire to marry in that blueprint. Then I said, "You must ask yourself a simple question. Where can I go to increase my possibilities of marriage?" She replied, "That's what I'm asking you. I really don't know where to go." I remembered that I had read statistics on the marriage possibilities for women in various states and that Wyoming was listed as one of the best. I suggested, "When you have your next vacation, why don't you try going to Wyoming? That may be where your destiny lies." She said, "I'll try almost anything to get a husband." I sensed the desperation of an aging woman, and I saw the determination that kindled her blue eyes. I knew that somehow she had rendezvous with destiny. The next summer, I received a letter from this woman saying, "I followed your advice and came to Wyoming, and am I glad I did. I met a very successful rancher, a widower, and he says he loves me and wants to marry me. I know I'm going to love him eventually, but I am waiting until I am quite sure. Thank you for helping me, and tell any other women you meet who are lonely and anxious to meet good men that there are quite a few lonely ranchers out here in Wyoming just aching to get married." By conditioning your mind and body with your blueprint of destiny, you will somehow be directed into an environment where you may achieve the fulfillment of your destiny. 5. Who will aid you in attaining your goal? People have tremendous power for good or bad in shaping your destiny. Many careers are molded through the influence of some important person. You do not live alone in this world. You live with and for people. It is logical to suppose that most of the things you achieve in life will come to you because of people. It is important that you seek out the aid of the right people for attaining your goal in life. The right people might be your own close family, your father and mother, or other relatives. They might send you to college and make it possible to obtain the right education. They might even put you into your own business or help you in some other way. In achieving your destiny, you may be helped by many people. Build on a solid foundation of goodwill and friendship. Make it a point to join clubs where people of similar interests are working toward a common goal. Become active with church group and other organizations where you will be in contact with people who can help advance your interests. Remember, birds of a feather flock together, so associate yourself with those special groups that think along the same lines as you do and whose interests parallel your own. In this way, you will be building your destiny along definite lines. Many college graduates made the social contacts upon which their career was built, right on the campus. Form associations with worthwhile people early in life and maintain your friendship with them throughout the years. The entire social structure of your blueprint of destiny should be built on this premise. The people you associate with in life will have a great deal to do with your future destiny. Every person who touches your life 3 or 4 times can leave some imprint on your destiny. A suggestion they make might cause you to take some specific action. An influence they exert might cause you to change your environment, with all the attendant consequences. An idea advanced by them might bring you into some line of work that can affect your entire future. Now that you have answered the 5 vital questions that sum up all philosophy, what, why, how, where, whom, you have an idea of where you are going, what type of destiny you are trying to achieve, and some of the signposts you have to follow to get there. You are now ready for the next step in your rendezvous with destiny. The 9 essentials to include in your blueprint of destiny. This list is, of necessity, a general one, but it is the psychologically accepted list of those things for which every person strives. 9 essentials that your destiny should include. 1. Your right work. Work that you enjoy doing and that gives you a feeling of accomplishment. Rewards and compensations for that work. Financial security for old age. 2. Friends and social recognition. 3. Romantic fulfillment, marriage, children, your own home, emotional security, to love and be loved. 4. Ego recognition, a sense of importance, the satisfactions of pride and self-respect, a well-adjusted personality that blends with others. 5. Intellectual and cultural achievement. 6. Happiness, inner peace, and contentment, the feeling that your life has value and meaning. 7. Hobbies and avocations, a reason for living other than working for advancement and profit. Some creative undertaking that you enjoy apart from your work, an interest when you retire from your business. 8. Good health, vitality, and energy to live a full and useful life. 9. Spiritual fulfillment, a belief in God, a philosophy to sustain you in times of trouble, a belief in the soul and its immortality, an altruistic purpose for living that goes beyond the physical and material existence. Each of these 9 essentials will be studied separately. As these elements comprise your entire pattern of life, you can see why it is important to include them all in your blueprint of destiny. You are now ready for the next step in the unfoldment of your destiny. This is the actual crystallization of your desires and aspirations. The blueprint of destiny that I am about to give you must be tailored to fit your specific needs. Choose those events and conditions that would like to manifest in your life, and you eliminate all that do not particularly fit your needs. It is important that you write down your blueprint in your own handwriting, for there is a connection between your thoughts and the kinetic sense of writing that helps establish a contact with reality. The things you write down imprint themselves forcibly upon your subconscious mind. Through the working of your subconscious, the ideas in your blueprint of destiny are transmitted to the nerves and muscles of your body, and these, in turn, impel you in the direction of your destiny. Have faith in your blueprint of destiny. It shall be done unto you according to your faith. Accept this formula. Doubt will negate the power of your subconscious mind. Keep secret your blueprint of destiny. If you tell people of the things you are trying to achieve, they may be negative and criticize you. This discouragement can weaken your efforts. Repetition of the ideas you put into your blueprint is also essential. After you have written them down, you must read the list over every night before going to bed and every morning upon arising. Once a week, write the entire list out again, putting down new things you wish to attain and deleting the things that have already been fulfilled. You may keep up this exercise of reading your blueprint daily for several months until you see results. Then it is not so important for you to write down the list, for you can utilize the principle of the blueprint of destiny through the power of your mind alone. After you have built this power of your subconscious mind by having some of the things come true that are on your list, you can begin to add more difficult things. Your subconscious mind knows the ways and means by which your dreams can come true. It will reveal the things you should do, the knowledge you should have, the people you should seek out for making your dreams come true. Now you are ready to make out your actual blueprint of Destiny. Write out the following on a blank sheet of paper. My blueprint of destiny. I have faith that my subconscious mind can bring about for me the conditions that I desire in my life. I know that these inner dreams and aspirations will come true for me. I shall maintain secrecy regarding this blueprint of destiny. Now list the things that you wish to attain in your life in the order of their importance. The following is a sample blueprint only. You can use it or make up one of your own, putting down the things you desire. 1. I desire more perfect health. 2. I would like to find my true life work. If you do not know the type of work you should do, add the following. My right work will be revealed to me by my subconscious mind, and I shall be led to the type of study that will unfold my greatest talent. 3. I desire an increase in salary or advancement in my work. 4. I would like to own my own home. Describe the type of house you would like. Picture it clearly in your own mind. If you have doubts, look through magazines and find the type of house you would like to own. Cut out pictures of the house and furnishings, and create a scrapbook of destiny in which you paste the things you would like to own. Look at them every day and visualize yourself possessing these things. 5. I would like to own an automobile. Put down the make, color, and style. Also list any other things you wish, such as a television or radio set, washing machine, or other household appliances. 6. I desire a happy marriage with a mate who has the following qualities. List the type of man or woman you would like to marry, giving a list of the characteristics like the mate to possess, such as kindness, courtesy, cheer you would, fullness, sense of humor, courage, etc. 7. I would like to develop a more dynamic personality. 8. I would like to overcome the following bad habits. List these: smoking, drinking, gambling, laziness, negativity, worry, etc. 9. I desire the sum of $1,000 or other amounts to help pay my debts and give me a greater feeling of security. It is wise to begin asking for smaller sums until you have proved your ability to acquire larger amounts, thus giving you more confidence in your blueprint of destiny. I remember when I discovered this dynamic principle for attaining the things I wanted, I began to ask for seemingly impossible conditions. I wrote down in my blueprint that I wanted the sum of $5,000, a Rolls-Royce car, a beautiful home, and a successful career. I wrote these things down in my blueprint for 3 months, and they did not materialize. In the face of seeming disappointment, I continued my hopes. The next week, I signed a contract with a magazine that started a mail-order business which brought me as much as $5,000 a month. A movie star owned a Rolls-Royce which she offered to me for only $750. This was in 1935, during the Depression, when values were deflated. Then I suddenly found myself buying a beautiful home that fit the description I had given in my blueprint, and soon I had 12 employees working for me in my business. I was not yet 30 years of age, and this amazing proof that the blueprint worked gave me more confidence than ever before. I realized then that I had tapped some amazing reserve of energy within the subconscious mind, which could be directed like a magic genie to do the things one desired. I kept adding other things to my blueprint of destiny. Names of people I wanted to meet, things I wanted to own, talents I wished to develop. Slowly but surely, one by one, these things began to materialize. I have implicit faith that this blueprint of destiny can work seeming miracles for you if you use it as instructed. The autonomic nervous system has amazing power to perform bodily functions. It repairs your body while you sleep. It keeps you healthy. It builds the child in the mother's womb in 9 months' time. This power of your subconscious mind can extend to your work, your personality, your environment, and bring about amazing changes in your conditions of life. The subconscious remembers everything it has ever heard, read, or seen. It puts these facts together and releases them as messages to your nerves and muscles, setting up reflex actions which motivate you in the direction of the destiny you choose. This blueprint of destiny helps release the power of your subconscious mind. It will help propel your body in the direction of the destiny you have chosen. This is the beginning of the achievement of security. Chapter 2. You can achieve emotional security. Emotional security is the greatest single need of the human mind. Without it, your destiny cannot be said to be completely fulfilled. Psychologists believe that many of today's millions of cases of mental illness are owing to emotional insecurity. Apprehension, worry, fear, and other negative emotions can cause the delicate mechanism of the brain to become unbalanced and lead to serious impairment of the mental faculties. Half of all the beds in our hospitals are filled with the mentally sick. Statistics show that 1 out of every 12 persons born will end his days in a mental hospital. This is an alarming fact. We must do something to correct this appalling condition if we are to achieve the complete fulfillment of a happy destiny. Millions of people, young and old, suffer from some form of mental insecurity. Rich and poor are afflicted alike. It does not depend on social position or economic standing. Emotional insecurity strikes all strata of society. It is a thing apart from material and physical welfare. I have seen people who were rich, successful in business, socially prominent and popular, who had feelings of apprehension and vague fear, a sense of impending disaster and emotional insecurity. These people often say, "I just can't put my finger on what's wrong with me. There doesn't seem to be anything to worry about. Everything is going all right, but I have a sense of unrest, as though everything is going to blow up in my face." Others explain it this way: "I seem to be dissatisfied with myself and my job. I've become irritable and bad-tempered. I worry about things that don't call for worry. I have a feeling that nothing I do is worthwhile anymore." One of the reasons why emotional insecurity is so prevalent today is that we are living in a world of shifting values and constant change. There is a sense of tenseness and insecurity in our political situation, especially in foreign relations, with a threat of atomic extinction. These are unprecedented times in which we live, with strains and pressures on the human mind that few other civilizations have ever had to meet. These are wonderful times, also, potent with possibilities for future greatness and world unity. And yet the strained relations among nations lead to a feeling of imminent crisis, as though the very foundation upon which civilization is founded may be shattered at any moment by another world conflict. A war neurosis has clouded the international horizon since World War I. Each succeeding generation has high hopes that this will be the age of peace, that man may turn his swords into plowshares. Then another war comes along, and these hopes are blasted. Young people who hope to finish their educations, marry, and rear families are forced to put off the business of living because of the draft and the uncertainty of the times. The uncertainty, confusion, and sense of futility that all this engenders cause them to adopt an attitude of recklessness, a feeling that they must live for today, for tomorrow may never come. Man has seen more than 4,000 years of war during 5,000 years of recorded history. Any wonder that he feels insecure and apprehensive of his future? It's amazing that more millions do not break down mentally. Despite all these alarming statistics and threats of outer insecurity, you can find emotional security. You can build mental and spiritual values that are not affected by the changing times and which cannot be dethroned by impending crises. You can defend your mind against these inroads of insecurity by building a spiritual philosophy that can sustain you in time of need. You can have that inner sense of peace and contentment which everyone desires. Emotional security is really a state of mind. The thoughts you hold regarding yourself and your place in life determine how you feel emotionally. Most failure, unhappiness, and sickness spring from mental and emotional causes. Psychosomatic research has proved this to be a fact. Most of these unfortunate conditions are nurtured in the unhealthy soil of man's own negative consciousness. You must rid your mind of the negative concepts you have built up about life. Stop seeing the world as a battleground of conflicts, failures, and disasters. Realize that you were born into a world filled with infinite possibilities for good. God intended you to have security, friendship, happiness, and love. No one but yourself can deny you these things. Your mind is the key with which you can unlock the doors to the treasures of the universe. Your mind interprets what you see. It evaluates your life experiences according to the way in which you train it. Your mind makes you sad or happy, depending on whether your mental attitude is negative or positive. If you permit yourself to be plagued by fear, worry, hate, thoughts of failure, sickness, and accident, you will color your mind and body with these thoughts, and your life will reflect them. If your mind builds an emotional atmosphere of happiness, self-confidence, and prosperity, these elements will be reflected in your environment and shape your destiny. Before you can control your destiny, you must first learn how to control yourself. The emotional foundation upon which you build your life must be balanced and sound. You must learn how to convert negative experiences into positive ones. The complete method for doing this is given in the next chapter, How to Overcome the Daily Enemies That Threaten Your Destiny. Security means something different to every person. You must decide just what it means to you. In my opinion, true emotional security means having work that is satisfying and rewarding, having a goal for the future. It means you must have a sense of belonging to someone you love and of being loved in return. It means even more. True emotional security is a sense of ultimate contentment, of spiritual completion that does not end with this mortal existence. When you build your future destiny on this secure foundation with the correct sense of values, then have true emotional security. This sense of security is especially important to the health and welfare of little children. You will. If a child is brought up in a home where there is emotional instability or rejection of the child by the parents, this can produce deep-seated effects on that child's mind and affect his entire future. Children must have a sense of belonging, of having an emotional center of which they are an integral part. A noted pediatrician in a children's hospital has one standing prescription for all children who do not respond to treatment. He writes on their charts, "This child is to be taken up every hour on the hour and loved." It is amazing how these little ones respond to the great emotion of love. They feel they belong to someone who loves them, and this gives them a feeling of well-being and contentment. Lack of such emotional security can lead to grave psychic disturbances. It has been found that emotional insecurity often leads to kleptomania, overeating, overdrinking, proneness to accident, and certain types of psychosomatic illness. Most juvenile delinquency would vanish if youngsters could be given a deeper S of emotional security by their parents. These unfortunate children feel unwanted and unloved. They commit acts that are antisocial as attention-getting mechanisms. When they are given love and security, these children become well-adjusted and mature into happy, useful citizens. Emotional security must be built in an individual's mind by a positive program of thinking and acting. The following principles, if applied to your life, can help you achieve this highly desirable state of consciousness. 1. Cultivate an affirmative attitude toward life. An affirmative attitude will help you build and maintain emotional security. Cultivate the habit of thinking that life is wonderful and that people are all essentially good. Each morning when you arise, pass thoughts of affirmative expectation through your mind, such as, "Everyone I meet today is going to bring me something good. This will be one of the best days of my life. I shall maintain hope no matter what circumstances befall me. I shall look for that which is beautiful and inspiring." Every time you start to think of failure, shift at once to the thought, "I can make this situation a successful one." Whenever you dwell on what is discordant, say to yourself, "I will turn this situation into one of peace and harmony." When you are confronted with people who distress you, smile and resolve, "I will not give this person power to affect me adversely." This affirmative mental attitude can make even a prison cell more tolerable. Many years ago, when prisons were much worse than today, a man was thrown into a cell with another prisoner. The newcomer looked about the dark, vermin-infested cell and cried, "I don't think I can survive in this miserable, cold place." The other prisoner, sitting at a table, writing by the feeble light of a candle, asked, "How long are you going to be here?" The newcomer replied, 6 months. The man who was writing smiled and said, "I have already been here for 12 years. He turned back to his writing. T was Bunyan, who was working on his immortal Pilgrim's Progress, which was to brighten and inspire the lives of millions. By the power of his mind, he had turned the negative conditions of his life into a positive force, and his constructive work helped him bear the situation which he could not change. He had faith and confidence in himself. Your present circumstances can be like a restraining prison cell if you let them. You can be imprisoned by a job you hate, an apartment you would like to change, a marriage not to your liking. Lack of funds, unproductivity may bind you down. You can transmute these negative conditions into positive, happy ones by simply changing your mental attitude. Become positive about the unfortunate situation. Realize that nothing can imprison your mind and soul. You may transform ugliness into beauty. You may adorn a barren environment with a mantle of loveliness. You can busy yourself doing something constructive where you are now living or working, and with this new mental attitude, your circumstances in life will gradually improve. Realize this important fact. Emotional security does not come as a result of your physical or material surroundings, but despite them. We cannot at all times select the environment in which we wish to live or work. We can strive to do so, but until we can make changes, we must learn to endure, and then to like our present circumstances. A man had planted his lawn with grass seed, and when it came up, he was horrified to find hundreds of dandelions growing in the midst of the green grass. He wrote to the Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C. and said, "Gentlemen, I planted grass seed on my lawn and now it is full of dandelions. Will you please tell me how to get rid of the dandelions, as I love my lawn very much?" The Department of Agriculture wrote back as follows: "Dear Sir, we would advise you to learn to love dandelions. Sometimes we must learn to tolerate the dandelions of life if we cannot actually learn to love them. There may be conditions in your life that you cannot change at present. When such negative conditions exist, you can apply our second principle for achieving emotional security. 2. Learn how to adjust to things you cannot change. The power to adapt to changing situations is the mark of an emotionally mature and secure person. When life will not adapt to you, you must adapt to life. If you let yourself become emotionally distraught over disturbing situations, you will lose your power of will, and the condition will get steadily worse. It is nature's inexorable law that we either adapt or perish. H.G. Wells once said that if man did not soon learn how to adapt himself to the changes wrought in his environment by his scientific discoveries, he would become as extinct as the mammoth and dinosaur, who could not learn how to adapt to their changing world. This ability to adapt to a changing world is a very vital one. When you rebel against the stubborn and unyielding forces of life, there are pronounced effects on your mental and physical health. I once advised a man who had this type of problem. He could not adjust himself to his work. He felt emotionally insecure, and he also suffered from high blood pressure and ulcers, brought about by working on a job he hated. He blurted out, "I hate my job and always have. I've been working in this office for 15 years and I've dreaded every moment of it." "Why don't you give up that job if you hate it so?" I asked. "I'm afraid to," he answered. "I have a wife and 2 children to support. That job's my bread and butter, but I don't know how much longer I can hold out. It's affected my health and has made a nervous wreck out of me." I recognized at once the symptoms of mental insecurity and emotional instability. This man had lived so long in an unhealthy atmosphere of resentment and hate that he had begun to break down. "Have you ever done anything to prepare yourself for another job?" I asked. "I don't have time. I work 8 to 9 hours a day. At night, I'm too exhausted to do anything else but go home, have dinner, look at television, and then go to bed." "But you must find time to prepare yourself mentally for something better," I advised him. "In the meantime, you must force yourself to adjust mentally to your present situation until you can change it. Set a goal of 6 months for yourself. Surely you can stand 6 months more of this job, can't you?" "I can try," he said. "But at the end of 6 months, what then?" "You will be ready to make a change into some kind of work that you enjoy." Then I asked him what he would rather do more than anything else in the world. He answered, "I enjoy tinkering around with radio and television sets. I'd like to have a repair shop of my own someday." He worked in the office of a large manufacturing concern, and he hated office work. I said, "Enroll in an evening course in a school of electronics. Equip yourself thoroughly. In the meantime, you have the hope that you will soon be able to change your job and do something you really like. This assurance will remove all the tension and resentment from your mind and body. You will see a radical change in your mental attitude." His face lit up as he left my office. As he shook hands with me, he smiled and said, "I feel better already. Just having the hope that I can get out of the work I hate gives me a new outlook on life. I have something to look forward to now." Thousands of people are like this man. They need hope for the future. They can then tolerate the unpleasant circumstances of the present. They can then adapt to life when life refuses to adapt to them. Dr. Carl Menninger, in his book, The Human Mind, says that one of the signs of a balanced, sane, healthy mind is the ability to adjust oneself to people and changing situations. This type of adaptability gives one a greater feeling of emotional security and contentment. Many people feel isolated and shut off from the stream of life because they lead lives that are selfish and without purpose. The next way by which you may achieve emotional security is 3. Have an unselfish reason for living. If you wish to have complete emotional security, you must feel that you belong to the human race. You cannot lead a selfish life and expect others to accept you and love you. There is a deep need in each person to love and be loved. One of the greatest curses in life is loneliness. It is more dreaded than poverty, failure, or sickness. A test among 1,200 college students to find out what they most feared revealed that most of them dreaded loneliness. A selfish person is usually a lonely, unhappy one. You can avoid this fate by showing an interest in people, by making yourself useful to them, doing something to help them and make them happy. You will be more emotionally secure if you share your emotions of joy and love with others. If you make others happy, you, in turn, will be happy. In giving to your friends, you enrich yourself. This need of having someone to love and to share our affection is exemplified in a case I once counseled. This couple were having a terrible time in their marriage. They had been married 5 years and had no children, although they both wanted children desperately. The wife said, "I wanted children very badly. That's one of the reasons I married. Now we have been told by our doctor that we can never have children of our own." I inquired if they were compatible in other ways. They both agreed they were. A sense of estrangement had come between them since finding out that they would never have children. The husband added, "Mabel and I still love each other much, but she has her heart set on a child. I think that is causing all our trouble." And it was. A little judicious probing brought out the fact that the husband felt guilty because he had been told by the doctor that the sterility was on his side. This guilt caused him to become emotionally unresponsive to his wife. She withdrew more and more into a shell because of his rejection of her advances in love. They finally became antagonistic to each other and hid the real reasons for their negative condition from each other. I told this couple, "You must have someone or something to live for other than your own selfish interests. You cannot have a child of your own. The next best thing is to adopt a child. You will learn to love him as much as if he were your very own. A child will help cement your love for each other and will also provide you with an outlet for the outpouring of love. This outpouring of love is absolutely essential for emotional security in marriage." They kissed and made up in my office and left smiling, arm in arm. Sometime later, I received a telephone call from the woman. She said, "I want you to come out for dinner Wednesday night. We have a surprise for you." I accepted the invitation, suspecting what the surprise would be. After greeting me, the proud couple took me into a bedroom that had been fixed up as a nursery and showed me the adorable baby girl they had adopted. I did not need to ask them if they were happy now. One look at their radiant faces showed me they had found the reason for living which every human being needs. It need not always be a child, of course, that receives this outpouring of emotion. It may be that your friends and relatives can be the recipients of this unselfish love. Or you may select some worthwhile cause to serve, such as helping at a foundling home or doing work for the blind or handicapped soldiers in veterans' hospitals. Whatever the channel, you will be enriched emotionally when you pour out love and affection on others. If you hold back this emotional force, it will frustrate you and cause you to feel the lack of emotional security. 4. Encourage the will to live constructively. Not only must you live an unselfish life in order to have emotional security, but you must encourage the will to live fully. You must express that life force constructively. Many people have the will to live, but they use it destructively and harm themselves and others. You must have a desire to achieve something worthwhile in your life. This desire implements the will to live. A person who has a desire to help his family will have more energy and power than one who wants only to help himself. The will to live is increased in proportion to the use we make of the life force. If your purpose in life is merely to enjoy yourself and get rich, you will find that the life force will not be so strong as if you live with some constructive purpose. There is within your mind and body the will to live and the will to die. Freud, the noted psychologist, was one of the first to point out that this conflict between the life and the death force is present in every living person. If the life force is in the ascendancy, the individual remains healthy, happy, and emotionally secure. If the death force is allowed to rule, the person will drive himself to do those things that kill him prematurely. You may consciously choose the positive force of the will to live. You must desire life strongly. You must desire life for some purpose that is good and constructive. You must desire health and happiness so you can increase your usefulness to the world. This will implement your life force with a desire for self-preservation and also for race preservation. Then you will have the strong feeling of emotional security that comes from unselfish and loving action. The next point for achieving emotional security is 5. Surround yourself with friends and loved ones. Associating with others tends to build your sense of security. The gregarious instinct is strong in man, and he must feel that he belongs to a social unit. This reciprocal feeling of wanting to give and take with other humans leads to strong emotional ties that give emotional security. A man who marries early and rears a family immediately achieves the fulfillment of the strongest instinct in humanity, the procreative urge. His life becomes complete and satisfying if he feels he has done his bit in propagating the race. When you surround yourself with family and friends, you will feel more protected and secure emotionally. Americans are said to be the greatest joiners of clubs in the world. This is owing to the fact that people enhance their own feelings of security when they associate with other people and join groups that have similar interests. If you wish to enhance your own feelings of security, make it a point to join a club or lodge where you can participate in group action. Become active in church activities in your community. There you may participate in dances, charity drives, or welfare work. Become active in parent-teachers associations where you can work for the betterment of our educational system. You can assist in Red Cross or Salvation Army membership or fundraising drives, or join welfare and philanthropic movements for community betterment projects. 6. Do not be discouraged by outer negative conditions. Emotional insecurity is often produced because of outer negative conditions that discourage a person. Your security must have its basis in your own mind. No matter how negative outer circumstances may be, they can be changed by constructive action. Do not get bogged down in worry about physical and material things. Poverty of the mind and soul are much more serious than lack of money or the right work. You can always earn more money or find a better job, but it is difficult to have real inner security if you have an impoverished mind and spirit. To know a feeling of true emotional security, build inner resources, your memory, the imagination, the power to visualize the things you want, the quality of high character and honesty. These are all values that give you a solid foundation upon which to build a permanent, secure destiny. Look upon seeming failure as delayed success. Hold the dream high within your mind. Realize that all great people had to fight discouragement and other negative conditions before achieving their destiny. Each day, affirm to yourself, I shall not let any outer condition discourage me. I am on my way to achieve my great destiny. 7. Mentally prepare yourself for your future destiny. The knowledge that you have prepared yourself for your future destiny will give you greater feelings of security. A man or woman who is trained to meet life's emergencies will feel confident and poised under all circumstances. You will then be prepared to meet any situation in life. Ask yourself, what mental equipment do I have for meeting the ever-changing conditions of life? Thoroughly appraise yourself and your mental equipment. List your debits and credits honestly in the ledger of life. Put down your good and bad points, then set to work and correct the bad ones. Admit your mistakes of the past and make up your mind you will avoid them in the future. Benjamin Franklin made a list of his faults, and each night checked those he had begun to clear away. Looking nightly with resolve at such a list will soon shift debits to the credit side. Your faults may not be the same as Franklin's. Make up a similar list of your own, of virtues to strive for. Here is his. 1. Temperance. Eat not to dullness, drink not to elevation. 2. Silence. Speak not but what may benefit others or yourself. Avoid trifling conversation. 3. Order. Let all your things have their places. Let each part of your business have its time. 4. Resolution. Resolve to perform what you ought. Perform without fail what you resolve. 5. Frugality. Make no expense but to do good to others or yourself. In example, waste nothing. 6. Industry. Lose no time. Be always employed in something useful. Cut off all unnecessary actions. 7. Sincerity. Use no hurtful deceit. Think innocently and justly, and if you speak, speak accordingly. 8. Justice. Wrong none by doing injuries or omitting the benefits that are your duty. 9. Moderation. Avoid extremes. Forbear resenting injuries as much as you think they deserve. 10. Cleanliness. Tolerate no uncleanliness in body, clothes, or habitation. 11. Tranquility. Be not disturbed at trifles or at accidents common or unavoidable. 12. Chastity. 13. Humility. Imitate Jesus and Socrates. Your mental equipment should be morally and ethically of a high character. You should practice honesty, goodness, truth, justice, kindness, and love in your dealings with others. You should live under the principles of the 10 Commandments and the Golden Rule. Your mental and moral fabric should be such that you do not have guilt feelings regarding your future actions. If your moral nature is undermined by the eroding forces of negativity, you will have a sense of emotional insecurity and personal inadequacy. Your personality should be such that you can function gracefully and with a maximum degree of efficiency in the presence of others. Someone has said, "Sow a thought and you reap a habit. Sow a habit and you reap a character. Sow a character and you reap a destiny." This is a good formula to follow if you wish to achieve a nature that is morally sound and emotionally secure. It is the method by which you can work out your destiny in the future. You should now have the foundation for emotional security firmly in mind. You are now ready to correct the negative mental habits that clutter up your mental landscape and begin to lay the groundwork for happy, healthy, successful living. Chapter 3. How to overcome the deadly enemies that threaten your destiny. There are constant threats to a person's future destiny, and these must be overcome before there can be any kind of fulfillment or completion. The deadly enemies to your future security are not people, but emotional states of consciousness that interfere with the perfect functioning of your brain and body. To achieve fulfillment of your destiny, you must first learn how to rid your mind of these threatening forces. When you master these deadly enemies that threaten your future, you will be able to achieve success, happiness, romantic fulfillment, financial security, and spiritual serenity. One of the deadliest of these negative forces is fear. Fear is responsible for more shattered minds and bodies than any other emotion. If you have suffered from fear, you know how it weakens the human will, destroys energy, and immobilizes the faculties of the mind and body. When you labor under the compulsion of fear, the adrenal glands release the chemical epinephrine into your bloodstream. This has a paralyzing and deadly effect upon the mind and body. One part of this chemical dissolved in 1 million parts of water can cause laboratory animals to show violent effects. In the human body, it produces trembling, accelerated heart action, higher blood pressure, and a paralysis of the muscles of the body. Education is one of the greatest safeguards against fear. People who are ignorant have more fears than those with a higher education. In primitive times, people feared thunder and lightning. They believed the gods were angry. To placate them, they offered up animal and human sacrifices. As mankind became more intelligent, the causes of thunderstorms were understood, and fear of them was removed. Now, instead of killing a calf, we put up a lightning rod. The following methods for overcoming fear have worked for countless thousands of people. They can also work for you, if you will study them and apply them to your life. 1. Face your fears and analyze them. Ask yourself, why am I afraid? If you can trace the fear back to its cause, you may be able to overcome it. In modern psychology, the analyst tries to find out all the things that a person feared in the past and why he feared them. When these fears and anxieties are unearthed and brought to the surface of consciousness, the person can then set to work to overcome them. One woman who came to me for advice on her fears traced back to her early childhood, the fact that she was told ghost stories that frightened her. She had once been locked in a dark closet by her mother for doing something naughty. The mother told her the closet was filled with ghosts. The girl was so hysterical from fear that she nearly fainted upon being released. This feeling of insecurity had colored most of her adult experiences. Her fears had multiplied until she was a neurotic wreck. I corrected these past mistakes and gave her a regimen for building her mind so she could overcome the past fears. Recent scientific discovery proves that the embryonic child can be frightened in the mother's womb. This prenatal influence was previously thought to be an old wives' tale, but recently tests were conducted which proved that unborn children react to loud noises. The heartbeat of the child becomes more rapid when the mother is exposed to sudden loud noises. Children may thus be conditioned to fear before they are born. It will require great effort to rid the mind of these deeply embedded fears. 2. Thy doing something to dispel the fears that obsess you. The best way to overcome your fears is to take some positive action to get rid of them. If you sit back and build up your fears, they will soon become overpowering. By taking some definite action to master them, you will be able to divert your mind from the things you fear. I recall an instance where a very famous movie star was able to overcome the fear of age that was causing her to lose her career. It was back in 1939 that Gloria Swanson appeared as my guest star on my radio program on the Don Lee Mutual Network. She had enjoyed a great career for many years. Then, after making one or two talking pictures, she suddenly found her career ended. She was still beautiful, still glamorous, and youthful. In interviewing her before going on the air, I detected symptoms of fear in her mind. She had a grown daughter, and the public thought she was much older than she really was, because she had begun her career when she was only about 12 years of age. She seemed to feel that now her career had ended. After our interview on the air, I received hundreds of letters from listeners telling how they had enjoyed hearing Gloria Swanson and asking when she was going to do another picture. I told Gloria, "The public still remembers you and wants you back. Why don't you go to New York City and get out of the rut that you seem to be in? You must overcome this fear that seems to hang over you like a dark cloud. A change of atmosphere may help you dispel it. I know that your best years are ahead of you." I then told her of the many rewards that can come to a person in middle age, and that we must not fear anything as natural as age. This seemed to inspire her with new hope and confidence. She went to New York City, became successful in a business promoting inventions, and then made a triumphant return to Hollywood in one of her greatest pictures, Sunset Boulevard. This reestablished her as a great star. From that time on, Gloria Swanson has been completely in control of herself and her emotions. When you have fears, either tangible or intangible, take some definite step to divert your mind from the things you fear. Get busy and do something constructive to forget your fears until such time as you can properly attack the thing you fear and dispel it forever. Most of your fears, upon examination, will prove groundless. The few things in life that normally produce fear can be handled by intelligent action and adequate mental preparation. 3. If the things you fear come to pass, realize you will be given the strength to bear them. Anticipating disaster and fearing it will not help you if it does come. Such anticipation will only tend to lower your resistance and immobilize your faculties, making it harder to take positive action. There are many times in life when accidental forces prevail. Do all you can to avoid them through sensible action, but do not worry about or fear them. There is a saying, "God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb." Know that you can bear anything that comes to you in life. Do not weaken your reserves of energy by fearing these disasters. 4. Turn to the forces of faith and prayer to handle your fears. Spiritual practice of the power of prayer will often help you dissipate fear. It can cause the clouds of anxiety and apprehension to be cleared from your mind. By keeping your mind on God and His infinite mercy, you will be sustained by faith in His power to protect you in times of need. Through faith and prayer, you will be given the strength to bear the trials and tribulations of life. I have often used the 23rd Psalm and the 91st Psalm to help people overcome some pressing fear. Memorize these two psalms and recite them when your mind is perplexed or when fear and anxiety obsess you. Next to fear, and closely allied with it, is the negative emotion of worry. We worry about the things we fear and fear the things that cause us worry. This creates a vicious circle that brings about a gradual demoralization of the mind and has eroding effects on the body. Like fear, worry can produce physical symptoms in the body. It can affect the heart, blood pressure, digestion, and other vital functions of the body. Besides the effect on your body, worry can rob you of most of the pleasure in life. Your mind can be so clouded with worry that you become confused and disoriented, and find it difficult to make the right decisions or take the right actions in your life. Before you can control your destiny, you must rid yourself worry. Some people think it is natural to worry, but it is not of natural, nor is it necessary. There is a difference between worrying about something and intelligent study of a problem to see how it can be solved. Worry is useless and depletes the mind and body. Searching for a solution to a problem is intelligent and helpful. The program for mastering worry. Analyze the facts of the situation. Do not try to force your mind to stop worrying. This will only increase the tendency to worry. It is useless to tell your mind to stop worrying or that there is nothing to worry about. The best plan is to sit down and analyze the things you are worrying about and then try to find a solution to the particular problem. Sit down every evening and carefully analyze the things that worry you. Then try to plan a positive course of action to overcome them. A businessman came to me for a consultation and said, "I have so many things to worry about that I cannot give my time and attention to business." "What is your main worry?" I asked him. "Money," he replied. "I need money for paying my bills. I owe money on our home, the car, refrigerator, television set, and other things. I bought them all on time, and I haven't to meet all my bills. What can I do?" Money. "First of all," I told him, "it is useless for you to waste energy and time in worrying about these problems. You know you meet these bills. You do not have the money to do so. It is obvious you must do something of a positive nature to solve problem." I told him to write down all the things that he owed money on. It was quite a formidable list. He had committed the common mistake of overextending himself, and there just wasn't enough money to meet his bills. I told him, "You must now make out a list of all the possibilities for raising extra money to pay your debts." Then I sat down with him and made up a list of the possibilities for raising money that might help him solve his financial problems. I had used this type of chart before to help people who were worried about money matters, and it had worked. It crystallizes the mind into a direct path of action instead of allowing the mental energy to be frittered away by vague and passive worry. 1. I might try to secure a loan on the furniture in my home. 2. There might be some relative I can borrow the money from. 3. I might get part-time work to make extra money. 4. I might try for a raise in salary or work that brings in a better income. 5. I might pawn my ring, watch, or other valuables, or obtain a loan from a loan agency. 6. I might ask some of the people to whom I owe money to give me an extension of time to meet my bills. 7. I might pay 2 of the installments and write the other companies, asking them to wait a month or 2 longer. 8. I might refinance some of these items and reduce the size of the monthly payments. 9. I might sell my home and move to more reasonable quarters. After he had listed all the possibilities for raising money that fitted his particular situation in life, he read the list over very carefully. I asked him, "Which of these 9 different solutions seems most adapted to your particular needs?" He said, "I think for immediate relief I might try number 6, and then work on number 1 and number 9. I realize now I am in too heavy for my income, and I'll eventually have to move into a smaller house and cut down radically on my monthly expenses." Now the man was doing something constructive about his financial problem. He was thinking things through. Instead of dissipating his energy worrying about the problem, he was actually enjoying trying to find a suitable solution. This man left my office in high spirits. He smiled as he went out and said, "I'll call you and let you know how things work out." A week later, he was on the telephone and he said, "I tried asking some of the companies for an extension of time on my payments and 2 of them agreed. Then I put my home up for sale. And I found part-time work at night, which has helped me increase my income. Things are looking much brighter, but the important thing is that now I sleep at night without worrying anymore." High on the list of negative emotions that block your destiny are hate and resentment. Thousands of people suffer from psychosomatic disorders because of hate. Many cases of arthritis, bronchial infections, colds, digestive disturbances, and even heart trouble are caused by the negative emotion of hate. It has been proved in the laboratory that hate will send the blood pressure up dangerously. Persons suffering from high blood pressure are seriously endangered through anger, rage, and hatred. Hate also releases adrenaline into the bloodstream, preparing the body for fight or flight. In ancient times, when man had to fight wild animals or other wild men, fear was the adrenaline trigger which prepared the body for danger. In our state of evolution, the human system does not need this animalistic emotion of hate. Hate poisons the body and serves no useful. Thousands of people have destroyed their lives by indulging purpose. This negative emotion. In a fit of anger, engendered by hate, a person kills another. He is imprisoned for life or goes to the death house. Wars between nations, if not caused by, are surely fostered by hate. No security for the future can be built until this deadly emotion of hate is mastered. Often what you hate is not a person but some condition in your life, such as the place where you live or the work you do. This can affect you negatively just as much as if you hated some person. How to rid your mind of hate and resentment. 1. Realize that hate destroys you but hurts no one else. The person you hate may be serenely indifferent to the fact that you hate him. 2. Analyze your reasons for hate and resentment. Generally, such hate is without foundation. Always it is without value. With a little intelligent logic, such hate can be dissipated entirely. 3. Instead of hating a person, change your mental attitude to one of indifference. This is better for your health and peace of mind. If you maintain such a neutral attitude, the person can have no effect on your mind or body. 4. Instead of hating certain persons, try to substitute the emotion of love. If you cannot actually love them, then try to be tolerant of them and realize they are human beings, subject to error just as you are. God created them, bless them, and release them to His loving care. Thoughts of revenge and punishment will tend to destroy not them, but you. Hatred, if persistently indulged over a period of years, will have drastic effects on your mind and body. Miss G.W. came to my lectures in Carnegie Hall for a period of 6 months. Her hands were so crippled with arthritis that she could hardly use them. I never suspected the cause of her ailment until after one of my lectures on the subject of hate and its effect on the human mind and body. The next day she came to see me in my office and said, "For over 20 years I've hated my sister. During all that time I've never seen her. I don't even write to her. She broke up the only real love affair I ever had when I was a young girl. During all these years I've never married. I've been filled with bitterness and hatred." "It's that hatred that could have caused this condition of arthritis you suffer from," I told her. "Many medical men now believe that arthritis is one of the psychosomatic illnesses that come from harboring negative emotions." Then I added hastily, "Now don't get me wrong, all arthritis is not caused by negative emotions. But why don't you try forgiving your sister and see if it won't help you?" Miss G.W. went home and wrote that forgiving letter to her sister. She told her she was sorry for the years she had harbored feelings of resentment and hatred. She asked her sister's forgiveness. This woman came back a few weeks later and told me, "I feel as if a heavy weight has been lifted from my heart. I never realized before that hate was destroying me." She shook hands with me. The crippling arthritis was disappearing. Inferiority, self-consciousness, and feelings of inadequacy often cause people to feel insecure and unhappy. Method for overcoming inferiority, self-consciousness, and feelings of inadequacy. 1. Do not dwell on the things that make you feel inferior, such as having a large nose or freckles, or being too tall or too short. These physical shortcomings can be counterbalanced by developing some other quality in your personality. I knew a girl who had difficulty in dating boys because she was so tall it made them look small. She felt very self-conscious because of this. When she told me her problem, I said, "This is no reason for self-consciousness. See the popularity of Charlotte Greenwood, the great comedienne of stage and screen. She developed a wonderful sense of humor. This made her so interesting that people forgot her height. Go home and cultivate a sense of humor about your height. Instead of being ashamed of it, be proud. Learn how to make jokes about yourself. If you can make other people laugh at you, it won't be long before they are laughing with you." I also advised her to make it a point to wear low-heeled shoes and to take a course in ballroom dancing that would show her how to handle her height with grace. In a few weeks' time, this girl had developed a delightful sense of humor. She became a charming, poised young lady, and the boys were eager to date her. She turned a disadvantage into an advantage. By concentrating on how she could make other people enjoy themselves, she forgot about her own limitations. Then others forgot them too. When you have some defect, remember that nature compensates by giving you something in return. You should search for the good points you have, not dwell on the bad ones. Then you can set to work to correct the bad points and convert them into good ones. Napoleon suffered from inferiority too because he was very short. He compensated for it by developing his ego to the point where he became an emperor. 2. If you feel inferior and self-conscious, try to build the quality of your mind so you can truly have superior qualities. Very often, inferiority exists because a person knows he is uneducated and unevolved. If you make it a point to study something all your life, you will develop your intellect and overcome much of the inferiority that comes from this cause. 3. To master self-consciousness, which often leads to inferiority and inadequacy, make it a point to be so interested in other people that you do not have time to think of your own shortcomings. A very famous society leader once told me that she had been a plain child among beautiful sisters, so that she developed a feeling of inferiority when she was young. As she grew older, she realized she could not depend on beauty to win people. Instead, she developed the quality of her mind. She learned how to be witty and a good conversationalist. She showed so much interest in others that they felt flattered by her attentions. She became one of the world's most outstanding hostesses and married a very powerful man in the political world. 4. You can cultivate self-respect so that others will treat you with respect. If you have the respect of others, you will win their admiration. You can build self-respect by conducting your life on a high moral and ethical plane, by being good, honest, kind, and considerate. Nothing will banish self-consciousness and inferiority so readily as having qualities of mind and soul that win the admiration and respect of others. You can show this self-respect by always appearing well-dressed and clean. It is important to be neat, to have your shoes well polished, and to be extremely careful about your grooming. An executive once told me that he never hired a man whose shoes were shoddy and the heels worn down. If he hasn't any respect for himself, he said, he cannot command the respect and attention of others. 5. Self-consciousness can also be overcome by taking a course in public speaking. It will give you greater confidence and poise if you can speak fluently and express yourself easily and without embarrassment. You can join a class in night school and learn how to express yourself before others. Nothing helps one get rid of timidity, self-consciousness, and inferiority so much as being a good speaker. For several years in Carnegie Hall, in conjunction with my public lectures, I conducted weekly courses in public speaking. There I saw amazing instances where people acquired poise and confidence by learning how to become good speakers. One man became an advertising manager for a large firm after studying public speaking a few weeks. A young woman became a demonstrator for a big cosmetic company. Another woman went into television and stage work. Hundreds of these students in public speaking were enabled to improve their lives because they had learned to express themselves fluently. 6. Another good method of overcoming feelings of inferiority and self-consciousness is through dancing. Join a social club or take a course in ballroom dancing. This makes it easier to mix with other people. In taking an interest in them, you soon forget yourself. Inferiority usually comes because we are not sure of ourselves. If you practice acquiring a gracious and charming personality, people are going to like you better, and this will tend to give you that ego expansion you need to overcome inferiority and self-consciousness. Another force that may threaten your destiny is conflicts with other people. These conflicts lead to a lessening of your mental power and a weakening of will. It is best to avoid such conflicts if possible, rather than to go through life opposing everyone who crosses your path. Some people are belligerent psychopaths, and you should learn to recognize them for that. Instead of letting them disturb your feelings of security, give them a wide berth. You live in a world of people. You cannot escape them in your daily living. Try to live among them as diplomatically as possible, with as little friction and discord as you can. Many of the paranoiacs in mental hospitals became that way because they felt that people were against them. They grew suspicious of the motives of others and distrusted everyone. This finally leads to dangerous mental symptoms, even to violence against supposed enemies. How to avoid conflicts with others. 1. Avoid discussing controversial issues with your friends, such as religion, politics, or other matters where there is apt to be violent disagreement. When you once find out what subjects arouse people negatively, you can easily avoid these subjects and remain on neutral conversational territory. Social life depends on smooth bowing relations with others. If you are constantly opposing people or objecting to what they say, you will not be very popular. This does not mean you should be a yes man either. You can have opinions of your own, but it is wise to avoid strenuously objecting to the opinions of others. 2. You can avoid open hostility with people by refusing to be affected by their adverse comments. It takes two to make a quarrel. If you remain non-committal when they needle you, there can be no conflict. You may, of course, avoid people who are habitually disagreeable. If they work in the same environment with you, this may be difficult to do. In such cases, avoid arguments with them and have as little to do with them as possible. 3. Do not get off to a wrong start in the morning through conflicts with your family. Your spouse or your children may set the stage by quarreling with you. It is known by psychologists that breakfast time is the most dangerous period for married couples. Many divorces begin over the breakfast table. People are less rational upon arising early in the morning than at any other time during the day. Remember to greet folks in the morning with a cheery word and a smile. I once advised a married woman who went to business and who seemed to have conflicts with everyone in her office. She told me, "The people at the office seem deliberately to try to upset me. They say little nasty things that get under my skin. I feel irritable and upset, sometimes all day long, and I just don't know why." After talking to her for a few moments, I discovered the cause of these emotional disturbances. She and her husband were having difficulties. They often quarreled at the breakfast table. She admitted that her husband nagged and criticized her because she was not at home to cook his meals and keep the house tidy. When she got to her office, this domestic hangover shattered her peace of mind for the day and made her irritable and quick-tempered. I told her how to overcome these conflicts, and soon she was able to maintain inner poise and calm. Avoid serious discussions at breakfast, or at any mealtime for that matter. Leave such matters until later in the day. Not only will quarrels at mealtimes give you indigestion, but those at breakfast create an unpleasant atmosphere that you carry with you all day. A cheerful attitude on your part will brighten the morning and often shed its radiance on the whole day. 4. If you have conflicts with your friends, either change friends or search within yourself to find out the cause of your troubles. Sometimes this disguises themselves as a superiority complex or snobbishness. Or they may take the form of cutting and critical remarks about another person. People who are constantly saying vicious things about others suffer from some deep guilt or mental shortcoming and seek to cover up their own inferiority by acting in a superior and hostile manner. 5. Recognize the "I am always right" type of person and avoid him if you can. No matter how you try to please such a person, you will always be in the wrong. You may say that it is a beautiful day. He will swear it is going to rain. If you remark it is going to rain, he will insist the sun will burst forth any moment. He is deliberately disagreeable, and you would do well to avoid him. And of course, make sure you yourself are free from this practice. There are many other enemies that threaten your peace of mind and happiness. One of these is frustration. When you are trying to achieve a certain type of destiny and something keeps you from attaining it, this is frustration. Defeats and disappointments are a part of life. When you face frustration in any aspect of your life, make an effort to overcome it by substituting another goal that you can achieve. You should also analyze your potentialities and see what it is that you are best to do. When you once know this, you will keep your aspirations within the limits of your capabilities, and you will feel less frustrated. Many people are made unhappy by being in constant conflict with their environment. I know of one such instance where a woman came to me for advice. She complained, "I live in a cold water fat. It's drab and ugly. My windows look out on fire escapes and alleys with lines filled with drying clothes. I can't move to a better neighborhood because my husband doesn't make enough money. What can I do to change my environment?" I asked her, "Have you ever really tried to change it?" "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean, have you tried to beautify it? You could spend a few dollars at the 5 and 10 and buy bright organdy curtains for the windows. You could plant gay flowers in a window box to shut off the ugly view of the alley. Bright paper could be put on your walls in the living room and bedroom. You may not be able to afford expensive chenille carpeting for the floors, but you can afford durable, bright-colored linoleum. You could put some pretty prints on the walls to bring more beauty into the rooms. You may not be able to go to Cape Cod, but you can bring the atmosphere of a Cape Cod cottage into that cold water flat." Yes, instead of being unhappy because you cannot move away, you can change an environment so that it becomes livable and comfortable where you are. Another threat to inner security and peace of mind is pessimism. A pessimist is one who always looks on the dark side of life. He bewails the fact that things are going from bad to worse. The pessimist never sees the intermediate shades of gray in the tapestry of life. For him, everything is utterly and completely black. When you look on the dark side of life, all your experiences are colored with moodiness, depression, and morbidity. The sympathetic nervous system responds to your habitual type of thinking. To overcome feelings of pessimism and moodiness, make it a point always to look for the silver lining behind every cloud in your life. No situation is so bad but that it could be worse. If you maintain this attitude, you will soon find that there are comparatively few dark clouds in life. There is much more sunshine than rain. There are more happy events than sad ones. You must train your mind to see things in this optimistic way. Soon you will be so cheerful that the few dark clouds that do come will not affect you emotionally. It pays to wear a pair of rose-colored glasses. Carry your own stardust and magic within your mind. It pays to sprinkle lavish handfuls of them on most of life's ordinary situations. The optimistic approach to life will cause you to realize that everything is on the way to becoming better. You can find something good in every person and in every situation, if you but search for it. There is a saying regarding marriage. Before you marry, keep both eyes open. After you marry, keep one eye shut. So it is with life. Be aware of the reality of life, but learn how to lessen the shocks of reality by refusing to emphasize the frailties of human nature. Refuse to be disillusioned by the weaknesses of people. Marvel at the miracle of the attainments of man at this stage of his evolution. Realize that everyone and everything are evolving toward a higher state of perfection. Believe that you can achieve, that you can be happy and attain a great destiny. You can build energy and vitality in your brain and body by being optimistic. Tests were made with groups of children to find out their response to positive and negative suggestions. One group of children was given tasks to perform where they were praised and encouraged and told they could accomplish them easily. The other group was discouraged and told the tasks were difficult and they could not do them well. The group of children that was praised performed the tasks with ease. The group that was discouraged became disinterested, lost energy, and failed. Tests were made of the blood of these two groups of children, and it was found that the children who were encouraged and praised showed a rise in blood sugar, whereas the group that was discouraged showed a drop in blood sugar. A positive, optimistic attitude helps keep the body healthy. A negative, pessimistic attitude causes the body to lose energy and become toxic. Make an extra effort, then, to maintain a happy, positive, optimistic attitude at all times. Give yourself positive suggestions when difficult tasks confront you. These positive suggestions can be said to yourself over and over. I can do this task. I am happy. I feel better and better. I am going to like my work. I will get along with the people in my habit, office, or my husband or wife. I can overcome this. These positive suggestions help keep the mind in an attitude of optimism and release chemicals that give energy and dynamic power to your brain and body. Remind yourself daily of the wonderful things God has given you to be thankful about. Do not take these good things for granted. Recall each day the things you do have, not the things you do not have. This will help you keep emotionally balanced and avoid tipping the scales in the direction of discontent, pessimism, and moodiness. I was walking by the ocean one day near Seacoast Town in Southern California. On the outskirts of the charming little town, I suddenly came across a poor hovel made of packing cases and other discarded materials. It was in strange contrast to the seat-white houses with their colorful splashes of purple bougainvilleas spilling over their painted walls. A small boy of about 7 played nearby. He was a tow-headed youngster with a radiant face and eyes as blue as the nearby Pacific. "Does anyone live there?" I asked, pointing to the ramshackle lean-to. He looked at me with a broad grin. The freckles on his nose stood out in the sunshine. "Yes, I live there," he replied. "Ain't I lucky?" Whenever you feel that you have nothing to be thankful for, remember that little boy and his triumphant statement, "Ain't I lucky?" Remind yourself every day how lucky you are to have the good health you enjoy, your vision, your ability to hear sweet music and laughter, the senses to enjoy the warm sunshine, the beauty of nature, the green of trees, the color of flowers, the stars at night, the oceans and rivers, birdsong and mountains kissing the skies. You have life, God's supreme gift to man. How can you be pessimistic with all these riches? How can you fail to move with confidence and joy to create your destiny? Part 2. Achieving Success. Chapter 1. How to Make the Right Decisions. Every day of your life, you are called upon to make decisions that are important to your future. You stand at the crossroads of destiny, trying to choose one of two paths. One may lead to success and fulfillment, the other to failure and unhappiness. Which of the two roads are you going to take? There is a way by which you can learn to make the right decisions. It takes time and practice, but you can learn how to exercise the power of choice wisely. The work you do today depended on the decision you made yesterday. The mate you married and the home in which you live were decisions you made in the past. You can do nothing about changing the past, but you have it within your power to make the fateful decisions today that will shape your destiny tomorrow. Someone has said, "He that will not command his thoughts will soon lose command of his actions." Your thoughts determine your actions. If you lack the power to make decisions correctly, you will lose the power to control your destiny. Indecision causes a weakening of the will and produces extreme nervousness and neurotic symptoms. Many people have a state of tension in their bodies because they simply can't make a decision. They procrastinate and vacillate until finally they are so frustrated that they become ill. William James, noted psychologist and philosopher, the normal opener of deeper and deeper levels of once wrote, "Energy is will. The difficulty is to use it, to make the effort which the word volition implies. It is notorious that a single successful effort of moral volition, such as saying no to some habitual temptation or performing some courageous act, will launch a man on a higher level of energy for days and weeks, will give him a new range of power. Your ability to make decisions and carry them into various forms of action strengthens your will. It will help you change your life dramatically. Following is the method for making the right decisions which I have taught to thousands of people in my Carnegie Hall lectures. It will help you develop the ability to make the right decisions for your future actions. 1. Decide on the goals you wish to achieve. This is one of the most important decisions you will have to make. Upon it will depend your course of action for your entire life. Ask yourself, what does success mean to me? You might decide that you wish to have a fortune and that money will solve all your problems. But I must warn you that financial security is not success in the sense in which I use it in this study. There are 4 different types of success, and we are concerned with the methods by which you may achieve each of these. I shall take these up one by one in their proper places. 1. Personal success. 2. Social success. 3. Romantic and marriage success. 4. Business and financial success. Perhaps you had one goal in mind and then gave it up in favor of another. You might have vacillated between 2 goals, unable to decide which one you really wanted. You may have several goals you wish to attain in your life. This is permissible, if you can decide what they are and then stick to your decision. A young man of about 25 recently said, "I have decided to become a great actor like Laurence Olivier." "That's fine," I replied. "That's a wonderful decision. How many years have you studied to become an actor?" He showed surprise at my question. "I only decided on it a few weeks ago. Before that, I was planning to be a dancer, but I couldn't get anywhere with that, so now I'm going to be an actor." "But you can't just become an actor by thinking you want to be one," I told him. "It takes years of study. You should have decided on training yourself at least 5 years ago." This young man suffered from vacillation. He could make no definite decision as to what he wanted to be, so he remained at failure. You cannot make a decision to be one thing today and another tomorrow. You can make the decision as to what you want to be, but you must then stay with that decision and give yourself sufficient time to attain your chosen goal. Sometimes you will make the wrong decisions in life. The plans you make may go awry. What then? You are not bound to stick by your wrong decisions. It is human to err. You must try again until you have made the right decision. As you learn how to make decisions, you will vacillate less and less, and it will be easier for you to make the right ones. You will cultivate intelligence, reason, and judgment by this exercise of will, and you will be able to make the right decisions more easily. 2. Be willing to make an effort to achieve the goal you have decided on. Many people are good at making decisions, but they do not have the tenacity of purpose to stick with them. It takes time, patience, and effort to achieve any worthwhile goal. An example of this ability to make continued effort is the life story of the great operatic tenor Enrico Caruso. He was born into a large, poverty-stricken family. There was no money to pay for singing lessons, but he made his decision that he wanted to become a great opera star. With 21 children to feed and clothe, his parents could not pay for lessons. When Caruso went to a singing teacher for an audition, he was told to forget the idea of trying to be a singer. His voice was too thin for an opera star. Caruso didn't give up. For years he studied. He worked at every type of job to get the money to pay for his lessons. After years of study, he finally got a chance to sing his first role in public. He was so bad that the audience booed him off the stage. He could not obtain any more singing roles, and it was beginning to look as though he were a failure before he even began. One day, a leading tenor in the local opera company became ill, and the manager sent for Caruso to take his place. This time, Caruso was ready. He knew the role perfectly. He had practiced for years and perfected his musical talent. His voice was under perfect control. His talent was mature. That night, when he had finished his role, the audience rose to its feet and cheered him. He had arrived at last. Caruso made more than $2 million from his recordings alone. He starred in opera at the Metropolitan Opera House in New York and leading opera houses all over the world. If Caruso had not worked tenaciously after his first efforts had failed, he would never have attained his goal. Be patient after you have made your decision. Give your efforts a chance to mature. Patience is one of the most valuable assets you can have in striving to achieve success. Thousands of people have quit just as the goal was about to materialize. A man who once came to me for counseling was trying to be an author. He had written 10 short stories and sent them to magazines. Each came back with a printed rejection slip. He was so discouraged that he made up his mind to go into some other profession. He told me, "I work all day and write far into the night. So far, I've made nothing through my writing. I've decided to give it up and go into something else. What do you advise?" "Do you want to become an author very badly?" I asked. "Yes, more than anything else in the world," he said with deep feeling. "But what good is it to want something so desperately and never be able to achieve it?" I told him how Somerset Maugham, in his early days, had studied and worked for several years, writing and discarding everything he wrote, until finally he had one play accepted in London. Then his stories began to win acceptance. I said, what if Somerset Maugham had given up after having had a few rejections? The world would have lost one of its great writers. I told this young man to go home and continue writing in his spare time, to study and perfect his gift until such time as he did have an acceptance. I said, give yourself another year. If at the end of that time you have not sold one story or article, you might make a decision to go into another field. 3 months later, this same young man came back to see me. He waved a check before my eyes and said, "I wanted you to be the first to hear the good news. My first sale to a big magazine. Nothing can stop me now from being a successful writer." And he made the grade, too. Soon, one of his short stories was bought by a studio and he was signed up to go to Hollywood. Do not be impatient at delays in winning success. First, the seed must be planted, then the tender shoots must be watered, fertilized, and cultivated. The insects of discouragement and criticism must be killed off. After all this, you must sit patiently through the long summer of growth until autumn and its harvest arrive. The sweet fruits of success are well worth the waiting. Here are a few more points regarding the making of decisions. Force yourself to make decisions in your daily routine until these decisions become automatic habits. Make decisions in advance for activities in which you indulge only occasionally, such as social events, going to the movies on a certain night, playing golf, going fishing. You will thus save yourself much energy and time wasted in vacillation. Decide in advance on a course of action to be taken in the event of an emergency. This will help you maintain poise if it should occur. Fire drills for the family are important, for if a fire occurs and the course of action has been well rehearsed by them, lives be saved. Your mind should be trained for any emergencies that may arise, for in a crisis the power to make decisions is impaired, and we sometimes make the wrong ones. To avoid confusion in your thinking, make it a point to finish one thing before going on to another. Often people cannot make decisions because their minds are cluttered with unfinished business. They start to write a letter, then dash off to dust the living room, then make up their minds to go shopping. They travel in circles of confusion because they do not finish one thing at a time. Such people grow inefficient and cannot make the right decisions. When you have learned how to make the right decisions for your future, you are ready to begin the serious business of shaping your destiny. There are many forces that help you control that destiny, but there are 12 that are especially important. Study this next chapter very carefully and refer to it over and over again until you have mastered the 12 principles for controlling your destiny. Chapter 2. The Golden Dozen Essentials to Control Your Destiny. In a study of more than 1,000 biographies and autobiographies of successful people, I have found that there were certain common elements in their careers. You may acquire these essentials and use them in your own life for achieving the success you desire. Most of the persons covered in this study had 4 traits in common. 1. They had a definiteness of purpose. 2. They possessed intense desire to achieve success. 3. They had self-reliance and faith in their own ability. 4. They prepared themselves with accurate knowledge. With these in mind, you are ready to examine and to utilize the golden dozen essentials that will enable you to control your destiny. You can avoid many of the tragic consequences of ignorant action by using these 12 positive forces for your future good. Many people fail in life simply because they are ignorant of the laws of life. Others fail because they know the laws but do not apply them. You must learn how to harness these 12 positive forces and make them work for you. The first force that helps you control your destiny is your mental power. There is a tremendous force within your own mind that can help you shape your destiny in the direction of your choice. This power has been tapped for centuries by people who have achieved success and happiness. They are the people who intentionally or accidentally discovered the great secret of the ages. Man possesses a vast constellation of power within his mind, and when this is released in a constructive pattern, it brings about power the fulfillment of his destiny. This dynamic creative principle of mind has been revealed in the great philosophies and religions of the past. It is given in Proverbs 23:7. As he thinketh in his heart, so is he. This is a psychologically proved truth. Man is what he thinks he is. He can become like the image he holds of himself in his mind, and his destiny may be shaped in the direction of the things he most persistently thinks about himself. The Upanishads, the sacred book of the Hindus, also gives this creative principle of mind in almost the same words. Let a man strive to purify his thoughts. What a man thinketh, that is he. This is the eternal mystery. Dwelling within his self with thoughts serene, he will obtain imperishable happiness. Man becomes that of which he thinks. This statement has been proved by modern science to be accurate. It is now known that man is able to control his destiny by the power of his mind. René Descartes, the great French philosopher, recognized this principle of creative mind when he wrote, "I think, therefore I am." It follows that you become that which you think. I think what? I think I am a success. I do the things that make me successful. I think I am a failure. I act and talk in a pattern that leads me to fail. I think I am happy, and my mind and body become conditioned to search for happiness in every situation in life. This process of thinking constructively is the basis for a sound mind, a healthy body, and a happy destiny. Your thoughts are causes of actions. Your actions will be either negative or positive, depending on the nature of your thoughts. If you can once grasp this great scientific principle, you will have tremendous power over circumstances in your life. You will not be defeated when negative conditions present themselves, but you will act with more confidence because you know that you will overcome them. Your mental power consists of your conscious, your subconscious, and your superconscious minds. When your conscious mind chooses the destiny you wish to attain, it repeats it over and over until your subconscious absorbs the idea. The subconscious mind then passes it on to the superconscious, the automatic brain. This, in turn, organizes your thinking, releases inspiration, and, through the reflex action of your nerves and muscles, propels you in the direction of the destiny consciously chosen. Your subconscious and superconscious minds work best when your conscious mind is under perfect control. You must be able to give specific commands to the subconscious mind. Before you can do this, however, you must build your conscious mental power so that you can more wisely select the incidents you want to embody in your destiny. Some people are happy with just the barest of necessities of life. Others want greater success and financial security. They will achieve according to the intensity of their desires. This will determine the degree of mental and physical power they will release in their lives. A violinist I know plays in an Italian restaurant in Greenwich Village in New York. He is quite contented with his job and the measure of his talents. He is a moderate success, and he has a mediocre talent. He has never wished to play in the Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra in Carnegie Hall. He told me frankly one day, "Why should I go to all that bother and hard work? I don't want to be a great musician. I just want to get along and be happy." His musical skill is not very great, but he has achieved what he set as his goal in life. Who shall say that he is wrong or right? He must be the final judge in the matter. But I know of another case where that degree of success would never have been acceptable. Jascha Heifetz has given many concerts at Carnegie Hall and all over the world. One day, backstage at the famous concert hall, he told me the secret of his phenomenal success. He said he began to practice the violin at the age of 6, and he practiced 6 to 10 hours a day. He dreamed of one day being a great concert violinist and playing all over the world. It took him 20 years of hard work to achieve that goal. He would not compromise with fate and settle for less. He achieved his great destiny. He was a success. Was he more of a success than the violinist playing in the Italian restaurant in the village? In terms of fame, riches, and worldly acclaim, he was. In terms of happiness and personal satisfaction, no one can tell. Very often, fame brings its added burdens. Riches may impose problems that rob one of peace of mind. The question of the degree of satisfaction each derives from his type of success is one that only the individual can answer. The important question for you to decide is, what sort of success do you wish to attain? Do you want a destiny that involves greatness, riches, fame, or are you satisfied with quiet and more modest happiness? When you have once decided that important question, you can set to work to release the type of mental power to achieve it. Mental power grows with usage, just as a muscle that is exercised tends to grow stronger. As you think and project your thought into constructive acts, your mind will develop still more power and sureness of direction. The second of the golden dozen forces that control your destiny is the creative power of your ego. Ego, in the sense in which it is used here, designates the whole man, considered as the union of the mind, body, and soul. The highest expression of the personality must rightly be considered the human ego. This term is different from that of egoism, which implies exaltation of one's own experience and intense concentration on oneself. Egoism is opposed to altruism, an unselfish concern about others. The noted psychologist Alfred Adler pointed out that every person has a desire to be important, to achieve ego recognition. This force of the ego, striving for purposeful achievement, can elevate one to high places. A person with a well-defined ego has a conscious realization of his true value in life. He develops sure knowledge and skill and feels equal but not superior to others. Such a person has strong determination and knows what he wants. He has the courage to cling to his dream, even when others tell him it's impossible to achieve his goal. The creative power of your ego can drive you on to attain seemingly impossible goals. It does not recognize limitations and sets about making its own laws and shaping its own destiny. The great achievement of Columbus in discovering the New World resulted from this creative power of his ego. He did not especially want fame for himself, but he did want greatness for Spain and glory for Queen Isabella. This inspiring force within his mind drove him to seek ways to finance his adventure. After his successful return to Spain, a reception was given in his honor at court. Many of the Spanish nobles, jealous of Columbus's success, scoffed at his discovery. One of them laughingly remarked that anyone could have done the same thing. Columbus listened to their ridicule in silence, then asked that a raw egg be brought to him. He passed the egg to one of the noblemen, asking him to make it stand on end. Each in turn tried and failed. Columbus took the egg, tapped it gently, and stood it on its end. One of the noblemen scoffed and said, "Anyone could have done that if he had thought of it." "Yes, gentlemen," Columbus replied. "So too, anyone could have sailed into the setting sun if he had thought of it." Therein lies the beginning of mental power for the fulfillment of your destiny. You must first think it. Miracles of achievement are possible if you will but use the amazing power of your mind. Your creative ego must be stirred into action through desire first. You must have such ego intensity in your thinking that it forces you to take active steps to achieve your dream. Anything that helps uplift your ego will help you to achieve a successful destiny. This is one of the reasons why 60% of all college graduates achieve success. Their college education expands the creative force of the mind and causes them to have direction and purposefulness. Such persons feel they are capable because of their specialized training. They have self-confidence and poise. The person who does not have the benefit of a college education may still attain success, but it is generally more difficult. He is likely to lack the propulsive power to feel important and act with confidence. If a college education is lacking, the ego expansion must be supplied in some other way. Self-education and continued study in adult years will often erase the inequalities that exist between a college-educated person and one who is not. The third force that can help you shape and control your tiny is destiny, the power of your imagination. Your destiny is forged in the workshop of your imagination. Your ability to imagine that which you wish to create makes you different from animals. They have mental power but cannot use the imagination to create. Through your imagination, you may call up images of those situations and conditions you wish to create in your outer life. That which you can conceive, you may achieve. The picturing of the thing in your imagination helps give it solidity and form, makes it a living reality. Man had to imagine flying like a bird before he invented the airplane. The idea preceded the achievement. One of the most imaginative men in history was Jules Verne, who lived between 1828 and 1905. He wrote more than 100 books, and in imagination created the first submarine, helicopter, dirigible, radio, and television. It was through the inspiration derived from reading Verne's story 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea that Simon Lake first conceived the idea of inventing the submarine. Verne's use of the imagination was fanciful, but it was converted into rational and productive imagination by Simon Lake. And the United States refused to issue a patent for the periscope. It had been described so accurately by Jules Verne, all anyone need do was copy it. Your use of the imagination can be either fanciful or rational. You can conceive mental images and make them a reality by working out your imaginary ideas, or outer conditions may suggest fanciful imagery which can be converted into productive forms of useful objects. An illustration of fanciful imagination turned into productive use is the story of Eli Whitney and the cotton gin. One winter night, sitting by his fireplace, he saw his cat reach his paw through the bars of the cage that held a pet canary. The cat succeeded in snatching a pawful of feathers before Whitney chased him away. The canary's body had been too large to pass through the wire bars of the cage. In that moment, Whitney conceived of a machine with iron claws reaching through finely spaced steel bars, drawing out the fluffy white cotton and leaving the cotton seeds. In that moment of fanciful imagination, the cotton gin was invented. It revolutionized the entire industry of the South. Man's fanciful imagination first pictured a printing press, the wireless, radio, television, automobile, typewriter, the harnessing of electricity, the splitting of the atom. Fanciful imagination can be converted into productive acts that bring the inner picture to objective reality. It is through the creative imagination that humanity evolves higher and higher. In his imagination, the caveman first conceived of building a home in trees where he would be safe from predatory animals. From that, it was only a short step to building homes of tree branches and trunks. One of man's greatest feats of imagination was the invention of the wheel. This changed the whole course of civilization, releasing man from the back-breaking labor of carrying heavy burdens. The wheel was no doubt conceived when some man saw a rock rolling down an incline and imagined it a wheel attached to a vehicle. One reason the American Indian remained much more primitive than the Europeans is that he never imagined the wheel. Through the creative power of your imagination, you can begin to change your destiny. If you do not like some present condition, you begin to change it in your imagination, then gradually you perceive the method to make that fanciful image a living reality. Shakespeare has said, "And as imagination bodies forth, turns them to shapes and gives to airy nothing, a local habitation and a name. The forms of things unknown, the poet's pen. Such tricks hath strong imagination, that if it would but apprehend some joy, it comprehends some bringer of that joy." Perhaps Shakespeare has more accurately perceived how the imagination works than even modern psychology. As he states, "If you would be happy, your mind imagines the joy, and you immediately begin to comprehend the bringer of that joy." In other words, you begin to find persons and situations that fit your imaginary picture of being happy. The mental image precedes the physical and nerval action. It can work in every department of your life to produce positive, constructive effects. It can also work negatively and create conditions of failure and unhappiness if your imagination is trained in negative patterns. An enkindled imagination leads to resourcefulness. An amazing instance of this ability to envision something that then comes to pass is the story of a young man who had just been discharged from the Navy. His name is Guy Miller. He was walking down 57th Street in New York City, past Carnegie Hall, where a poster announced I was giving a lecture the following Sunday on the subject, Dream, Dare, and Do, the formula for personal success analyzed in the previous chapter. This young man had a dream that he had held close for a period of 14 years, since the age of 8. He had visited New York City with his mother and father to see the World's Fair. He lived in a small town in Pennsylvania and had never seen the giant city before. The skyscrapers of New York made a tremendous impression on his young mind. He was thrilled at the Empire State Building. When he went home, he could think and talk of nothing but the fabulous skyline of Manhattan. His childish mind conceived a picture. He wrote in his diary, "Someday I am going to build New York City in miniature." He even drew a crude outline of the skyscrapers of Manhattan. The idea swelled in his subconscious mind while he went on with his education and the business of growing up. He built a small model of his hometown. Then he created a playhouse for his brothers and sisters that was 2 stories high and built the furniture for each room. Then came his Navy career, with duty in the Pacific during the last stages of the war. Seemingly, the vision of one day building New York in miniature was forgotten. When he was discharged from the Navy, he was in New York City. He just happened to drop into the lecture I was giving that Sunday. After the lecture, Guy Miller came to see me and told me of his childhood dream. He was enthusiastic as he talked. "I know I can do it," he said. "I need someone to back the project. It will be about 300 feet long by 80 feet wide when the entire island is completed. It will be exhibited all over the world, but I need backing for it." I agreed that the idea was stupendous. He then explained to me the purpose back of this dream. His mother had died of cancer, and he wanted to build the city as a memorial to her and also to help raise money for charities, especially for cancer research and prevention. This was a noble idea, one that gave his vision unselfish purpose. 3 months later, Guy Miller returned to show me a model he had built of the Chrysler Building. It stood more than 6 feet high, with glass windows and every detail perfect. It was so impressive that I began the process of raising backing for his project. For 3 years, he continued to build the city of New York in miniature. At the end of that time, he had completed everything from the Battery to Midtown Manhattan. His city was exhibited that summer to more than 1 million people. It drew worldwide attention and was the opening attraction at the $70 million New York Coliseum. Life magazine photographed the miniature city and gave it a 3-page spread. Guy Miller's vision came true in a big way. He dreamed, he dared, and he did. Begin to use your imagination today to shape the world in which you wish to live. Imagine your new work, the salary you wish to earn, the friends you wish to attract, the home in which you wish to live. Mentally imagine yourself traveling to various countries, having exciting new experiences. Picture in your mind's eye all the wonderful things you want to do. Remember, this is only fanciful imagination. To make these imaginary pictures rational and constructive ones, you must naturally take some definite, concrete steps toward making the thing imagined come true. The fourth of the forces for controlling your destiny is the creative power of your desires. Desire is one of the most powerful forces that you possess for controlling your destiny. It works through the nervous system, causing you to direct your energies toward the things you wish for. When you are hungry, this desire causes you to seek out food. Desire motivates all humanity. There is a desire for love, for achievement, for friends, for happiness, for fulfillment. All these desires are possible of achievement, or they would not exist in the human consciousness. However, the method by which desire works must be understood fully in order to harness this creative power for your future. The stronger your desire, the greater the creative power it releases. If you really use desire as a creative force, you should be able to attain your goals. However, you must be enthusiastic and persistent in the expression of these desires. You must long for something so intensely that you concentrate all your thoughts and energies on the single objective of achieving it. It must become the magnificent obsession of your life. Most successful careers are built on this strong type of creative desire. Intense desire was responsible for the building of a great career by one of our most outstanding Academy Award-winning actresses. I remember back in 1948 when I lectured in Carnegie Hall and had my offices in Studio 1209, where I held my private consultations, that I used to pass students of the American Academy of Dramatic Art, who rehearsed next door to my studio. I recall a slender, beautiful young girl who used to pace up and down during intermissions of the class, studying her parts and reading aloud. The other students were playing, smoking, and relaxing during these times, but this intent young girl went on with her study and work. I stopped and chatted with her one day. I said, "I notice how hard you're always working. Do you know that many of our greatest stage and screen stars were graduated from the American Academy of Dramatic Art?" She replied, "Yes, I know. That's why my parents and I selected this school." "Do you want to become a great star?" I asked, although I could tell the question was unnecessary, for her very intensity showed how ambitious she was. "Yes," she replied. "I want to become more than a great star. I want to become a good actress." There was such conviction in her voice and manner that I asked her name so that I could watch the progress of her career. She laughed as she said, "Oh, I'm just another of the millions of Kellys in the world. My first name is Grace." That intensity of desire led Grace Kelly to fame and fortune as a great actress. At that time, neither of us could suspect that a few years later, Prince Rainier was to live in my Bel Air, Hollywood, home for 6 weeks, during which time he courted this girl, his future princess. I am sure the same intensity of desire in romance captivated the prince's heart as it had the heart of all America when she was a famous motion picture actress. Yes, desire is also a great force with which to shape and control your destiny. Do not underestimate its vital importance in your life. You must have a heart's desire for the things you want in the years to come. Desire success with all your heart and mind. Desire love, happiness for your future. Desire money for the good it can do for others. Desire health, peace of mind, and contentment, knowing that you will be able to achieve these things if you really desire them with intensity. The fifth force for helping you shape and control your destiny is the drive of affirmative emotions. We all know the dramatic results of negative emotions. An elderly actor indulged a fit of temper and became violently angry one day. He dropped dead of a heart attack. A young mother had a fight with her husband. An hour later, she nursed her young baby at her breast. Within a few minutes, the child died in convulsions. Negative emotions have the power to destroy the mind and body. They lead to violent actions whose repercussions may be unfortunate or tragic. One of the most certain ways to control your destiny is first to control your emotions. The affirmative emotions, when properly channelized, have effects that are as dramatic as the negative ones. One of the great psychosomatic doctors says he has found in his research that negative emotions such as fear, hate, and worry produce many cases of epilepsy, diabetes, jaundice, paralysis, gastric diseases, and other functional and organic disorders. Another medical expert says that there are many cases of diabetes on record in which the disease followed a sudden onset of fear or other disturbing emotion. Sir B.W. Richardson says, "Diabetes from sudden mental shock is a true, pure type of a physical malady of mental origin." Dr. Stephen Mackenzie gives 3 striking cases of pernicious anemia caused by mental shock. Another physician said that he has seen many patients with primary cancer of the liver who could trace the cause of the disease to protracted grief or anxiety. Hundreds of authentic cases are given by medical authorities proving that the emotions have a definite effect on the body and can produce sickness or health, depending on whether the emotions are negative or positive. Among these authorities are Dr. Leland Hinsey, Dr. Flanders Dunbar, Dr. Arnold A. Hutchnecker in The Will to Live, Dr. Carl Menninger in The Human Mind and Man Against Himself, and Dr. William Sadler in The Theory and Practice of Psychiatry. A study of these authorities will reveal how very important your emotions are in controlling your future destiny. Learn how to differentiate between negative and positive emotions. Avoid anger, hate, fear, worry, selfishness, and resentment. We have shown in another part of this book how you may remove the effects of these destructive forces. Now let us learn how you may channelize the positive effects of the constructive emotions. The positive emotions are faith, hope, love, happiness, enthusiasm, expectation, optimism. When you make it a point to indulge these positive emotions, you will find that they can have a very profound effect for good in your life. How to use the positive emotions. 1. Each day, make it a point to practice trying to be happy and optimistic. You may at first have to hunt for things to be happy about, for every life is filled with causes of discontent. Make it a practice to see the sunshine and not the dark clouds of life until you have formed the habit of being cheerful and optimistic. 2. Develop faith as a working emotion by having faith in yourself, in other people, and in God. Express that faith in your daily words, thoughts, and actions. Act with confidence, and develop the habit of believing that things are getting better. 3. Cultivate the emotion of hope by looking forward to something new at all times. No matter how discouraged you may be, just know that things will improve if you make the effort to change them. Hope and expectation will keep you constantly looking forward to wonderful new experiences. 4. Meet people and form new contacts constantly, for your emotions must be shared with others if they are to benefit you. 5. Refuse to live in an environment of discord and friction. Cultivate the attitude that all people are good. Refuse to let yourself hate anyone. 6. Practice the golden rule in your relations with others. I will find it gives you a feeling of inner peace and contentment if you do unto others as you would have them do unto you. 7. Radiate love on an impersonal plane to every person you meet. That is, hold love as an ideal in your mind and heart. Naturally, you cannot personally become attached with the emotion of love to everyone, but you can utilize the constructive power of love by being kind, courteous, considerate, and forgiving of others' mistakes. The 6th force that can be utilized for controlling your destiny is curiosity. The first trait that a child shows in the unfoldment of his personality is curiosity about the world in which he lives. He will reach for bright objects. He wants to possess these new things and examine them. His curiosity about life is intense and leads to an exploration of the world and everything it contains. Without it, indeed, the newborn babe would be almost sure to die. It was curiosity about the origin of life that led Darwin to his discovery of the law of evolution. He spent many months of drudgery on the Galapagos Islands studying the active and extinct volcanoes and the deposits of lava that contained the fossilized remains of prehistoric creatures to prove man's gradual evolution from lower forms of life. This quality of curiosity led Galileo to study the stars in the heavens. He made startling discoveries about the celestial wanderers that have helped produce the modern science of astronomy. His innate curiosity also led him to discover the law of the pendulum. When he saw a chandelier swaying to and from, he began the experiments that established this law. He was also the founder of experimental physics and astronomy. He invented the first telescope, which helped man discover secrets of the heavens and led to the newest 200-inch telescope at Palomar. Curiosity can be harnessed in your life to produce startling changes and advances in your career. Begin today to wonder why things are the way they are. Have curiosity about places, about people, about the world in which you live. Probe nature's secrets. Try to discover the universal laws that produce the phenomena of ever-expanding, ever-changing life about you. Curiosity as to the cause of lightning storms caused Benjamin Franklin to try his experiments with the kite and key, which led to Edison's later discoveries in electricity. Franklin was so filled with curiosity that he became active in many fields. He was a fine statesman, an orator, an inventor, and an author. He was the first man to devise bifocal glasses. He wore a pair of reading glasses and a pair for distant vision. He became annoyed when he had to stop reading and look up at something at a distance. He began to wonder how to obtain both types of vision from one pair of glasses. He cut both pairs of glasses in half and glued the two lenses together, the bottom for reading, the top for distance. His curiosity led to the use of the first indoor stove, to the first fire extinguishing company in America, and to many other useful things. You may be able to change the nature of your entire life if you begin to put natural curiosity to work for you. Never be satisfied with surface explanations of things. Go beneath and discover what makes them tick. Study books that teach you about nature, the causes of lightning and thunder, the formation of snowflakes, the mystery of rain, the wonder of the heavens, the golden dozen essentials at night. Develop a curiosity about people and what makes them do the things they do. You can learn about them and the workings of their minds through the science of psychology. Learn how to use reason, logic, and judgment through the study of philosophy. Study the great religions of the world so as to be better acquainted with the spiritual laws of life. All these forms of study and investigation will give you wisdom and satisfy the inborn curiosity which causes you to wonder why things are as they are. Curiosity leads to knowledge, and knowledge is power. The seventh force to help you control your destiny is the law of cause and effect. There is a universal law that governs matter. Sometimes it is referred to as action and reaction. This law works mentally as well as physically. For example, if a person does something that you do not like and you seek revenge, you may attack him or commit some other act of violence which lands you in jail. Mentally, you have wasted power and turned from the proper path of your destiny. You have been involved in a series of causes and effects which were set in motion by a simple act. We call that simple act against you the first cause. From this can stem all kinds of repercussions. If you are jailed, you may lose your job. Your family suffers. You may become embittered and antisocial. That single act of yours, in which you attacked the person violently, becomes the further cause of a multitude of misfortunes. It is this law of cause and effect that you may harness to help you control your future. It can be made to work for you instead of against you. This control of the causes which produce effects in your life must begin with your mind. Your thoughts lead to actions. The thoughts are causes. The actions are effects. It is simple to control the effects in your life. Begin today to control the causes which produce them. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. What mental seed are you planting in the garden of your mind? Sow acts of kindness and reap a destiny of friendship. Sow seeds of beauty in your mind and banish ugliness in yourself and your environment. Sow seeds of happiness and overcome moodiness and depression. Sow seeds of peace and amity and banish discord and friction. Sow smiles, courtesy, and love and will reap a crop of contentment, peace of mind, and inner tranquility. Negative causes may reveal themselves in the wrong kind of work, poverty in your environment, lack of emotional security, unhappiness in love and marriage, sickness, and other effects that are undesirable. You can set about changing these negative effects by checking back to the causes which set them into motion. What past thoughts did you think or negative acts did you commit which led to the present negative effects? Let us take a few examples from life of how this law of cause and effect worked in a negative way and show how it can be corrected. An instance where we can trace the effect back to its initial cause was that of a 19-year-old youth who had a fondness for speed. His mother came to me to ask advice as to how to slow him down. He had a motorcycle and had been in several minor accidents and was constantly in trouble with the law because of his speed. The next word I had of the young man was that he had been in an accident with a truck and was killed. This young man had an elder brother to whom, all through his childhood, he was always trying to catch up. He lived under a sense of hurry, a strain to move faster, to catch up to his big brother, which naturally took the form of speeding. Had his mother taught him to feel that his own personality should be developed for its own values, this young man would still be alive today. If we want to change the effects, we must go back and change the initial causes. The eighth force that has an effect on you and your destiny is the law of heredity. There is no doubt that many factors which affect your destiny may be ascribed to the law of heredity. But while you cannot change the color of your eyes, there are many things you can improve. Theodore Roosevelt, Rough Rider, explorer, and dynamic president, was a frail child. Only by rigorous discipline and training did he win his strength. Furthermore, our knowledge of what things may be inherited is fragmentary. But science has found that we do not necessarily inherit diseases, but only tendencies to certain diseases. Persistent belief in hereditary weaknesses can foster them in your mind or body. Try to avoid thinking that you are doomed to a certain disease because a relative has suffered from it. By using caution and following positive health habits, we may avoid many of these so-called hereditary tendencies. The ninth force that has an effect on you and your destiny is the influence of your environment. The environment in which a child is reared has a profound effect on his mind and body and on his destiny. Children from the slums, who do not have playgrounds and healthy mental and physical conditions, often wind up in prisons and other institutions. Many children are able to overcome such negative circumstances and make a success in life. Such a case was that of the noted fighter Rocky Graziano, whose life story was made into the motion picture Someone Up There Likes Me. He was able to rise above the squalor of his early years. By his building character, he triumphed over the forces of a negative childhood environment. Lincoln is a classic example of how a person born into an environment of poverty and barrenness can, through his own efforts, rise to a glorious destiny. The Grand Street Boys is a New York City club of men who, coming from a poor environment, have achieved lives of distinction and service. If you were born into an unfortunate environment, you need not be hampered by it. You can make up your mind to rise above it and shape your new environment to your liking. It takes an effort of will, for habit patterns are strong to break, but if you really desire a change, you can bring it about. The 10th force that can help you shape and control your future destiny is education. No matter how limited are the circumstances of your early life or the hereditary pattern of your genes, there is one sure way by which you may control your destiny. That is through the power of education. Knowledge is a poor man's road to success and happiness. With wisdom, you may forge a path out of the wilderness of failure and ignorance. Specialized knowledge and training can help raise you from a position of mediocrity to one of achievement and fulfillment. I once advised a woman past 50 years of age to take up typing and shorthand. She had lost her husband and needed to make a living. She was handicapped because of a lack of education in her youth. I asked her the type of work she liked, and she said, "I've always wanted to become a typist, but I never had a chance to study it. My husband didn't want me to go into the business world. Now it's too late, I guess." I told her, "It's never too late. You can learn how to type just as well as a young person. It may take you a little longer, but you will progress rapidly when you once study. Enroll in an evening course and have confidence that you can do it." She followed my advice, and about 4 months later, after one of my lectures, she shook hands with me and said, "I enrolled in a typing class and learned how to type. Then I found an ad in a writer's magazine asking for people to type manuscripts at home. I'm now making enough money to support myself. It gives me a wonderful feeling of security." It's never really too late to begin your education along some specialized line. I advised one woman to go into artificial flower manufacturing, and she soon had a business of her own. She went to restaurants and other public businesses and rented them beautiful bouquets of flowers, which she changed weekly. She made a comfortable living and loved her work. There are many wonderful opportunities to acquire an education through adult courses in colleges and high schools. These schools have hundreds of different courses, from advertising psychology to interior decorating, wood carving, and radio repair. If you have not had a high school education, you can easily make up for it by taking courses in evening schools and preparing yourself for some work like you. Your mind grows stronger with usage. Each day learn some new word or new fact, read good books, keep up with current events, study history, philosophy, psychology. If you do not know what else to study, you might begin the study of some foreign language. One young lady I knew studied Spanish in evening high school for more than 2 years. She hoped to travel and work in South America. An opportunity came for her to go to South America to work for a large industrial firm. She wrote back a year later, saying she had met a fine Spanish man there who had proposed marriage. She is now living very happily in South America. Yes, education is a powerful force for shaping and controlling your destiny. Self-education is possible when you have missed out on an early formal education. By preparing your mind adequately with specialized knowledge, you can take your place in the business world and make a success at any age. Education can help you overcome the effects of both heredity and early environment. It is one of the most potent forces by which you may control your destiny. The 11th force that can help you shape and control destiny is the power of speech. Bruce Barton, the noted author, once said that in almost every instance of success that he had read or heard about, the ability to speak well had played a most important part. You may think that the ability to speak well is not important in certain types of careers, such as inventing or scientific research, but it is. One must be able to express his ideas coherently to others before he can obtain financial backing of an idea for an invention or discovery. Most successful men and women have cultivated the ability to speak coherently, fluently, and sincerely. Lincoln cultivated this ability so strongly that his simple yet impassioned Gettysburg Address is considered a classic. Gladstone, Disraeli, Winston Churchill, and many other great statesmen who changed the course of history for millions were great speakers. These men could make their ideas better known to the world through the power of the spoken word. The ability to speak well and to use words intelligently through the medium of writing command a power for shaping destiny that must not be underestimated. A study of language, both written and spoken, will help you acquire the ability to use words intelligently. The verbal wealth of such writers as Shakespeare, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Browning, Voltaire should be studied and understood, so it can become your own mental equipment. Their writings will serve to inspire you to emulate them and use them for shaping your own destiny. When you see Bishop Fulton J. Sheen on television and hear his compelling voice, you become transfixed with interest. He has one of the largest viewing audiences in television. Millions of non-Catholics are numbered among his audience because of his forceful personality and his fluent and colorful speech. The ability to speak fluently can win you recognition and promotion in your own career. It can also help you socially in forming new friendships with people of importance. You can study public speaking in special schools for that purpose, or in evening high schools. Or you can study by yourself through reading aloud for an hour or two a day. One of the best voice coaches in Hollywood makes his students read from a magazine like Time or Newsweek for 2 hours a day. It is amazing how this improves the voice and gives one better diction, projection, and enunciation. The last of the golden dozen essentials to control your destiny is perhaps the most basic of all. It is your willpower. The power of the human will is tremendous. It can radically change your environment, your work, even your own body. Psychologists say that the will is not dependent on external conditions, but operates entirely as a self-motivating mechanism in the mind of the individual. You can will yourself to success or failure, to be cheerful or sad, to be sick or healthy. There are within your mind two different expressions of will. One is the will to live, the other is the will to die. You may consciously choose which of these two drives you wish to express. Sigmund Freud first propounded the theory of the will to live and the will to die. Modern psychosomatic research proves that, under the propulsive power of the destructive will, people often become sick, have accidents, and even kill themselves. Dr. Carl Menninger, in his book Man Against Himself, shows how people can follow a destructive course or a constructive one to the fulfillment of their destiny. He proves that people often punish themselves for immoral or dishonest acts they have committed in the past. Feelings of guilt cause them to have an unconscious urge to destroy themselves. This negative use of the will can lead a person to become a chronic failure in life. Everything such a person does inevitably leads to disaster. This destructive will, according to Dr. Menninger, can also lead to such dramatic results as blindness, paralysis, heart trouble, and even infectious diseases. This destructive will is also discussed in Dr. Arnold A. Hutchnecker's book, The Will to Live. He states that perhaps 80% of all people need the help of a psychiatrist to straighten out their difficulties. This is mainly because they do not properly exercise their will. You must implement the will to live and decrease the will to die. You can do this by building your willpower for constructive good. You can explore your conscious and unconscious minds by self-analysis or psychoanalysis to find out if you have hidden feelings of moral guilt. You can remove these guilt feelings by making restitution for the dishonest or immoral acts you may have committed. You may discipline your will by daily action. Control your thoughts, your temper, and your actions so that they are patterned along constructive lines. Your will may be exercised by choosing some goal and then persistently striving to achieve it. You can also strengthen your will by making yourself do things you find unpleasant, such as writing a letter you keep putting off, paying bills you owe, seeking out an interview for a new position, forcing yourself to move into the environment you desire. Every time you conquer yourself, your emotions, or your actions, you are strengthening your will. You can shape and control your destiny by this exercise of willpower. It can help you maintain better health, do more work, and have more energy. It can even heal your body when you are sick or if you have an accident. An instance of this shines through the story of Glenn Cunningham, whose legs were burned very badly when he was 12 years old. The doctors said he would never walk or run again. When Cunningham heard the fatal verdict, he gritted his teeth with determination and said, "I will run and play like other boys. I will be able to overcome this and walk again." He kept tenaciously to that positive idea. His mind never once lost sight of his goal. A few years later, at the Madison Square Garden in New York City, Glenn Cunningham won the record for the fastest mile ever run by a human being. Such is the power of the human will. You have been given a dozen golden keys with which you may unlock the doors of destiny. You are now ready to begin a detailed study of the methods by which you may achieve whatever type of success you choose. You will be shown how. To build a personal success consciousness in which you will utilize a formula I have given to thousands of people for attaining personal success and happiness. This scientific approach to success will ensure you're doing the right things for the complete fulfillment of your destiny. Chapter 3. Building the Personal Success Consciousness. Before you can achieve success on any plane, it is important that you first build a personal success consciousness. The formula which I am going to give you for doing this may be applied to any type of success you choose. This personal success consciousness is as tangible as the clothes you wear. It is a combination of your personal elements and the things you think, say, and do. The sum total of this represents to the outer world what type of person you are, and this, in turn, determines your worth. This formula for building a personal success consciousness is based on a scientific principle which was evolved by Albert Einstein. It is known as Einstein's formula and is expressed mathematically as E to mc2. Einstein is the genius who dreamed the 20th century into the atomic age. His dream was converted into the most solid kind of reality, hydrogen fusion and atomic fission, with their tremendous constructive and destructive power. I have translated Einstein's formula into a metaphysical concept of success, which I call dream, dare, and do. You may not see the relationship between Einstein's formula and success, but there is a very real one. What the above formula says is that energy and matter are convertible. Mental energy possesses its equivalent in matter and is as real as so-called material energy. This is a philosophical idea based on the scientific fact that physical and material things are actually manifestations of energy. Likewise, the energy in a thought essentially produces its own materialization. In other words, the mental concept you have for achieving success is the expression in energy of that success. It is a mental equivalent for the success. Inherent in the dream is its own fulfillment. This is why it is vitally important that the dream of success be planted first in your mind. It will determine your words and actions. It will shape your environment and your destiny. If the dream is lacking, if there is no mental energy being expressed in a definite direction, there can be no materialization in outward success or attainment. Let me elaborate. The dream that man had of flying like a bird was embodied in man's thoughts for generations. In fact, Leonardo da Vinci, about 400 years ago, drew a design for a flying machine which is now in a museum in Europe. He built such a machine, his servant tried to fly in it and was nearly killed. The church then banished the flying machine as a tool of the devil and considered excommunicating da Vinci. But underneath the drawing of the first flying machine, in da Vinci's handwriting, are the words, "Man shall grow wings." This prophecy, which was da Vinci's dream, has come to pass. The dream, which was mental energy, has been translated into physical energy and material form. Mental energy is convertible into matter. Einstein's formula begins with the mental energy embodied in the idea or dream. Do not worry about how it is going to materialize into physical and material form. It will do so by communicating itself to the nerves and muscles of your body. The dream you hold within your consciousness, the idea back of your life, can shape the world of your choice. Since you have the energy to think, you have the energy to transform your thoughts into physical and material reality. The great geniuses of history have all been dreamers. They were trailblazers who dared to break down the forbidden frontiers of thought and action. One of the most creative races of history have been the Italians. In all of Europe, I have never seen anything in magnificence to equal St. Peter's Cathedral in Rome. The paintings of Michelangelo that adorn the Sistine Chapel, the creations of Raphael and Leonardo da Vinci, all sprang from the mental energy of their dreams. They were past masters of the art of projecting those dreams into outer form and reality. You can begin today to build your personal success consciousness toward what you wish to achieve. Begin to build this consciousness. First, dare to dream big. The vigor of your success consciousness will determine the degree of success you achieve. Shatter the mold of thinking in terms of mediocrity. Begin to frame your mental concept for what you wish to attain. It is no more difficult for you to envision a successful life than to envision a life of failure, lack, and limitation. It is actually easier for you to have a positive conviction of success. You may never have tapped the deep well springs of the creative power of your own mind. You possess amazing reserves of mental and physical energy. When your dream of success is vital, it stirs these mental and physical forces into dynamic motion and leads you to attain higher goals. It takes courage to dream big. If you want to achieve a successful life, you must dare. Dare to dream of greater success. Dare to dream of advances in your work. Dare to visualize yourself in your own business. Dare to envision future happiness and security. Dare to imagine yourself happily married and living in your own home. Let me tell you of two men who were trying to achieve success. One had the courage to dream big dreams and dare new ventures. The other was weak and timid and did not dream a big dream. These men worked in a large plastic factory when plastics was a new industry. They came from the same social background and had the same education. They had both married early and had similar aspirations for the future. They each wanted to achieve success. One of the men visualized himself owning a factory of his own. He didn't have the money to go into business for himself, so he approached his friend and told him his plan. If they could borrow enough money together, they would be able to start their own business. His friend could not risk giving up his job and present security for an uncertain future. He said, "I have my wife and child to think of. The new business might fail, and where would we get the money to go into business?" The other man did not heed these negative ideas. He said, "I know I can get the money some way. I want my own business. I'm tired of working to make someone else rich. If you won't go in with me, I'll find someone who will." He eventually found another man who had some money. Together, they borrowed more from relatives and friends and opened a small factory. In a few months' time, they had built the business to such an extent that it had to enlarge its facilities and hire more employees. In the 20 years since this man went into business, the plastics industry has grown tremendously. This man now owns a beautiful home in a fine residential district. His children are all attending college. He has everything he dreamed he would one day have. What of the man who did not have a big enough dream to go into business with his friend? Today he is still on the same job, receiving a modest salary which is hardly enough to take care of his 4 children. He lives in an overcrowded apartment in the city. He spends 2 hours a day traveling to and from work. He has not saved any money in all these years, and his children must go to work without a college education. His destiny was set in the mold of his thinking. He had a small dream, and be kept toiling within that limited concept. It is true that not everyone desires big success, but every person should achieve to the fullest extent of his success potential. No one wants failure. No one wants to live in an unsuitable environment. Everyone desires success in some form or other. The next step in our formula for building a personal success consciousness is, do something to make your dream come true. There are 2 types of dreamer, passive and active. The passive dreamer seldom does anything constructive to make his dreams come true. The active dreamer has the mental concept of the success he desires and then does something to make it come true. It is amazing what power and magic there are in the law of action. If you take one step in the direction of fulfilling your dream, the next step comes easier. The Chinese have a saying, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." It is true. If you never take that first step in the direction of the fulfillment of your dream, no matter how big or how wonderful that dream may be, it can never come true. I know of a young man who achieved theatrical fame and at one time had 3 productions running in London simultaneously. His name was George Rilling. He had a great career ahead of him when suddenly the war broke out and he was forced to return to the United States, where he was not able to continue his theatrical career. He did not sit back and idly wonder what to do. He had collected beautiful Gaudi prints for some years, and he had been interested in creating puppets as a hobby. He now began creating three-dimensional paintings. He used some of his Gaudi prints and put them onto colorful backgrounds, which created shadow box paintings. The colorful drawings of the elegant 19th century figures were used as a base upon which he constructed historic costumes of the period. These costumes have jewels, feathers, and decorations appropriate to the pictured characters. Rilling supplies these shadow box paintings in various colors and styles. Some utilize Siamese and Chinese backgrounds, others are in medieval settings. All are done by hand. When he began this business, Rilling had no idea what success he would achieve. He merely knew that he had to take some kind of action to make a success at something he knew and liked. Soon, he was receiving orders from the Neiman Marcus stores in Dallas, from Saks Fifth Avenue, and other large department stores all over the country. New York. Queen Elizabeth of England, the mother of the present queen, visited the United States and saw these artistic masterpieces. She chose a pair of lovely pastel figures of ballet dancers for her private apartments in Buckingham Palace. Another pair hangs in Mamie Eisenhower's room at the White House. Here is an instance of how success will come to one who takes those first few steps in the right direction. If Rilling had settled back and bemoaned the fact that he could no longer continue his theatrical career, he might have slid into failure and oblivion. Your dream will succeed in proportion to the purpose you have back of your life. This is important for building the personal success consciousness. Have an unselfish goal for which you strive. Desire to your life. Dream has a much greater chance of coming true if you have an unselfish purpose as your life motivation, help others, and do something of value for the world. Your dream should have a twofold purpose: to help yourself and to help others. It has been proved that selfishness diminishes bodily energy, leads to early fatigue, and gives less mental and physical power for sustained work. Conversely, unselfish purpose and action give the body more energy and vitality. Dare to ask others to help you. Few people can achieve success alone. You may build your personal success consciousness in the right direction, but gradually you will need the assistance of the right people. Try to enlist the assistance of people who have faith in you and your dream. Some of the great charitable organizations that help thousands of people have been started in this way. The Damon Runyon Cancer Fund, begun by Walter Winchell as a living memorial to one of America's great writers, shows how a great dream can be fulfilled with the help of others. Winchell has raised millions of dollars by his appeals to the public through radio, television, and his widely read newspaper column. He himself has never received a cent from the funds he has raised to help cancer sufferers. He has inspired thousands of people in every walk of life to donate time, talent, and money for a great cause. Undoubtedly, the great satisfaction Walter Winchell receives from this altruistic effort is sufficient reward for his own outlay of time, effort, and money. Most of us cannot thus widely extend our personal help to other people. Our assistance may be in the nature of inspiring others to do some good for a worthy cause. One of the most dynamic women I have ever known is doing just such great work for others. She has been responsible for raising hundreds of thousands of dollars to help polio victims and for numerous other charities. Her name is Nina Anderton, and she is one of California's most famous and charming hostesses. For 2 years, Mrs. Anderton was president of the Jimmy McHugh Paulo Foundation. She worked indefatigably for that worthy cause. In one evening alone at the Palm Springs Golden Nugget Ball, she raised more than $100,000. She later set up the Nina Anderton Foundation, raising money for every type of charity, regardless of race, color, or creed. When Conrad Hilton opened his beautiful Beverly Hilton Hotel in August 1955, every charitable organization in Los Angeles tried to obtain it for the opening night. Hilton had such deep admiration for Mrs. Anderton's charitable works and such high personal regard for her integrity and character that he gave her the grand ballroom for that night. The proceeds from this ball went to the Nina Anderton Foundation and the Jimmy McHugh Polio Fund. At that event alone, 1,000 of California's most prominent families paid $100 a plate for that worthy cause. I was present that night and witnessed the triumph of this truly great woman. She again raised $100,000 for charity. At the University of California, to which she donated an electronic microscope that magnifies germs 100,000 times, a special Nina Anderton room has been named in honor of this public-spirited woman. Yes, you can become a veritable magnet and attract people who will help you make your dream come true if it is worthwhile and for the good of the world. You can help build a success consciousness by thinking and talking and acting successful. When Napoleon Bonaparte dreamed of becoming an emperor, he called in Talma, the great tragedian of those days, and said to him, "I want you to teach me how to talk and act like an emperor." For weeks, Talma made Napoleon strut back and forth with an imaginary crown on his head and made him repeat over and over, "I am Emperor Napoleon I." He showed him how to stand, how to look imperious, how to sit and walk. Every gesture of an emperor was carefully planned and rehearsed. Napoleon became a polished, perfected product. He had literally trained himself to think, talk, and act like an emperor. For his long reign, this little Corsican commanded the crowned heads of Europe and the loyalty of millions of subjects. You must build, in the same way, your personal success consciousness. If you go through life thinking and talking failure, you will show this attitude in your personality, and it will create failure. You must think success, talk success, and act success until success becomes second nature. Build your sense of value and importance by perfecting and polishing your mind, your manners, and your personality. Your estimate of yourself and your talents will have a great deal to do with influencing the minds of others. A person can judge you and your worth only by what he sees and hears. If your personality is tinged with elements of failure, if your speech is slovenly, your clothes unkempt, and your attitude negative, you are stamped at once as lacking interest in yourself and your career. To set a high value on yourself and your works helps build a personal success consciousness. However, be sure that true quality is reflected in your personality and in your talents. Otherwise, the world will soon find out that you are not genuine and will spurn you and your efforts to succeed. Be yourself and make yourself be good. There are people who seem success-prone and those who seem failure-prone. Which you are depends on you. The success-prone personality can be deliberately cultivated. How to build a success-prone personality. 1. Cultivate the ability to make decisions promptly and carry them through as quickly as possible. 2. Learn how to face reality. No matter what the problem, do not evade it or run away from it. Meet the challenge squarely and solve your problems as they arise. 3. Have a high sense of your own value, not your assumed value. If you do not feel you have such innate value, cultivate it by study and hard work. 4. Control your mind and your emotions at all times. Do not let yourself become angry or lose your poise. Be calm and unhurried. When emergencies arise, do not lose your head. 5. Demand the respect of others and treat others with respect. Do not put yourself in undignified positions or become unduly familiar with strangers. 6. Develop patience. Do not rush headlong into situations where you might make a mistake in judgment. 7. Lead a balanced life. Have order in your thinking and in your environment. Keep your papers and personal affairs in order. Be clean, neat, and orderly in your appearance. 8. Cultivate moderation in your habits. Avoid moods of exhilaration and depression. Balance work with play and relaxation. Avoid overeating, overdrinking, and overworking. 9. Develop your inner potentialities to the fullest and seek channels for the outlet of your talents. 10. Master the emotions of fear and worry, hate and resentment, so that they do not mar your personality. 11. Acquire habits of rising promptly in the morning instead of lying in bed. Do not wait to get up until it is so late that you must rush dressing, bathing, eating, and run off to work. 12. Live your life according to a definite schedule, in which you map out your daily activities and in which you have an overall plan or goal for your entire life. 13. Carefully apportion your hours so that you have time to work, time to study and develop your mind, and time for mixing with friends in social activities. 14. Try to like the work you are doing. If you do not, prepare yourself for something better in the future. 15. Learn how to develop a strong will so that you can cultivate life habits that are positive, such as punctuality, courage, determination, optimism, faith, and happiness. 16. Acquire the ability to know what you want and when you want it. Learn how to say no firmly and to stick with it when necessary. 17. Have a desire to do something to help evolve the world and raise its standards of living. Practice the golden rule in your relations with others. Once you have cultivated a personal success consciousness and have a success-prone personality, you are ready to acquire the 12 essentials for achieving success. Chapter 4. How to increase your prosperity. The 12 essentials to success may be utilized for creating greater prosperity in the future, but there first must be an understanding of what true financial security really means. Many people believe that prosperity depends on money and what it can buy. In a sense, this is true, for our medium of exchange is money. But before we can truly achieve prosperity of a lasting kind, we must approach the subject of financial security from a philosophical viewpoint. Every type of object has been used for currency, including silk, tobacco, soap, iron, musket balls, glass beads, beaver skins, salt, cocoa, knives, and oyster shells. During wars of the past, when various conquerors took over some of the South Sea islands, the natives of one of these islands said, "German money no good, American money no good, Japanese money no good, our stone money always good." These natives used the foreign invaders' currency only to deal with the intruders. Among themselves, they still used their own stone money. It can be seen that the type of security represented solely by money or goods, stocks, and bonds is a false sense of security at best. The stock market crash of the 30s proved that billions of dollars can lose their value overnight. In Germany, after World War I, the mark so lost its value that it took a wheelbarrow full to buy a loaf of bread. Financial security cannot be achieved merely through owning money. Money is only a symbol of man's productive and creative effort. The medium of exchange, called money, depends on man's time and labor for its value. If you want more security, you must build a consciousness of security through your own creative efforts. A farmer on 50 acres of land with a few head of cattle can have more security than a person in a modern city who depends on a job. The farmer can raise most of his food. He has security not because he has much, but because he is self-sufficient. As Benjamin Franklin reminds us, that was a true proverb of the wise man, rely upon it. Better is little with the fear of the Lord than great treasure and trouble therewith. In trying to increase your sense of financial security and prosperity, try to limit your desires. You can then meet your needs with your present income. If you spend more than you make, trying to live up to your desires, you will acquire bigger debts and never have true prosperity. Colton said, "Wealth, after all, is a relative thing, since he that has little and wants less is richer than he that has much, but wants more. If you have a small car and exchange it for a large one, which puts you in debt, instead of increasing your prosperity, you lessen it. After all, with a small car you can achieve the same function as you can with a larger one. It gives you transportation, and you can enjoy the countryside as much as if you rode in a large limousine. The same way with a house. You can be as contented with a cottage in the country as with a mansion if you have the right mental attitude. To exchange the cottage for the mansion when you cannot afford to do so is courting trouble. Uncontrolled desires often lead us into complicated situations that tend to add to our burdens and insecurity. I advised a woman once who had a serious problem. Her husband, a television director, had won promotion and a substantial raise in salary. She told me, "Since coming into more money and a more responsible position, my husband felt that we should improve our standards of living. We sold our small car and bought a big Cadillac on time payments. We moved from our little home in Connecticut, which was nearly paid for, to a large, beautiful estate with a heavy mortgage. Then, to make an impression on his important business associates, he felt he had to have a yacht, but the upkeep nearly broke us. Now my husband has worried himself into a case of ulcers. We cannot keep up our heavy payments on the car, house, and yacht, and we're in danger of losing everything. What should we do?" Of course, it was difficult to advise this woman to sell the house, car, and yacht, especially when her husband thought them essential to his feelings of prosperity and security. But I did just that. I said, "You must get back to a simple scale of living, where your income more than matches your expenses. Until you do this, you will never know financial security. Your husband's bad health is proof of the fact that these unlimited desires have destroyed your financial security as well as his health. Move from your big home into an apartment you can afford. Buy a small car instead of the big one you now have and get rid of the yacht. Then keep your desires in control until you are sure, with a greatly increased income, that you can afford this higher scale of living. This woman went home and told her husband what I had advised. Out of sheer desperation, he followed this advice, and in a few months, they had returned to the scale of living they could afford. They are happier, and he is much healthier because he does not have to worry about not being able to pay his bills. You must learn how to use wealth wisely before you can know true financial security. Wayland said, "Wealth is not acquired, as many persons suppose, by fortunate speculations and splendid enterprises, but by the daily practice of industry, frugality, and economy. He who relies upon these means will rarely be found destitute, and he who relies upon any other will generally become bankrupt." Learn to practice industry, thrift, and frugality in your daily living. Use what you now have intelligently. Waste nothing, for nature abhors waste. It is said that the rest of the world could be fed on the food that Americans throw away. Learn how to utilize money, nature's goods. Learn how to make your clothes last longer. Buy goods and food that will give you the greatest value for the you spend. In this way, you will be increasing your prosperity. To achieve greater prosperity, learn how to use the gifts you now have. Turn your talents into money. Utilize the time you now waste to create something useful for the world. Instead of wishing for more and more, use the things you now have intelligently. Think of money as a commodity. To the banker, it is something to sell. To the broker, it is something to invest. To the laborer, it is food, clothing, and shelter. To a priest, it is a means for doing good. To a miser, it is something to hoard. Not your possession, but your use of money will determine whether it increases or decreases your prosperity. Your time, talents, and money are all interchangeable commodities. If you have a creative talent and do not use it, that talent will die. If you have money and do not circulate it or use it constructively, it will also stagnate and do no one any good. Perhaps the little you now have can be used to greater advantage than the large amount possessed by a wealthier person. Money is valuable only when it is used creatively. To love money for itself alone is not only unintelligent but sinful. The Bible says, I Timothy 6:10, "The love of money is the root of all evil." Money in itself is not evil. Only the misuse of money or the love of money for itself is evil. You can desire money for greater security or to do good for yourself, your family, and others, but the hoarding of money for its own sake is selfish and evil. You possess 4 instincts which can help you achieve greater financial security and increase your prosperity. They are 1. Acquisition 2. Possession 3. Curiosity 4. Contrivance. How to use the instinct of acquisition. A child will reach for any object that is shown to him. It is natural for him to want to acquire it. This instinct persists into adulthood and is the reason back of a person's accumulating possessions. If carried to an extreme, this instinct can lead to miserliness. We must use the things we accumulate and not keep them just for the sake of looking at them. Many people seem to feel that they must have large sums of money to go into business or to achieve financial security. This is an erroneous concept. Most great fortunes began on a shoestring. Rockefeller, Morgan, Carnegie, Ford, all these and many others built huge fortunes on very little money. I have personally advised many people to go into business with very small capital to begin with and have seen them make a success. Among them are R.S. and his wife, who came to me after one of my lectures in Los Angeles. The man was then 65 years old. He and his wife had lived in the South most of their lives. They had worked on plantations as sharecroppers and had never made much money. They had no savings and no future prospects for work. This couple's son had brought them to California, where he hoped they could obtain some kind of work, as he could not afford to support them. He hoped that they would be able to qualify for the state pension in a few years. In our first interview, this man told me, "I'm too old to get a job. I haven't a chance to make enough money to go into business. I can only try to go on relief." I checked on his qualifications and found that he had no special talents or training, but he did have a pleasant personality and a happy smile. He liked people, and people liked him. One instantly felt he should be in some kind of work where he could meet the public, but no one wanted to hire a man of his age. I advised him to try to get a job in a small, family-style hotel as night manager. After a few interviews, he was successful in getting such a job. It paid him only $100 a month with a small apartment. This was in 1939, when prices were low, so that he and his wife could eat on less than $1 a day. In a year's time, he had saved nearly $500. He bought a small hamburger stand and sold hot dogs, hamburgers, cold drinks, coffee, cigarettes, and candy. He and his wife could handle the little place without help. In another year's time, this man had made enough money to buy a larger place. He kept that place for another year, then sold it, took the $3,000 he had by that time, and went down south to go into business. He bought an acre of land with a house and store on it. There were 2 gas pumps. He put in a supply of groceries and gas and was in business. He made enough money so he could afford to hire a man to help him. He owned his own home and land. He bought a little car and had everything he needed to make him happy. I kept in touch with this couple for a period of years, and recently, when I drove through the South, I visited their prosperous little place. The man was then 80 years old. He was in good health. He had money in the bank and as much security as a millionaire. This was all brought about because he had the courage to start a business with almost no capital at an age most people feel they are finished with life. How to use the instinct of possession. The instinct to acquire money and goods leads to pride of possession. This instinct leads man to work and struggle in order to achieve greater success. Without this instinct, man would still be living in holes dug into the sides of hills. Your instinct to possess things is not in any way harmful. It is natural, and you should encourage it. There is only one warning. Do not be possessed by your possessions. Learn how to use your possessions intelligently, and do not let them become a burden. I know a woman who owns a beautiful home in the country. She loves her home, and the furnishings are in good taste, but she has made herself acutely miserable because she worries so much about her home. She is afraid to use her best dishes because she might break one. She has had this set for 15 years, and during that time it has been a great burden instead of a joy. If guests come into her living room, she has certain chairs on which they must sit, because some pieces of furniture must not be used. She does not enjoy her home because she worries constantly about the wear and tear on upholstery, rugs, and other furnishings. If you have possessions, use them, but do not let them become a burden. Mentally relish them and take good care of them, but do not feel that if they are used, they are being destroyed. You truly possess only what you use. You can increase your prosperity by learning how to take care of your money and using it wisely. Many people are able to acquire wealth and possessions, but they become careless or wasteful and dissipate their wealth. There is a saying, from shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. This means that a fortune is usually earned by one man in one generation, with diligence, thrift, and labor. It is then inherited by persons who know nothing about taking care of that fortune. They dissipate it in their lifetime, and their heirs of the 3rd generation inherit nothing. Learn how to use your possessions. Let other people enjoy them with you. There is nothing more selfish than having a beautiful car or a lovely home and then refusing to share these possessions with others. There is a tragic waste of wealth in this country, possessions that are never utilized fully for the good of others. This leads to impoverishment for all concerned. This is forcibly impressed upon your mind in driving through some of the southwestern states where you see millions of unused acres, fenced in and going to waste. Then you see nearby towns with pitiful ramshackle houses where people are forced to live together in unsanitary, ugly, crowded conditions. Most of the poverty and hunger of the world could be alleviated if such wasted millions of acres were put to work. How to use the instinct of curiosity. We have discussed curiosity in relation to success elsewhere in our study. Let us now consider it in relation to attaining greater prosperity and financial security. The famous international correspondence schools advertise their self-improvement courses in magazines and papers throughout the country. It was in 1880 that the founder, Tom Foster, saw a small ad in a paper in a little mining town that gave him the idea of selling educational courses on mining, by mail. He wondered whether it would work and decided to try. His entire resources amounted to $100, but he spent that to find out whether the public would seek education by mail. His mail-order university now has more students than any other educational institution. He sells courses on more than 400 subjects and employs 3,000 people to handle the large volume of correspondence. They say that curiosity killed a cat, but it has certainly started many fortunes. The instinct of curiosity will impel you to look about you and determine what the world needs that you might supply. You can then prepare yourself with suitable knowledge, and soon you will be able to supply that need. In this way, you will gradually begin to achieve financial security. It was this instinct of curiosity that led Richard N. Harris to discover the famous Tony Home Permanent Wave Kit, which he later sold for $20 million. He noted that American women spend more than $500 million yearly at beauty shops and on beauty supplies. He then spent several years studying beauty culture. At the end of that time, he evolved the formula that was to make him his fortune. Your own future financial security undoubtedly lies in your present environment, if you can develop enough curiosity to investigate and find it. It takes time, patience, and hard work to uncover the particular field in which you may best express your gifts and talents. Keep looking around until you find it. How to use the instinct of contrivance. To contrive is to make, plan, or plot, to invent, design, and project ideas. A person who develops this instinct can take the trees from a forest and build his own home. I know a man who wanted his own home but did not have the money with which to build it. He owned a lot in Sunland, California. This man used the natural instinct of contrivance. He learned how to make adobe bricks out of the clay on his own land. He set to work doing this in his spare time, having his wife and friends help him. In a few weeks' time, he had enough bricks to build a home. He soon had completed a comfortable 5-room house. If this man had waited until he had enough money to buy or build his own home, he might never have had it. Contrivance may give you the bricks to build your future. You should use this instinct for building or constructing things. A woman expresses this instinct by being a good homemaker. A man expresses it by inventing machinery and learning how to use it to build anything from skyscrapers to bridges. In nature, birds use this instinct to fashion their nests. Spiders use it to spin complicated webs, as the bee makes a perfect cell to store its honey, as the beaver, even in captivity, constructs a dam. Harness this instinct of contrivance to create greater prosperity. You should have a deep desire to create a beautiful home of your own, a rewarding business, a successful marriage, and a happy family. When you apply this instinct, you will find that the means to achieve your goal will be given to you in as mysterious a manner as the spider, the bee, and the bird know how to create their home. Every day, think about creating new situations, forming new plans, and discovering methods for bringing about changes in your finances or other circumstances of your life. Mentally dwell on the images of the things you wish to create. Each day, spend some time planning a new course of action for the future. Visualize yourself making more money. Think up methods of making the money you now have go further. Here is how one woman used her skill at contriving to create financial security. One day I was driving down Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood when I saw a familiar figure of a woman standing on the corner waiting for a bus. I recognized her as a famous ex-movie star of the silent days. I had met her some years before, so I offered her a lift. She climbed into the car, a grateful smile on her still beautiful face. We chatted about her former glory as we sped down the boulevard. She was rather bitter about the fact that the industry had treated her shabbily. "Imagine," she said, "after I devoted all those years to pictures, they refused to give me work. Now that I'm old and have no box office appeal, they have discarded me." I agreed that it was unfortunate, then invited her to my office the next day to give her some advice on her problems. As she sat across from me at my desk the following day, her face was clouded with anxiety. Her first words showed what a disturbed state of mind she was in. "When you first knew me," she said, "I had $2 million. Now I'm broke and can't get work. I'm that most despised of all Hollywood creatures, a has-been." I remembered the beautiful home she had owned in Beverly Hills. The gold-plated doorknobs and bathroom fixtures, the limousines, servants, swimming pool, and all the other things that go with movie success. She had married 2 unscrupulous husbands who had taken a great deal of her money. The stock market crash took the rest. The story was a typical Hollywood tale of rags to riches and back again to rags. I asked, Why don't you stop thinking about the past and its glories? The future is still yours. Forget you were a movie star. Begin to think realistically of solving your present financial problems. We sat for about half an hour, discussing various ways by which she might improve her situation. She considered giving acting lessons to beginning students, becoming a hostess in a famous beauty salon such as Westmore's, selling a cosmetic line, giving demonstrations, or trying to present commercial spots on television. As we talked, she took out a jewel-encrusted compact and began to powder her face. I said, "What a charming compact. Do you like it?" There was pride in her voice. "I made it myself. I can no longer afford the gold compacts I had when I was a star, so I make my own. I make up lipsticks, jewel cases, and compacts, and at Christmas give them to the few friends I have left." I said, "It's pretty enough to be a marketable commodity." Then an idea came to me, and I said, "Why don't you make up a few of these items and try to distribute them to the better department stores and cosmetic shops in the city?" "Why, I never thought of that," she said. "I love making them. Yes, that's a good idea. I think I'll try it." Several weeks later, I passed a department store on Wilshire Boulevard and saw in the window several jewel boxes and compacts that had a familiar look. They were beautiful, with designs of bright-colored stones, pearls, and rhinestones on the surfaces and sides. I went in and asked the salesgirl to show me one of them. I turned it over, admiring the beautiful workmanship, and there on the bottom was the signature of the famous ex-movie star. That movie star no longer need place an X before her name. She has become the proud originator and designer of a stunning new line of compacts, jewel cases, lipsticks, and other objects for Milady's dressing room table. She later obtained financial backing from a wealthy man, and in time had a small factory with 12 employees to turn out her beautiful original products. She found a way to achieve financial security by using the instinct of contrivance. There are other ways by which you may achieve greater prosperity and financial security. One of the most important of all is, have a high purpose for wanting to achieve financial security. Just as a great symphony has a dominant theme running through it, so too, there should be a theme that runs through your entire life. You must have some high purpose for wanting to achieve greater prosperity. Having an unselfish purpose gives you drive and direction. It causes you to set before yourself valid objects and conditions to be attained. The higher and more unselfish your purpose for wanting a fortune, the better your chances of attaining your goal in life. In New York University's Hall of Fame, there stand busts of 83 famous men and women. They are all people who have served humanity unselfishly. Among them are statesmen, authors, editors, artists, presidents of universities and colleges, lawyers, public officials, historians, judges, professors, all men and women of distinction from every state of the Union. These men and women are great because they gave something of value to the world, with little selfish thought of achieving fame, fortune, or personal benefits. Many of them achieved wealth as a byproduct of their creative efforts, but the attainment of a fortune was not the main purpose of their lives. For what purpose do you desire greater prosperity? If you wish will know to help your family, educate your children, build your own home, these are all unselfish and worthwhile objectives, and why you doubt achieve them. If, on the other hand, you wish to attain fame and fortune for your own ego gratification, your chances of achieving lasting success are not so great. High and unselfish purposefulness gives you energy and drive. It gives you a reason for living and encourages you to attain your goal. Your life should reflect the ideals that gave purpose to the men in the Hall of Fame and to thousands of others, and brought them success and world recognition. You should have a desire to uplift struggling humanity to lofty realms, to inspire those who are weak and discouraged, to beautify the world in which you live, to refine and idealize each person or situation that crosses your path in life. Such a purpose will become the magnificent obsession of your life, the theme that runs through your life like a golden thread in a beautiful tapestry. When you discover this unselfish purpose, it will make of your life something more than a mere animal existence of working, eating, drinking, and sleeping. It will elevate your mind and spirit into the domain of the magnificent and divine. Some of the greatest works in history have been accomplished by men and women who had a love of humanity and wanted to serve mankind. This includes those who are struggling to heal humanity, such as nurses and social workers who help incapacitated veterans, the blind, handicapped, and orphaned. They serve without fame or thought of reward. If you have such unselfish purposefulness back of your life and work to achieve your goal, you will be successful. Monetary success is not everything in life. There are other rewards which bring you greater satisfaction. In considering love of humanity as a dominant purpose in life, let us not forget that mothers come under this classification. It is often impossible for women who have families to go out into the world and attain fame and fortune. Their lives are by no means failures because of this lack. No one has as yet paid proper tribute to the role of the devoted mother, to the influence of her love and care, her uncomplaining sacrifice and constant trial in creating the character and the career of her sons, who are our heroes. Be willing to make sacrifices to achieve the prosperity you desire. Many people could achieve financial security with what they spend in a lifetime on useless pursuits. They drink too much or smoke excessively. The funds for these excesses could be diverted into a business enterprise that might win them financial security. Others gamble away enough money in a lifetime to buy a comfortable annuity for old age. If you wish to achieve greater prosperity, you can often do so by making a few sensible sacrifices in your everyday living. You can see fewer movies and plays. You can avoid buying lottery tickets in the sweepstakes or going on too many expensive and unnecessary trips. I know some people who have to buy a new car every year, who must own the latest television set, refrigerator, or washing machine. They are constantly paying out money for carrying charges and interest on these new items, when the ones they have would give them good service for several more years. Some persons think they have to attend every World Series game or prize fight. Others want to go to expensive nightclubs. They complain, "If you can't have these things, what's the use of living?" They do not realize that they can more fully enjoy life later by making a few sacrifices now. Learn how to enjoy the simpler pleasures instead of so many artificial ones that cost more than you can afford. What hast thou in thine house? The Bible asks, "What hast thou in thine house?" You might ask yourself this question when you are considering ways of increasing your prosperity and achieving financial security. You must begin today with whatever gifts and talents you possess. By a process of perfecting, evolving, and advancing those talents you have, you will soon be in a position to achieve greater success. Sidney Smith wrote, "Whatever you are by nature, keep to it. Never desert your line of talent. Be what nature intended you for, and you will succeed." This is a good rule to follow in achieving success. You alone know what you are really best suited to be in life. Search your mind carefully and see what particular talents you have, what you feel you are best suited to do, what you like the most. When you let others confuse you by their advice and suggestions, you are apt to be diverted from your true goal in life. How can you tell what it is that nature intended you to be? Find out what it is that you like to do better than anything else in the world in the way of creative work. Then try to get into that field as quickly as possible. Mrs. SM once came to me to find out how she could secure some extra income. Her husband had left a little insurance when he died, not sufficient to meet all her needs. When she told me her problem, the first thing I asked her was, "Tell me what it is that you like to do more than anything else in the world." Without hesitation, she replied, "I love to cook and bake. I'm happiest when I'm in my kitchen baking pies and cakes and preparing meals for my friends and family." The moment I found this out, I said to her, "Take part of your insurance money and open a small bakery in the neighborhood where you live. The people who have enjoyed your baked goods will be your best advertisement. They will patronize you and send you all the customers you need." She followed this advice and within 6 months' time had thriving business. In addition to serving the local community, she soon had a truck delivering her homemade baked goods to grocery stores and restaurants in outlying communities. This woman achieved financial security through discovering a method by which she could utilize the talents she possessed. The following points will help you to achieve greater prosperity. Find out your true heart's desire, then never stop aiming all your efforts in that direction. Utilize the constructive power of your imagination to help you devise new ways for achieving financial security and greater success. Visualize yourself in the work you would like to do. This helps you obtain a concrete picture of what you are trying to attain. Concentrate all the powers of your mind and all your energies in the direction of the success you desire. Remember that directed energy is more effective than scattered energy. Learn to enjoy your work, or find work that you can enjoy. This gives you more inspiration toward attaining your goal. Have a desire to share your gifts and talents with the world, for unselfish purpose will give you a stronger motivation for attaining your goal. Build your knowledge by studying and preparing yourself for the success you desire. Adopt a positive attitude toward success. Your mental attitude will largely determine whether your life is a failure or a success. Use your time wisely, for time is money. Wasted time and energy can never be regained. You have 24 golden hours a day to spend. Spend 8 of these for work, 8 for sleep, and 8 on a constructive program of study, relaxation, enjoyment, and progress. Have respect for money. Use it wisely. Do not expect to get something for nothing in life, but give full measure for everything you receive. Use your money to make more money and to work for you. Most fortunes were built by working not for someone else, but for oneself. Go into some business for which you are prepared and stay with it. Live within your income. By decreasing your desires, you can make your money go further, instead of increasing your desires so that you must make more money. In striving to achieve financial security, do not neglect the mental and spiritual values of life. You can be happy with very little, but if your mind is torn with conflict, with feelings of guilt, all the money in the world will not make you happy. Chapter 5. Social Success: The Art of Making Friends. Your personal and social success very largely depends on the friendships you make. It is difficult to imagine any worthwhile achievement, whether personal, social, economic, or emotional, that does not depend on relationships with other people. These relationships can be good or bad, depending on the type of people you attract. Your future destiny will depend on the kind of people you have as friends. There are certain rules and codes of ethics which govern human relationships. Try to build your social and personal life according to these rules. One of the first of these rules for achieving social success and making friends is learn to like people. Many people try to win friends and social popularity when they actually dislike people. You cannot fool the world. People sense when you are not sincere. Try to cultivate a genuine liking for people. Make it a point to see their good side, to trust them, to be more forgiving of their weaknesses. You can cultivate this liking of people by spending more time with them, by going to dances, parties, and other social events. Build a bond with other people. Nothing wins friends more surely than cultivating common interests. The qualities that win friends are courtesy, kindness, consideration, sympathy, and understanding. Make it a point to cultivate these qualities, for they will radiate to others, who will respond with equal warmth. Cultivate a sincere personality. Sincerity is a quality that you must cultivate if you wish to win friends and social popularity. When you praise someone, be sure you really mean it. Avoid saying things that you do not mean. You can look at a woman's hat and actually dislike it. It would be insincere for you to rave about the hat and pretend that it is beautiful. However, you may sincerely admire the way it is made, or its unusual styling. Then you can remark quite sincerely, "What an interesting and unusual hat." Any woman will naturally take this as a complimentary remark, for she would not have bought it if she had not thought it smart. You can generally find something genuinely interesting in everyone you meet, and learn to say something pleasant, which you really mean. Sincerity can be cultivated by just being yourself, without affectation, or posing as something other than you are. People sense pretense, and they resent it. One of the most important principles in the psychology of winning friends and being socially popular is to be yourself at all times. I remember that one night at a party I gave for Lady Thelma Furness and her twin sister, Mrs. Reginald Vanderbilt, I observed a young lady that everyone seemed to like very much. She was the young daughter of Joseph Kennedy, former ambassador to the court of St. James, E.S. She was so natural, with her spontaneous laughter and her courteous, attentive attitude, that people flocked around her. Peter Lawford, the handsome young movie star who was also our guest, asked me, "Who is that charming girl?" I introduced Peter to Patricia Kennedy. A short time later, they were married. Peter told me that it was Pat's sincerity that had charmed him. Remember, be yourself at all costs. You cannot fool people by pretending to be something you are not. You will attract those persons that are on your level of consciousness. Those who are below you will not want to attract. Those that are above you will respect you, although they may not become your close friends. There is a saying, water seeks its level. This also applies to the attraction of friends. You will attract people who are on the same level of consciousness as yourself. If you want to attract people on a higher level, you must work to perfect yourself and evolve your mind and your personality to the level you wish to attract. Try to be worthy of friends who are on a high plane of consciousness. You may aspire to friendships with those of a higher social stratum than yourself for the purpose of elevating yourself in society or promoting yourself in a business way. It will take time and patience to elevate yourself to these higher levels, for people are properly suspicious of social climbers. If you want to make friends in higher circles, work to build your social consciousness. Cultivate your mind, polish your manners, improve your grammar, diction, and enunciation. Be immaculate in your personal grooming and try to make yourself worthy of their friendship. Money may often help one to attain a higher social position, but unless one has some true quality, money does not long help one maintain such friends. Being sincere and true to yourself will help you win and keep friends. Shakespeare said, "This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man." People who pretend to be something they are not seldom make lasting friendships. People sense sham and resent it. Cultivate charm, sincerity, and a genuine liking for people. One of the surest ways to make friends is by being interested in them and what they say and do. You may notice when to a person that his eyes rove about the room as you talk to you or introduced him. He shows no interest in you and does not even seem to be listening to what you say. You instinctively dislike such a person and consider him rude. Lack of interest in the other person and what he is saying will cause that person to have no interest in you. If you are really anxious to win friends, concentrate your mind on what they are saying. Show your interest in them with suitable facial reactions. Make comments from time to time to show that you grasp the meaning of what they say. Be alert and attentive and give the right answers when they ask you questions. A famous hostess once said that most people at social gatherings pay little or no attention to what others are saying. To prove this, she tried a simple experiment. At a tea party one day, she passed a plate of iced cakes to a group of chattering ladies as she said, "Do try these little cookies. I baked them myself. The pink ones are made with strychnine and the others are made with Paris green." One of the ladies reached for a cake and went right on chatting amiably as she replied, "Oh, really? They look delicious. You must give me your recipe sometime." To be socially successful, show an interest in the person to whom you are talking. Do not let your eyes roam about the room, for it is an insult to the person you are conversing with. If you are not interested in the conversation, it is a simple thing to excuse yourself and leave. While you stay, listen, and respond. The next point for attracting friends and winning social popularity is build the other person's ego and sense of importance. It is a psychological fact that everyone has an ego that demands recognition. This deep desire to be noticed, to feel important, and to be admired is in every person, no matter how it may seem submerged. People all want attention. They want acceptance in the eyes of others. They are lonely for a warm smile, a friendly hand clasp, a kind word. Once you absorb this important psychological fact about people, you have a key to all social success. If you can furnish the other fellow's ego with this necessary mental and emotional food, you will have more friends than you can count. Anything you do to build a man's sense of importance will raise you in his estimation. If you make others feel important, they will in turn attach importance to you. If you deflate the other person's ego, he will feel uneasy in your presence and instinctively dislike you. You become a threat to his happiness, to his existence. The primitive instinct, or id, as it is known in psychology, becomes infuriated, and the person subconsciously wants to destroy you. When you violate the ego of any person, you make a dangerous potential enemy. I know a very wealthy woman who was trying to get into society and was snubbed by one of the leading hostesses. She vowed revenge on this woman. She spent thousands of dollars to give bigger parties than the other hostess. She spread rumors and gossip about her. She even had mimeographed letters put into the cars of people attending this other woman's parties, letters that attacked her character with false stories. She was miserable when there were items in the social columns about the other woman. Here is a clear case of a deadly enemy created by the other woman's unnecessary snubbing of the social climber. Even when you have to turn someone down, do it with a smile and a pleasant remark. Most people suffer from feelings of inferiority. They want to be reassured that they are desirable and likable. If you can raise the sense of importance in a person, you will have a key to his innermost heart. How can you build the other person's ego? By talking about his accomplishments, his gifts and talents, his charm and personality. Such praise must be sincere, otherwise it will sound false. Find something that is unusual about the person, then tell him how you appreciate that particular quality. Once at a luncheon, I met the famous author Rupert Hughes. I had long admired him and his work. At the time, I was quite young and just beginning my career. I needed important friends, as any struggling young person does. Rupert Hughes wore a hearing aid. It was difficult for most people to converse with him, as they had to talk unusually loud. Many people did not like to make this extra effort and avoided Hughes on that account. I made it a point to speak loudly and distinctly when I talked to him. He could hear me perfectly and remarked, "It's good to talk to someone who doesn't mumble." I told him how much I admired his work, and that I had read almost everything he had written. As he was a current favorite in the literary world, this was true, and I could say I liked his writing with sincerity. I discussed some of his stories with him, and we sat in a quiet corner and talked for at least an hour. Before I left the party, Hughes asked me to have lunch with him the next day at the Brown Derby, where we continued our conversation about many subjects. I was interested in writing at that time, and this friendly, kind man gave me many valuable pointers. Naturally, I met some of his friends in the literary world, which proved most helpful to my own career. Thus, my contact with Hughes helped me achieve publication of articles in some of the leading magazines. To win friends and attain social success, psychologists say that the most interesting word in the world for any person to hear is the word you. Avoid using the word as much as possible. Naturally, you would like to have the other person talk about you and your interests. At times, social reciprocity becomes a tug of war between two egos to determine which shall dominate the conversation and turn the interest to himself. Make it a point to talk about the other person if you wish to win his immediate interest. Ask him about his wife, his home, his car, his children, his work. If you must bring yourself into the conversation, there is no better way to do it than to tell him how much you enjoy him, his wife, his children, and his home. People all hate egotists, that is, those who insist the conversation and attention revolve entirely about them. Few people, however, object to being the center of attention and interest. In other words, most people enjoy being egotistical, but do not like others to be so. Knowing this trait in human nature, you should carefully avoid talking about yourself, but let the other person talk about himself. I recall one day I was at a Sunday brunch in the Beverly Hills home of a famous movie star. She sat for fully half an hour talking about herself, her latest movie, her tax difficulties, her romances, her broken marriages. Suddenly she stopped and said, "Goodness, I've been doing all the talking. Now that's enough about little old me. Let's talk about you for a change. How did you like my latest picture?" Quite different was one of the most charming of the Hollywood stars I ever met, Greer Carson. She had the art of conversation down to a science. She had wit, charm, and the ability to make a person feel important in his own right. I have seen Greer Carson at the studios working. She treats every person, from prop men to high executives, with the same courteous and considerate behavior. They all adore her. I remember one night that I attended an international party at the home of Queen Nasli of Egypt, when Greer Garson was present. At the dinner table, she kept the conversational ball rolling merrily from one interesting subject to another. I never once heard her talk about herself or her career, except for brief answers when asked specific questions about herself. There are times when a person does not want anyone to pry into his personal life. At such times, you should exercise diplomacy and tact. At a small dinner party on another night, I met Greta Garbo, who has been publicized as aloof, unfriendly, and silent. I talked to Miss Garbo for some time and found her most friendly and charming. She showed a great deal of interest in everyone present and did not once talk about herself or her work. In such a case, it would be wrong to pry into her personal life or try to make her talk about herself. It might even be necessary for you to talk about yourself, especially if the person insists that you tell about your own interests and activities. Here are a few other fine points in the art of winning friends and attaining social success. When you meet people, never depreciate them, their background, their accomplishments, their conduct, their educational standards. It is difficult for a person to take criticism from a stranger. Avoid flaunting your possessions and your accomplishments before others. People are inclined to be envious and resentful of what others have, especially if they do not have these things themselves. Modesty is the best policy. People dislike show-offs and braggarts. If you have some special virtue or have accomplished something unusual, let people find out about it instead of blowing your own horn. You'll be amazed how quickly people learn of your achievements. Be unselfish in your attitude toward others. An outpouring of interest and friendliness is usually appreciated by people, for they are so used to a cold, inhospitable world that they will be won by your natural warmth and affection. Be willing to share your smiles, your time, and your gifts with others, and soon they will seek you out. Have faith in people and look for the good points they possess, instead of looking for their weaknesses and imperfections. Someone has said of friendship, "We cannot expect the deepest friendship unless we are willing to pay the price, a self-sacrificing love." If you make love felt in your friendships with others, they will respond with love. People are eager to be friends, but friendship must be reciprocal. Avoid inflicting your moods, problems, and burdens on your friends. A good friend may welcome a chance to befriend you in time of need, but do not strain your friendship too much by asking for money or other aid. Be especially careful of lending money to your friends, for this often wears friendship thin. Shakespeare's admonition is a good one. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. Try to be independent of your friends, and you will keep them much longer than if you turn to them constantly for financial assistance. In cases of extreme emergency or where you have lifelong friends, this rule need not apply so rigidly as it does in cases of newly formed friends or acquaintances. Learn the great value of a smiling, happy face if you wish to make friends and achieve social popularity. People like to see a bright, happy, smiling person. They do not like people who are perpetually burdened with problems. Most people have enough worries of their own without borrowing yours. Learn not to put your clouds in other people's bright skies. Do not try to outsmart others by knowing all the answers when they talk. Do not say, "Oh, I know that," or "I've heard that joke before, it goes like this." It deflates the other person's ego to have his stories ruined, and to be told that what he is about to say is unimportant or uninteresting. Try to help others in any way you can. You will find that they will respond with kindness and consideration. Sometimes this attitude pays rich dividends in other ways than friendship. One day, an elderly woman came into a large department store in Philadelphia to get out of the rain. She was soaked through and she had no umbrella. She said, "I've just come in to get out of the rain. I don't want to buy anything." The clerk said with a smile, "That's quite all right. Let me show you around the store. It's rather slow today on account of the rain, and I'll be happy to show you about." He spent half an hour chatting with the old lady. When the rain had stopped, she thanked him and asked, "Would you be good enough to give me your name?" The clerk told her his name, and she left the store. He forgot about her and went on with his work. A few days later, a letter arrived that said, "Recently, my mother was in your store and you showed her great kindness and courtesy. She told me about it, and I would like to make you a business offer. I am looking for a man to go to Europe to buy furnishings for my castle in Scotland. I think you will be the right person. If you will come into my office tomorrow at 10, we can make all necessary arrangements." The letter was signed Andrew Carnegie. That one act of kindness changed the life of the department store clerk. He went on his purchasing mission and made a success of it. From that, he went to other big, important jobs and made his fortune. Acquire social graces by learning how to dance. Psychologists have observed that people who like social dancing have more self-reliant and balanced personalities than those who are retiring and do not like to dance. Social dancing develops a strong personality and makes one fluent in social conversation and more likable. Dancing brings people together in an atmosphere of conviviality and wholesome good fellowship. It lowers the barriers between people, and with soft light, cheerful music, and pleasant surroundings, people tend to become more congenial and friendly. The Arthur Murray Dance Studios have done a great deal for the alleviation of human suffering because of loneliness and unhappiness. At their studios, thousands of lonely, unhappy people have learned the art of dancing. They learn more than dancing. They automatically acquire the social graces that will make them more popular. They become more acceptable in the social unit as adaptable, well-functioning, attractive human beings. The Murrays themselves know the psychological importance of being good dancers. They have seen shy, reticent men and women come into their studios and after taking a course in ballroom dancing become poised, confident, and well-balanced personalities. Dancing gives one grace, good posture, and a feeling of well-being and accomplishment. Making friends and having an active social life are important for more reasons than just having a good time in the company of people one likes. Psychologists warn us that it is highly dangerous to the mind and the emotions to be unsociable, to live alone a good deal. Such people often have nervous breakdowns and are mentally inefficient. People who shut themselves off from others, who avoid dances, parties, innocent games, and the enjoyment of picnics and other events, usually become morbid and depressed. This antisocial attitude is unnatural and leads to personality disintegration. As you grow older, it is important that you keep forming new friendships and expanding your social contacts. You should join social clubs, play games, go to dances, church activities, civic meetings. A great mistake many people make is to restrict their social activities as they grow older, in the mistaken notion that they are too old to engage in them. In a study of the problems of the aged, science has discovered that people who are active mentally and physically remain younger and live longer than those who retire from active life. In old age, we need friends more than when we were young. Such friendships, proved and mellowed over the years, become priceless. Elizabeth Barrett Browning once asked the author Charles Kingsley, "What is the secret of your life? Tell me that I may make mine beautiful too." He replied, "I had a friend." Lucky the man or woman who has many friends. They enrich life and make it more enjoyable. Your social life should expand and grow as you become older, and you should have a definite plan to encompass those extra hours of leisure which come when you are free from the duties of rearing a family or the struggle for financial security. Chapter 6. Achieving Romantic and Marriage Happiness. One of the greatest forces for shaping a happy destiny is the emotion of love. If the power of love is channeled correctly, it can bring you happiness, peace of mind, and fulfillment of your right destiny. Love can be the most constructive force in life. Without love, life loses purpose and meaning. If you follow God's plan, it is natural and right that you should find your perfect mate, marry, and have a family of your own. Through God's great gift of love, man is able to create in his own image and likeness, just as God created man in his spiritual image and likeness. Socrates, the great philosopher, once advised a young man who was doubtful whether he should marry. "By all means marry. If you get a good wife, it will make you happy. If you get a bad wife, it will make you a philosopher. Either lot is good for any man. Every person should seek to have the experience of marriage. It makes for a well-integrated personality to form a family unit, to rear children, and to feel that you are contributing to the preservation of the race, which is one of nature's greatest instincts. There are many people who do not marry, but who dedicate their lives to the service of humanity in religious orders. Such people are still fulfilling the requirements of love on the plane of altruism and service to the world. They practice spiritual love, which is one of its highest manifestations. Such sublimation is difficult for the average person, but if the religious drive is strong enough, it can take the place of procreative love and bring the individual peace of mind and fulfillment. It has been wisely said, "Love is the purification of the heart from self. It strengthens and ennobles the character, gives higher motives and a nobler aim to every action of life, and makes both man and woman strong, noble, and courageous." Unselfish love gives generously of itself and asks no reward except to love. It pays rich dividends. When we deny ourselves love, we become spiritually impoverished. Love has many ramifications, however, which should be fully understood, and all its many facets should be given play. One of the best definitions of love I have ever seen is that given in the Bible in 1 Corinthians 13 by St. Paul. The King James Version uses the word charity, but the original sense of that word, the Latin caritas, is love. It covers every aspect of love beautifully. If you really want to realize love on its highest plane of expression, memorize this entire chapter and keep it ever fresh in your heart. You can write it on a card, post it in a conspicuous place where you see it each day as a reminder of the importance of this finest of all human emotions. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith, so that I could remove mountains and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned and have not love, it profited me nothing. Love suffered long and is kind. Love envied not. Love vaunted not itself, is not puffed up. Doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hoped all things, endured all things. Love never failed, but whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass, darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then I shall know even as also I am known. And now abided faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. This description of ideal love makes clear how short most of us fall of the perfect expression of love on all planes of consciousness. It is a goal worth striving for. It enriches one's life and makes it more worthwhile. Love is an energizing force. The emotion of love creates great energy. This is a scientific fact. Chemicals and valuable hormones are released through the glands under the stimulus of the emotion of love. Some of these chemicals aid digestion. Love releases sugar into the bloodstream. This is stored in the liver for emergencies. Tests taken in the laboratory have shown that people who are consumed with hatred and bitterness, the emotions opposed to love, are generally tired and filled with toxins that slowly poison them. When persons are moved from hate to love, there are amazing changes in the body's chemistry and health. The body has astounding reserves of energy and vitality that are released under the impetus of love. To build mental and physical energy, it is vitally important that you have someone in your life that you love. It can be a close friend, a relative, or your parents. It is even better if you can love someone in a romantic way, for emotional, personal love releases more energy than the love one has for friends and relatives. Love as an inspirational force. Love as an inspirational force has long been known to create miracles in all fields of human endeavor. Thousands of artists, writers, inventors, composers, scientists, and industrialists have been inspired to create something great for the world through the power of love. Chopin composed his most beautiful music under the inspiration of love. Florence Nightingale established nursing as a profession by virtue of her deep love of her fellow men. Taj Mahal was created as a memorial to a beloved woman. If you want more inspiration for your creative efforts, find someone to love. Have a desire to create for them, to help them achieve happiness. It is the inspiring force of love that causes women to work in the home all day, rearing a family, washing, cooking, and cleaning for them with no other reward than love. You can also inspire others to greater creative effort through the power of love. If you give people tangible expression of your love for them, it will help release more energy and vitality in their minds and bodies. A woman who wants her husband to achieve a greater success in business should try inspiring him with her love. Instead of criticizing and berating him because of his failure, she should manifest more love and more confidence in his ability to succeed. This will inspire him to make greater efforts toward success. Love should be the inspiration back of every marriage, for the home is the foundation of civilization. Dr. Will Durant said of the creative and inspiring power of love, "Gladly I surrender myself to nature's imperative of love and parentage, trusting to her ancient wisdom and knowing, as Dante learned when he entered paradise, in her will and service is our peace." You can tap this inspirational fount of love by falling in love and marrying early in life. It is wise to have a family as soon as possible, for nothing inspires a man or woman so much as having the love and comfort of a beautiful family. It can make the many disappointments and tragedies of life. It gives one a purpose for living which is above and beyond mere personal interest. I know of a woman who married early in life and had 10 children. She was asked the secret of her happiness and serenity. She said, "When I married, I made a pact with God. I told him I would serve him all my life if he would send me a large family and take over all my worries and fears." She said that this formula had worked miracles for her. Her children were born without effort. Their needs were all met through the years. She lived in the magic circle of love, and it transformed and gave a glow to all her life. Nothing will inspire you to success so much as having a family to rear. The inspiration of love will spur you on to greater effort and higher achievement. It is this force of love that will cause a woman to fight like a tiger to protect her young, and which will cause a mother to run into a burning building to save her child. It is this embracing love on which all the other virtues are built. Love as a rejuvenating force. There is no such thing as crippling age for those who love. The emotion of love is a rejuvenating force that puts eternal spring in the heart and soul. People who do not love others show the effects of age quicker than those who feel this stimulating emotion. The loveless become withered on the vine of life. True love is like the springtime. It causes the rejuvenating sap of life to flow more strongly. Lives that are dedicated to unselfish love never know winter's chilling blast, for they carry the blossoms of spring forever in their hearts. Lavish your outgiving love on other people, not just your intimate family. You can express this emotion to your friends. You can love the world, love your country, love God. Each of these expressions of love gives added power and youthful force. I know an elderly lady whose husband had died. She seemed to have lost the purpose of her life. She told me she no longer wanted to live. I told her that she must now begin to live so to love the world, to associate herself with some cause where she could give of her love to humanity. She soon became active in work for a foundling home, and in giving out love to these little ones, she became rejuvenated herself. She had found a purpose for living which substituted for the love of her lost husband. Love as a healing agent. True love is a healing, potent power. Science has proved that love stirs the chemicals of the body in such a way that the heartbeat is quickened and the circulation of the blood is increased. In laboratory experiments, people have been tested while thinking of some person they loved. Measurements were then taken of the blood pressure, pulse, and metabolic rate, and it was found all of these were most favorably affected by thoughts of love. It is natural that love should be a healing and creative agent. From the procreative impulse of love springs the greatest miracle, the new life. What greater proof do we need than this creative power of love? If it can create new life, it can surely conserve and intensify the life spark. Urge. We have also recently found out that sick people who have no incentive of love for which to live have a subconscious to die. Many such sick persons, when given an incentive of someone to love and live for, began to recover miraculously. A man of 50 was in a deep coma and was expected to die at any moment. He came out of the coma for a few moments, and the attending doctor, who knew something of the stimulating power of love, told this man that if he died, his son would never have an opportunity of obtaining a college education. "You must live," the doctor told him. "Your son must not be permitted to go through life struggling and without an education as you did." This powerful emotional appeal did something to that man that was to astound the doctors. He made an amazing recovery and lived for a period of 10 years, long enough to see his son through college and successful. You may add years to your life by loving some person for whom you wish to live. Love as a beautifying agent. I have seen many weddings in my life, and I do not recall ever seeing an ugly bride. Love is one of the most beautifying of all emotions. It makes a woman more beautiful and gives a dignity and character even to men who are not good-looking. A person who radiates spiritual love for others glows with a luminous quality of the soul that creates its special beauty. Your love should not be personal only. It should embrace all humanity. When you have reared a family and they are grown up and have children of their own, you can still express the creative miracle of love. You can work for some great cause, such as world peace, diverting the energy of your mind and body into constructive channels for the good of humanity. Never stop loving, no matter how old you are, for love has miraculous power when it is elevated to altruistic spiritual heights. Love is the fulfilling of the law, we are told in the Bible. God is love. Perfect love casted out fear. These are descriptions of love when it is elevated to the spiritual realm. It is this type of love for which man searches throughout eternity and which culminates in the soul's finding of God. One of the most beautiful examples of love that I have heard of in modern times was that of Mr. and Mrs. Isidore Straus when the Titanic sank. Mrs. Straus was urged to get into a lifeboat with the other women. She refused to do so. She stayed on the deck, put her arms around her husband, and said, "We have been together and loved each other for 35 years. Where you go, I go." They both went down into the cold waters of the Atlantic to their deaths. This type of sacrificial love lends spiritual beauty to the soul and adorns man with a mantle of dignity and immortality. There is a timelessness about spiritual love that extends into eternity. Choosing your right mate for marriage. Your romantic plan should be made early in life with a decision as to the type of person you want to marry. You have the power of choice in this matter, just as you do in shaping the other elements of your destiny. You can create a happy marriage or an unhappy one, depending on the way you exercise this power of choice. Here are a few things for women to consider, things important to men who choose their marriage partner. Most men like women who dress well but not expensively, who have a good style sense and wear clothes well. They like their wives to have good figures on the slender side, but more important, they want them to have cheerful dispositions and happy, smiling faces. A beautiful smile will tend to make any woman more attractive. A frown will distort the features of even a beautiful woman. It is erroneous to suppose that men search only for beautiful women for marriage partners. They search for an inner beauty, a type of beauty that wells from an adjusted mind, a happy disposition, a tranquil soul. A woman with these qualities need never fear the competition of a woman who is merely beautiful in face and form, but who does not have this deeper spiritual beauty of the soul. It is important to know the things that men and women dislike in each other. Men dislike women who are slovenly in dress and appearance, with unkempt hair and disorderly clothes. They do not like women who nag and criticize without apparent reason. They dislike women who are jealous and possessive and do not allow their husbands fair freedom of choice in their friends. They also dislike women who are untidy housekeepers. Here are the qualities that a woman dislikes in a man: selfishness, lack of consideration, never telling her he loves her, failing to remember the little things that are important to every woman, such as her birthday, her wedding anniversary, and other special occasions when she would like to receive a token of remembrance. Women are not too much concerned about the bigger issues of financial security. If they really love a man, they will make any sacrifices in order to have the more important security of love. A woman planning a future marriage might do well to consider the type of job where she is most likely to attract a husband. The following list has been compiled from a scientific research in this field. These jobs, in order of preference, are 1. Secretary, 2. Actress or dramatic worker, 3. Bookkeeper, 4. Stenographer, 5. Journalist, 6. Saleswoman, 7. Hostess, 8. Buyer, 9. Nurse, 10. Lawyer, 11. Teacher, 12. Dietitian, 13. Librarian, 14. Social worker, 15. Physician. A woman can tremendously increase her chances for obtaining a marriage partner by selecting a type of work where she is thrown into close contact with eligible males. There is no need for any woman to be without love and marriage happiness. The erroneous concept that, since men have been killed off in wars, there are not enough husbands to go around is nonsense. Statistics show that there are 3,700,000 more single males of marrying age than females in the United States. The larger number of single women are widows and divorcees beyond marrying age. Any woman who wants a husband can obtain one. The qualities to look for in choosing a mate. 1. You should choose a mate who has the same mental resources as yourself. That is, you should like the same things, have the same interests, ambitions, and desires. You should both want to settle down in your own home, rear a family, and want the same type of friends. Without this harmony of aims and goals, you are apt to feel ill at ease and uncomfortable without knowing why. 2. There should be the same educational background for you and your future mate. It has been found that people who marry someone beneath them intellectually generally do not achieve a marriage's successful marriage. There are many cases where college graduates married mates who were inferior to them and the ER ended in failure. Then, I have seen instances where men who had college educations married girls who had gone to high school but who had a willingness to learn and evolve mentally, and these marriages have been highly successful. Dissimilar educational backgrounds can be overcome, but this takes a great deal of work on the part of the person who has not had sufficient education to match the intellectual capacity of the mate, and a great deal of understanding and help on the part of the other. 3. For happiness in marriage, it is important that both persons come from similar social backgrounds. If a girl comes from a small town and the boy from a large city, the small-town girl tends to repeat the patterns she has been used to in her early life. She will be inclined to cling to a small circle of friends and live in an atmosphere of intimacy and familiarity that is distasteful to the person brought up in the cold, matter-of-fact, changing atmosphere of a large city. It is difficult for two such persons to reconcile their differences. The small-town person is apt to care more about what people think and say, whereas the person brought up in the impersonal atmosphere of a large city does not care so much about the opinions of others. 4. You should both enjoy doing the same things together if you want a truly happy marriage. If your mate likes to play cards and you do not, one of you is going to have to change, or there will be many disagreeable moments. If one enjoys going to parties, dances, and social events, and the other dislikes such activities, it means a radical changeover for one of the partners. People do not like to change their habit patterns, so be sure that you select a mate who likes the same things you do. If he likes boating, ice skating, or other sports, try to enjoy them with him. If your friend likes to travel, you can either cultivate a taste for it or choose another person for the future marriage partner. 5. For true happiness in marriage, choose a mate who is broad-minded and tolerant. There are many faults that you are going to have to overlook in the marriage partner. After marriage, you are apt to discover that your mate has many traits that you dislike. It is good to find out about these before marriage if possible, but under the romantic aura of love, these unpleasant characteristics are apt to be ignored or glossed over. Once a young couple had just returned from their honeymoon. They were having their first breakfast together in their new home. The toast was burned, the soft-boiled eggs were hard, and the coffee was bitter. The husband looked at his wife critically and said, "Now that we're married, dear, I would like to point out some of your defects." The wife stopped him with a sweet smile and said, "You needn't bother, darling. It's those defects that kept me from getting a better husband than you are." You must be willing to put up with your mate's faults, rather than to try to correct them. It is most difficult to change a person after marriage. A man who drinks, gambles, or runs around with other women is hardly apt to change his habit patterns when he marries. This psychological fact is well established. It is futile to marry a person in the hope that you will reform him after marriage. You must learn to love him enough to overlook his faults or not marry him in the first place. 6. It has been found that people who have the same religious faith are happier in marriage than those of different faiths. There are many exceptions to this rule, but the difficulties in rearing the children are so great that one should weigh the matter most carefully before taking the risk. 7. Divorce courts are filled with men and women who broke up for no other reason than financial problems. These often make the first chink in the armor of love. Irritation over money matters often leads to more serious disagreements. Those involved may think the break is because of other causes, but it can generally be traced back to the early disagreements about money matters. It is wise to try to work out your financial problems before marriage. A husband and wife should each have a separate bank account. They should agree which is to make decisions about spending money for the home. If the wife is to work, they should decide how their separate incomes are to be handled, who is to pay the bills, and what part of the income is to be saved. Many men are unreasonable in asking their wives to depend entirely on their generosity for money to spend on themselves. Most women resent having to go to their husband every time they want to buy some little or personal thing. On the bigger issues, such as buying a home or appliances or a car or investing in stocks, the method of considering and deciding should be agreed on in advance. It has been found that women who have incomes from their own jobs and are not entirely dependent on the husband for support have less successful marriages than those women who make the home their life work. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule. Here is a simple test that will indicate your chances for a happy marriage with the person of your choice. Answer the following questions and then score yourself. 1. Do you desire the same things as your mate does for the future? 2. Do you want a home of your own and a family? 3. Are you willing to settle down? 4. Do you enjoy doing similar things, such as participating in sports, going to concerts and plays? 5. Do you read the same type of books? 6. Do you both have the same type of humor and laugh at the same things together? 7. Do you seek out the same kind of friends? 8. Do you agree on the same general financial plan for the future? 9. Do you like your future in-laws and other relatives? 10. Do you both have the same religious beliefs and backgrounds? If your answers to these 10 questions are yes, you have a good chance of being happy in a future marriage. If you answer yes to only half of them or less, you had better look elsewhere for a more suitable marriage partner. In your romantic and marriage plans for your future, make out a list of the qualities you wish in your mate. This is important, for when you meet people, you will automatically appraise them, and if they do not possess the qualities you desire, you will know that you are on the wrong track. Some of the desirable qualities you might include in such a list are good character, honesty, kindness and consideration, love of children, tolerance and patience, a sense of humor, sympathy, forgiveness and understanding. Plan a campaign to search for the type of mate you desire. Go to places where prospective mates will meet. Join a dancing class, a bridge club, a church organization, where people with similar interests can meet and have activities in common. I know of at least 10 couples that have met and married as a result of coming over a period of several years to my lectures in Carnegie Hall. Love will blossom in any congenial atmosphere where there are people who share common interests. I have known of men and women who met each other in camera clubs, where they shared the hobby of photography. One girl I knew met her future husband in a ceramics class in evening high school in Los Angeles. Another girl met her husband in the art class of the same school. Still another met her husband in a French class. This couple went into similar work later, where they used their knowledge of French to obtain posts in Paris. Before marrying the person of your choice, it is wise to have premarital counseling by some competent doctor, psychologist, or marriage counseling service. It has been found that men and women who sought such counseling have, in almost every instance, remained married. Such counseling is marriage insurance for the future. Winning a mate is one thing, holding him is another. There should be a regular schedule which you follow in your marriage, just as you do in running a home or a business. You should on being together so many hours a day or in the evening when you can build your interests together. Give each other some free time, however, a night or day once a week, where the mate can do anything he wishes. Possessiveness on the part of the husband or wife is dangerous and wrong. It has been found that more women than men are possessive. By giving men their freedom, women will be able to hold them better. If a man wants to wander, all the objections of his wife are not going to stop him. For her to insist he remain with her 24 hours a day would only drive him undercover. Mutual trust and confidence are the only basis upon which to build a secure, happy marriage. If a man wishes to go out hunting or fishing or playing cards with his male friends, it is a wise wife who lets him do so. She should, however, reserve the same freedom for herself. If your husband does not want you along, this does not mean that he no longer loves you. He may feel uncomfortable with his buddies, having to bring his wife when they do not bring theirs. A wise wife will arrange as many social events as possible where husbands and wives can be together. They can enjoy card parties, dances, and the theater with friends. They can join game lodges and social clubs. Then, too, if a wife wants to be resent with her husband when he does have his men friends or an evening, she can do so unobtrusively. There is a saying, when you can't beat them, join them. Invite your husband to have his male friends in for television, card games, and innocent fun in the home, where the men may enjoy themselves, and you can be the official hostess and serve refreshments and keep an eye on the old boy at the same time. 10 things a woman can do to win and hold love. 1. Sincerely praise your husband's efforts and build his masculine ego. Criticism will deflate his ego and cause him to feel inadequate and inferior. Judicious praise and subtle flattery will expand his ego and increase his energy and vitality. It will also implement his desire to be successful and fulfill your faith in him. Show your husband you love him and have absolute confidence in him. Let him know that you have put your future into his hands because you believe he will be a great success. 2. Avoid nagging your husband. Next to financial problems, nagging and criticism lead to most divorces. On questionnaires, men list nagging as the thing they dislike most about women. The same thing, no doubt, goes for wives. You can gain your end in safer and sweeter ways. Remember the saying, you can catch more bees with honey than vinegar. You can win and hold a husband more by sweetness and love than by criticism and nagging. A man is very much like a child. He is quickly won by a woman who makes him feel capable and important. Arguing with him will not change him. In fact, many men become more stubborn if a woman tries to impel them to do things they do not want to do. A person changed against his will is of the same opinion still. Do not try to drive. More subtly, point and praise. 3. Show a smiling, happy expression. A man expects a woman to greet him cheerfully when he comes home from work. This may not always be possible, but practice maintaining a positive attitude and a happy disposition. If problems arise that must be discussed, bring them up in a pleasant manner. You can also practice writing down things that must be discussed, for sometimes in the reading, problems seem less burdensome than in the excitement of talk. You're bright, you should practice inner equanimity, so that every passing dominating try the breeze does not ruffle the feathers of your composure. When husband is disturbed, there is a calming influence in a happy smile. When he is impatient, angry, or passive resistance technique, do not react violently or ably, but wait until his anger has vented itself, and then speak softly and sweetly. You will find that this has a calming effect. Disagree on his mind. 4. Do not inflict in-laws on your husband against his wishes. This, of course, must be a mutual accommodation. If your relatives are dependent upon you, work out a plan whereby they have a room or apartment of their own, preferably under separate roof. Your in-laws can create a severe strain on another. Wise, happy marriage. This is especially true for young people who must themselves make the difficult adjustments of the first years of marriage. When in-laws recognize their right place in their children's lives, they will automatically stay out of the intimate family circle which each young couple must create in absolute privacy. 5. Show an interest in your husband's business affairs, but learn to stay out of his office or his place of business. I once knew a woman whose husband owned a barber shop. His wife spent several hours a day there with him, just watching and listening to the customers. She neglected her work at home and served no useful purpose there. The men who patronized the shop were embarrassed by her presence. They were not relaxed. They could not indulge in usual male talk of men alone. And gradually the customers stopped coming to the shop. Of course, the man blamed his wife for his failure. A wife can best inspire and help a husband in his business by staying at home. She can provide good cooking and a clean, comfortable environment to come home to. She can be a good hostess and enjoy entertaining their mutual friends in their home. She can furnish a sound environment in which to rear their children. No woman need feel she is in competition with her husband. There is a place for her in his life. Women who want a career and a home life can combine both, with judicious care not to confuse the functions of male and female in their relationship with their husbands. Many men feel inferior and inadequate if their wives make bigger salaries or have better jobs. This is one of the principal reasons for so many marriage failures in Hollywood. 6. Let your husband have some personal life of his own. Many men complain that their wives want to know absolutely everything they think and do while away from them. Your husband has a right to his personal life and his own thoughts, just as you have a right to your own personal liberties. Each person in a marriage should remember he is freeborn, and that when he marries, he consciously takes on responsibilities and obligations which he must discharge for the good of his family and society at large. However, marriage should not deprive any person of his own individuality. Marriage brings about a coalescence of two individualities, mentally, physically, and spiritually, for the purpose of race perpetuation. There should be an unselfish and altruistic purpose in marriage, as well as a personal source of gratification. Within this blending of the two human beings, the individual ego requires freedom to express its full creative power. There is a place for both the I am and the we are in marriage. You should be willing to share many things together. That is the main purpose in marriage. The sharing of friends, experiences, love, children, a home. At the same time, marriage should tend to fortify the individuality in the human ego. When two persons marry, they take each other for better or for worse. If it is for better, each of them, through that merging, should grow stronger as an individual. 7. Women should watch their personal appearance carefully after marriage. You won your husband because you made a special effort to look your best and act your best. You can hold his love in the same way. Many women say, "It is difficult to look as if you just stepped out of Harper's Bazaar all the time." Others protest, "Why can't men understand that we can't always look fresh and clean after a hard day's work in the kitchen or cleaning the house?" Husbands can understand this and make allowances for a wife's untidy appearance during such times of hard work. But the modern housewife has many leisure hours, with labor-saving devices such as automatic cookers and dishwashing machines. In these hours of leisure, women should strive to attain personal neatness, clothes consciousness, and the continuing creation of a romantic environment. 8. Try to be responsive in lovemaking. Many husbands complain to marriage counselors that their wives are unresponsive and even frigid in marital relations. The women counter by saying their husbands are poor lovers and lack the warmth and affection which women desire. Both are right, no doubt, for men and women who have had no advice and guidance in marriage relations are poorly equipped to share the joys of true mating in love and marriage. Thousands of women each year complain to counselors and physicians that they do not experience completion in the love act with their husbands. It takes training in the art of making love to overcome these disturbances. Any physician can give advice and guidance in this crucial matter. Many marriages never bring full happiness because both persons do not know how to make love properly. This is an art that must be understood psychologically and biologically before there can be a full sharing of true love in marriage. 9. You can hold your husband's love by being a good cook and housekeeper. Most men are still so old-fashioned that they believe a good wife should be a fine housekeeper and cook. Many women never learn how to cook because they expect someday to afford a maid or cook. However, the majority of women enjoy being good cooks and like to spread a beautiful feast before their hungry men. It might be wise, even if you do not, to make your husband believe that you enjoy cooking and keeping house. You love him enough to want to hold his love, and a good way to a man's heart is still through his stomach. And after a while, you will begin to take real pleasure in these things. Food is the basis of all good health, for your children as well as your husband and yourself. To be a good wife and mother, a woman should know basic facts about foods and their preparation. A simple book on diets and modern scientific knowledge of foods is essential to preparing tasty, well-balanced meals that are nutritious and healthful. Such knowledge will pay rich dividends in future health and happiness. 10. Encourage your husband in his dreams and aspirations, and share those dreams. A husband who is constantly discouraged by his wife most often fails in business. It means a good deal to a man to have the faith of his life companion. Make it a point to encourage your husband. Discuss his plans for your future together. Talk about the dream home you want to build, the family you desire, the retirement you will share, the trips you will take. This causes him to feel that you really love him and look forward to sharing his entire future with him. It gives a greater sense of emotional security when such mutual interests are built into a marriage. 3. Be sympathetic and understanding if things should go wrong, or if your wife should at times prove irritable. Women are different from men physiologically and psychologically, and men should try to understand this difference. Women are often more sensitive than men. On many occasions, they are more sentimental than their husbands. They put more emphasis on love and its daily manifestation. They are more finely attuned to the needs of their children and the home than men, who are apt to be absorbed by outside business interests. Try to be in tune with these special psychological needs of your wife. If there should be misunderstandings or quarrels, don't wait for her to be the first to admit her mistakes. Be man enough to take the blame, even if it hurts your masculine ego. You have married a flesh-and-blood woman who is apt to make mistakes, who will even lose her temper on occasion, just as you are apt to do. Expect these things as a part of daily married life. Do not put your wife on an uncomfortable pedestal and be shocked when she falls off. You must be big enough to forgive her and love her as much as you did before you married. 4. Show appreciation when your wife wears something new or when she cooks a special meal that pleases you. It is heartwarming to a woman to be appreciated by the man she loves. This is one thing that many women complain about in their marriages, the indifference and lack of appreciation of their husbands. Many men neglect to express appreciation of their wife's efforts to please them. If a wife neglects her clothing and appearance, the husband may be quick to call it to her attention. When she makes an effort to please him and wears a new hairstyle or a smart hat or gown, he is sometimes the last one to notice it. Express love and appreciation every day. Find something that you can sincerely praise your wife for and be grateful about. If the house has been neglected in order to take the baby to the doctors, instead of complaining of the untidiness, praise the fact she accomplished so much in helping preserve your baby's health. Many times the tendency to complain and bicker can be transmuted into praise and appreciation simply by stressing the good side of things. 5. Don't take your wife's love for granted. Many women complain to marriage counselors that their husbands take them for granted after marriage. Wives enjoy having their husbands show romantic attentions after marriage, such as petting, kissing, and sentimental expressions that show their deep love. These things may seem trivial to men, but in many divorce cases, the women were more distressed by these oversights than by bigger issues. 6. Say at least once a day the 3 magic words that every woman wants to hear. I love you. Say them, even if you feel self-conscious about it at first. Finally, this will become a daily habit that will make your love a stronger reality. Psychologists say that if a man fails to tell his wife he loves her, he probably does not really love her. Many men go through 10 or 20 years of marriage without saying, I love you. They feel that their actions speak louder than words. But this is not true in love. The fact that a husband is a good provider, a kind father, and a respectable member of the community does not excuse him from this romantic obligation. But say, I love you at different times and occasions, so that it does not sound like an empty formula, but retains the freshness and flavor of your courting days. I know a couple over 70 years old whose lives are still radiant with this fresh sense of mutual love. Love is a very tender and personal thing between a man and a woman. It takes constant attention. Like a tiny seed, it must be planted in the soil of kindness and nourished with the sunshine of smiles, courtesy, and consideration. It must have the rain of tenderness and sympathy to make it grow into a beautiful creation that blesses both parties. 7. Try to avoid being possessive and jealous of your wife. If another man asks her for a dance at a party, do not resent it. Rather feel flattered to think that you had such good taste in choosing a woman who is attractive to other men. If she seems to flirt at times, don't let it disturb you. It is an instinctive trait in most women. Even married women feel a compulsion to keep their husbands on their toes and feel an ego satisfaction in knowing that they are attractive to other men. This sense of their own quality gives an added fervor to their love for their mate. 8. Remember your wife's birthday, her special day, no matter what else you may forget. A woman is especially sensitive about having a husband remember her birthday, their wedding anniversary, and other meaningful days. She likes especially to believe that her husband loves her so much that on her natal day he gives thanks for her having been born. I know one man who every year on his wife's birthday sent a telegram to her mother, thanking her for bringing his wife into the world. This was the most touching thing that this man could have done for his wife, and their marriage was cemented with deeper and more tender bonds of love. Try to remember your wedding anniversary with some special little gift. Flowers, theater tickets, dinner out, or a piece of jewelry. This is an indication that you still rejoice in the happy day that made you husband and wife. Perhaps women feel more tenderly about such sentimental matters, but men can soon acquire this pleasant habit of making more of the things that are important to every woman. 9. Try to be as attentive as possible to your wife, not merely at home, but when you are in public together. Such concerns as helping her with her coat, lighting her cigarette, letting her order first, seating her first at the table, all these are little courtesies that take no effort on your part but mean much to a woman. When you are at parties or dances with your wife, show enough interest to want to dance with her often. Listen to her when she talks to you. Make it a point to laugh at her little jokes. Women love these little attentions at home, but they are especially important in public places. Every woman wants to be proud of her husband's social manners, and it is a matter of deep humiliation to a woman when her husband is inattentive to her in public. 10. Be sympathetic when your wife needs your sympathy and kindness. There are times in a woman's life when she may be confused, bewildered, unhappy. Perhaps it has nothing to do with your conduct. It may be the change of life, or when she is pregnant or not feeling well. It is then that a woman needs her husband's love, sympathy, and support more than at any other time. She needs to be made to feel emotionally secure, to be loved and wanted. Feeling wanted is one of the most important psychological factors in a woman's makeup. Through your sympathy and understanding, show her that you understand her moods and cater to her whims during such crucial periods in her life. In every marriage, spiritual bonds should be built that make the love more sacred and beautiful as the years go on. I often think of Eddie Cantor's wonderful tribute to his wife Ida. When tribute, he once said that everything he ever did in the way of success he owed to his wife's love and guidance. This was a great to give to a woman who sacrificed and loved him throughout the years of failure as well as success. Every man owes a great deal to some woman, either his mother or his wife. He can discharge that obligation by strengthening the spiritual ties between those who love. These bonds should serve to bind two souls together in a soul union that lasts throughout eternity. Planning your future family. It is the fond hope of most husbands and wives that children will be born to them in their marriage. This is one of the basic drives in the human mind. Love is procreative and creative. It includes a desire to share the divine gift of creating in your image and likeness. Marriage is for the good of the world as well as for your own comfort, enjoyment, and well-being. The basic drive of race preservation takes the place of self-preservation when you marry. This drive assures the human race of perpetuity. To prepare yourself for the God-given right of parenthood, you should adequately equip your mind and body. You should look upon this divine function as sacred. Your mind should be pure in its aspirations. You should have a deep desire to pass on a great heritage to your children, the gift of life. Your body should be considered a channel for the expression of creative love. Only with such a positive and reverent attitude should you approach the estate of parenthood. You are the example which your child will emulate in his formative years. The mother should prepare her mind for the duties and responsibilities of motherhood. Women must educate their children in their early years. The mold in which the child's plastic mind is cast will leave its mark throughout life. The mother is responsible for her child's future morals, his conduct, his concept of right and wrong, and his spiritual nature. Educators emphasize more and more that the first childhood effects of the mother's training can make or break a person in adulthood. The great educator Felix Adler believed that at 6 months of age, a child's character has already been set in the mold of the mother's emotions, habit patterns, and attitudes, and that it is difficult to change afterward. It is vitally important that mothers receive the proper mental, moral, and spiritual training, so they may more intelligently fulfill this obligation to their children. It is now recognized by many social, medical, and religious agencies that Planned Parenthood is intelligent. You should be able to choose the number of children you want and the most propitious time for them to come. This is a matter that you should work out with your spiritual and medical advisors. Planning your family assures that each child born to you will be wanted and loved and adequately provided for in the future. If you cannot have children of your own, there is no reason for feeling a sense of guilt and frustration. You can adopt a child from an adoption agency and learn to love it as much as your own. Thousands of childless couples have been made supremely happy by adopting children. With children in your home, you take on a vast responsibility. You have invited other souls to accompany you on your journey through life. Make provision for that sacred trust by studying child psychology and child care. There follow some good points regarding the upbringing of your children. 1. Build confidence and self-reliance in your child from the moment he is born. Your child is being conditioned from the time he is only a few months old in the womb. It is now known that a child can be frightened by loud noises and his heartbeat can be accelerated before he is born. Before and after he is born, build his confidence in himself and you by not indulging in violent action, losing your temper, screaming with impatience, or otherwise disrupting harmony. The child's confidence will grow stronger as he is made to feel more secure and protected. Do not permit people to frighten your children with horrid stories. Avoid locking them in closets or telling them that a bogeyman or a policeman is going to take them away if they are naughty. These frightening tales often produce neuroses in children that later cause psychosomatic disturbances. Children should be made to feel that their parents are capable of taking care of them and of solving all their problems. Do not undermine your child's confidence by criticizing him when he first tries to do something and fails. Do not laugh at his efforts or first awkwardness. Many social misfits are produced at their mother's knee. Encourage your children to do things for themselves. Train them to earn money early in life, to tend to their chores, and discharge their youthful responsibilities in the home. Making your children into good citizens begins in the cradle. 2. Teach your children to have self-respect. If they do not have respect for themselves, it is unlikely that as they grow older, anyone else will have respect for them. This feeling of pride in self should be instilled by praising the young child and making him feel that his efforts at self-improvement are worthwhile and progressive. He should not be discouraged when he has a desire to improve himself, refine his manners, acquire social graces, or in other ways raise his standards. 3. As your child goes through puberty and adolescence, do not make him ashamed of his emotional feelings or romantic attachments. Teach him the facts of life and tell him the story of reproduction frankly and fully when he begins to ask questions about his origin and about his body. Your physician can guide you as to the best method for doing this. The child who is thus grounded in early truth will have more respect for his parents than one who has been told lies and discovers the truth from his companions. Teach your child to be proud of his body and its functions. Tell him early of the sanctity of love and marriage and explain that self-discipline in controlling his emotions is essential for his future well-being and happiness. 4. Teach your child principles of honesty and integrity. Make him have respect for the property of other people. Impress upon him the fact that he must not destroy or waste property, even if it is not his. Show him the importance of punctuality and how it is a mark of character for a person to be true to his word. 5. Tell your children as often as possible that you love them. Let them feel that you will always guide and protect them. It means a good deal to children to have this constant reassurance of a parent's love. When there are several children in a family, some of them may develop feelings of being unwanted or rejected, and this can have serious emotional repercussions in the future. A child should be made to feel that he is loved by both parents, that he was desired, and will always belong. This is especially true if you adopt a child and he learns of the fact later. 6. Teach your children the golden rule, that they should do unto others as they would have others do unto them. Show them how this moral and ethical principle works in life and why their lives will be happier and more successful if they carefully follow this principle. 7. Prepare your children emotionally to live in the world with others, not only children but adults. Teach them the value of cooperation, of give and take, of sharing unselfishly with others, and of compromising when they cannot have their own way. 8. Teach your children to be proud, but not conceited. They should be proud of themselves, of their parents, of their religion, and national background. They should be taught never to be ashamed of their background, no matter how lowly, but to work to improve their lot in life and elevate themselves. They should learn to value people as human beings, not for what they have or who they are, and to be tolerant of others regardless of their nationality, creed, or color. 9. It is important to train your children early in life regarding the value of money. Give them a healthy respect for money by making them earn their spending money. Teach them principles of thrift and inspire them with the habit of saving. This will set the stage for future financial security. 10. As your children will tend to imitate the social life of their environment, you should teach them the value of choosing the right friends at an early age. They should learn the qualities to search for in their future friends: sincerity, honesty, sympathy, consideration, respect, justice, and compassion. As they grow older, their lives will be enriched by the friends that they cultivated early in life. 11. Show your children how to control their minds, their emotions, their tempers. They should be taught the value of affirmative and forward-looking thoughts, and shown how negative thoughts of hate, fear, and worry destroy health and peace of mind. 12. Teach your children a belief in God and the soul's immortality. They should be shown how to develop mental and spiritual strength to withstand the misfortunes of life. A belief in God and immortality will give them a greater feeling of security and help them set goals that extend beyond bodily and personal concerns to a wider love and service. Chapter 7: Success Through Your Subconscious Mind. Your subconscious mind is one of the most potent forces for achieving success and controlling your destiny. The subconscious is an extension of the conscious mind, but when it is trained, it is even more powerful. Sigmund Freud discovered the subconscious mind, which he named the unconscious. Since his time, a great deal of research has been done on the subconscious, and it has been found to be one of the mind's most valuable tools for effecting profound changes in the body and in the environment. With your conscious mind, you choose among your thoughts and shape the events of your life, but in making your choices, you are motivated almost entirely by your subconscious mind. This motivating power stems from the depths of your subconscious mind and has been conditioned by past experiences that might go back even to your earliest childhood. Suppressed urges are often revealed by psychoanalysis as going back to a subconscious hatred a person has built up toward another person. There was a man of 35 who developed a serious case of ulcers. It seemed imperative that he undergo an operation. Before operating, however, the attending doctor suggested a word association test to determine if there was a psychosomatic cause for the illness. The word mother-in-law caused the man's stomach to jump when viewed under a fluoroscope, and the stomach remained locked for 24 hours. The doctor found out that this man had moved his mother-in-law into his home 5 years before, and that she had interfered so much in his marriage that he had grown to hate her. He could not remove her from the environment because of economic problems, and the frustration and irritation had produced the ulcers in his stomach. The means were found, with the aid of other members of the family, for this man to move his mother-in-law into a small apartment of her own, and in a few weeks his ulcers were completely healed. Many cases of high blood pressure, headaches, heart trouble, arthritis, impaired vision and hearing, as well as other physical disturbances, have been traced to such psychosomatic sources. They spring from the action of the subconscious mind when a person is not able to resolve his problem or conflict. You possess within your own subconscious the power to make or break yourself. The same power that can cause you to be sick can be harnessed and made to work to keep you well. The subconscious mind does more than affect the body. It can cause you to take actions that have a profound effect on every department of your life and change your future destiny. Let us examine the functions of your subconscious mind and see how you may use it to help you control your body, change your environment, and brighten your destiny. Things your subconscious mind does. 1. It is the bodybuilder in the mother's womb. 2. It repairs your body when you are sick or injured. 3. It controls the metabolism of your body, including digestion, assimilation, and elimination. 4. It causes the blood to circulate throughout your body. 5. It regulates your heartbeat. 6. It operates your lungs night and day. 7. It controls your imagination, memory, and the faculties of reason and judgment. 8. It regulates the sympathetic nervous system and the reflex action of the nerves and muscles of the body. 9. It controls the glandular secretions of the body. You can readily see the tremendous power of your subconscious mind. It can be trained so that it will do the things you instruct it to do. When you fill your subconscious mind with negative or destructive suggestions, they will act like delayed action bombs and go off as scheduled. If you imprint positive and constructive thoughts on your subconscious mind, these will automatically be set into motion with beneficial effects. There are several methods by which you may reach your subconscious mind and give it the necessary suggestions for carrying out various actions that you desire. 1. You can imprint your subconscious mind by giving yourself auto-suggestions. You probably give yourself auto-suggestions constantly without knowing it. Every time you say or think, "I feel old, tired, sick, I'm afraid I'm going to fail, I'm so unhappy," you are negatively indulging the principle of auto-suggestion. Every time you think or say, "I feel wonderful, I can be successful, I'm happy, I'm young and vital," you are indulging positive auto-suggestions that cause your body to feel and express what you suggest. An early exponent of the art of auto-suggestion was the famous French physician Émile Coué. By using this method, he achieved cures of seemingly irremediable conditions. He claimed that he did nothing more than cause the person to have faith in the power to heal himself through autosuggestions to the subconscious mind. Cui suggested that a person tie 20 knots in a string and count the suggestions by these knots each night before dropping off to sleep. You may utilize this method for making suggestions to your subconscious mind after you more fully understand the subconscious mind. You may use the first-person singular T when you give yourself auto-suggestions. You may speak them quietly to yourself or aloud. If you say them to yourself, be sure that your lips move when you say the words. You can use auto-suggestion for the following purposes. 1. For attaining happiness. 2. For making friends. 3. For increasing your income. 4. For curing insomnia. 5. For building a healthy body. 6. For reducing or for putting on weight. 7. For strengthening the imagination. 8. For overcoming fear and worry. 9. For finding peace of mind. 10. For building a more dynamic personality. 11. For strengthening your willpower. 12. For increasing your mental powers. 13. For improving your memory. You may make up your own auto-suggestions or pattern them after some of the following. I feel wonderful. I am healthy, strong, vital, and young. I am getting better and better in every way. My heart functions perfectly. I am strong and well. The above is a general suggestion for health and well-being. It can be said over and over in any combination, 20 times, before going to sleep at night and upon awakening in the morning. Suggestions for changing working conditions might be framed as follows. I will improve my job. I will make more money and work in a better environment. I will achieve success and financial security. I will become the manager of the shop in which I work. I will earn an increase in salary. I will start a business of my own. Choose any of the above resolves that fit your particular needs and frame your own suggestions around them. If it is personal improvement and personality changes that you desire, your suggestions might be, I will win happiness in all my affairs. I will overcome my inferiority complex. I will become a more dynamic personality. I will master fear and worry. I will find peace of mind and happiness. I will develop more self-confidence and willpower. I will develop a better speaking voice and improve diction. If the autosuggestion is for overcoming a bad habit, it might be framed as follows. I will stop smoking. I will dislike cigarettes every time I put one in my mouth. I know that they are injurious to my health, and I will stop this bad habit. If it is to overcome drinking alcohol or any other negative habit, you can repeat similar resolves over and over. 2. Repetition of the idea you wish to imprint on your subconscious mind is very important. Repeat these suggestions nightly and every morning, at least 20 times each. The value of this autosuggestion lies in repetition, making it a habit pattern for your subconscious mind. If you say only a few times, I will get money, or I will be happy, it is not enough deeply to imprint the subconscious mind. Autosuggestion also has power during the day, whenever you think of the idea you want to strengthen in the subconscious. Driving to work in your car or waiting for a bus or subway, you can utilize the time for your extra autosuggestions. 3. The next rule for reaching the subconscious mind makes use of the law of predominant mental impression. The idea that you are suggesting to the subconscious must predominate. You must not let negative thoughts weaken the suggestion. If you are suggesting the ideas of success but constantly think, I'm afraid I can't accomplish the things I desire, you will weaken the power of the suggestion. The law of predominant impression means that there must be a complete dominance of your mind by the suggested idea, not just once in a while, but continuously. It must become almost an obsession. Most successful people have such a fixation on success. When you talk to them, you find that they constantly bring the conversation around to the thing that is uppermost in their minds. The law of predominant impression can be made to work for you by spending at least an hour daily imprinting thoughts of your goal on your subconscious mind. 4. You must feel emotion when you use autosuggestion, for the emotional impact drives the suggestion deeper into your subconscious mind. Thought leads to feeling and feeling leads to action. This is the psychological principle that begins to work when your emotions give added force to your autosuggestion. 5. Another vital point in using autosuggestion is to act the part of the thing you are trying to become. Psychologically, this is called the art of personification. It means you must try to become like the person you are suggesting you are and to act as such a person might act. If you suggest to your subconscious mind that you are successful, you must act the way a successful person does. You must talk like a successful person, look like one, dress as well as you can, and in every way act the part of success. If you suggest success to your subconscious but act the part of a failure, your deeds are destroying the power of your suggestions. Your subconscious mind is like a slave obeying the commands of a master. It will try desperately to make a reality of that which you order it to believe and do. In order to carry out the law of personification more accurately, study the type of success you wish to become. Read books on the lives of successful men and women, emulate their great qualities, imitate their manners, dress, speech, until finally, within that frame, you evolve your own technique that fits your own unique personality. This psychological law works, for it tends to externalize in your own environment your inmost thoughts. Someone once said, "If you wish to be a Voltaire, think the thoughts of Voltaire." You will act in the manner which you imprint most frequently upon your subconscious mind. A certain priest thought, acted, and talked like a bishop. He visualized himself as a bishop. The other priests in the parish did not like him because they thought he was putting on airs. He ignored their slights and went right on indulging the art of personification. He told himself he would one day be a bishop, and he acted the part with poise and dignity. Finally, a bishop died in that city, and another had to be chosen to replace him. The church authorities recalled the manners and attitude of this priest and elected him to become a bishop. 6. You can reach your subconscious mind through the imagination. As this is part of the function of your subconscious mind, you can utilize it to imprint the images of the things you would like to achieve upon your subconscious mind. Visualize yourself doing the work you would like to do. Imagine yourself buying the home you desire. See yourself surrounded by a circle of loving friends. To help you picture more clearly the things you would like to do, create a scrapbook of destiny. Any large scrapbook will do. Cut out of magazines and newspapers pictures of the home you want, the furnishings for each room, the car you want to own, the trips you wish to take, and paste these pictures in your scrapbook of destiny. This imaginative exercise tends to fix the images of what you want more clearly upon your subconscious mind. I have known people who followed this procedure and who in a short time achieved the things they wanted. One couple cut out of the National Geographic magazine pictures of the countries they wanted to visit and pasted them in their scrapbook of destiny. Every time they saw travel ads or found brochures showing beautiful scenes, they added them to their collection. Within 3 years, they were able to take an extended tour of all the European countries they had put into their scrapbook of destiny. 7. You can imprint your subconscious mind with what you see, hear, think, read, and feel. This combination of visual and auditory stimuli acts strongly there. If you want to imprint your subconscious more forcibly, pick most carefully those things that you wish to imprint. You can look at any scene in life and see two sides, the negative and the positive. If you wish to imprint upon your subconscious mind ideas of success and happiness, choose to be aware of only those external situations that will tend to make you successful and happy. If you choose, you can go through life constantly reminding yourself of suffering, unhappiness, ugliness, and poverty. Many people do this and build up a subconscious frame of reference that relates totally to these negative conditions. They are never aware that the world holds beauty, happiness, prosperity, and romance for them. They have so long conditioned themselves to seeing only that which is negative that they can no longer respond to positive stimuli. Be sure that you make your subconscious teem with suggestions of success. 8. You also reach your subconscious mind through the habit patterns that you build. As the subconscious stores memory patterns, you can utilize your habits to build new memory patterns there. By repeating a thought or an act, you gradually build habits. If you make it a habit to think that you are inferior and inadequate, you will gradually imprint this upon your subconscious mind so forcibly that it will affect your entire personality. You will begin to look, talk, walk, and act like a failure. You can only change your personality from one of inferiority and inadequacy to one of positive confidence by changing the habit patterns through your thinking. Build habit patterns consciously of the things you wish to become, and gradually these will imprint themselves on your subconscious mind, causing you to gravitate in the direction of the destiny you have chosen. Build habits of saving money if wish to be more financially secure. Your subconscious mind will enable you to put away still more money. Build habits of doing your work well, and your subconscious will attract people who will recognize your superior quality of your work and who will help you. Build habits that are truthful, honest, morally high, and your subconscious will lead you to make friends of similar persons who will favorably affect your destiny. 9. You can reach your subconscious mind by writing down the things you wish to do. This system is presented in the first chapter of this book as your blueprint of destiny. 10. You may deeply imprint your subconscious mind through the power of will. Remember, there are really two wills you're struggling with in your mind, the will to live and the will to die. You may consciously choose either of these, and by implementing it, give your subconscious mind instructions to cause you to be sick or healthy. This duality also expresses itself as the will to fail or succeed, to be sad or happy. The intensity of the will in either direction imprints the subconscious mind and causes you to be driven in the path you have consciously selected. This is why it is bad for you constantly to express negative thoughts, such as, "I feel awful, I'm so unhappy, I know I'll never get a chance to better my lot in life, I'm afraid I'm going to have an accident." When such negative thoughts are repeated, they have a profound effect on your subconscious mind, which helps these conditions to become a reality. You may be unconsciously driving yourself to sickness, accident, and failure by some deep sense of guilt that is disturbing your subconscious mind. If you have harmed others or been dishonest and cheated or lied, your subconscious mind may be punishing you for these moral infractions by making you sick or by giving you some crippling disability. Doctors have found that many cases of paralysis are owing to the fact a person is punishing himself for some real or fancied wrong. Some of these persons were cured when they were shown how the unconscious feelings of guilt were causing them to be paralyzed. The subconscious mind has amazing healing powers when you use autosuggestion for that purpose. It is recorded that during the San Francisco earthquake, 6 paralyzed patients in a hospital ward jumped from their beds and ran out of the room. Under the impetus of immediate danger, these patients had amazing recoveries. Thus, the subconscious mind often releases tremendous healing power. At a grotto in Lourdes, France, where people believe a vision once appeared, thousands of cures have been produced through the miracle-working power faith exerts upon the subconscious mind. If the subconscious mind can heal the body and keep it well, it often must also take the blame for making the body sick or causing a person to meet with a serious accident. Dr. Arnold Hutschnecker, in his book The Will to Live, gives many instances in which the subconscious mind is responsible for accident and sickness. He quotes experts in the psychosomatic field, such as Flanders Dunbar, Leland Hinsey, and Carl Menninger, and shows that in thousands of cases of accidents and sickness, there are unconscious motivations or drives to self-destruction. Such things as alcoholism, overeating, cigarette smoking, taking sleeping pills, and other drugs are now thought to spring from this unconscious desire of the individual to die, to fail, or to punish himself. This will to die expresses itself in strange ways. An accident-prone woman had broken her hip, her arm, and her leg on 3 different occasions. Once she fell from a high stool while reaching through a shelf. Once, in a slippery tub, on the last occasion, she was knocked down in a revolving door. Her family and friends thought it most unfortunate that poor Mary was so unlucky. She was incapacitated for weeks with her various misfortunes, but she seemed bright and cheerful despite them, and said resignedly, "If it's God will to punish me, I guess there's nothing I can do about it." This woman later had a nervous breakdown, and her husband called in a psychiatrist. To him, she revealed that she had been having a secret romance while her husband was at work. She was not in love with her husband, yet he was a good provider and had never mistreated her. She felt a deep sense of guilt because she was violating the moral code, so that even though he did not know his wife was unfaithful, her conscience bothered her, and she subconsciously chose this method of punishing herself. The psychiatrist pointed this out, opening the way for her to confess her unfaithfulness to her husband and take the consequences. She did, and her husband forgave her. Her mysterious accidents stopped. This woman has ever since tried to be a good wife and expiate her sins. You can change the pattern of your subconscious mind if it is inclining you to sickness, accident, and failure. Do this through a process of self-search to find the unconscious cause of your misfortunes, your tendency to fail or to be sick. If you have been committing wrongs against others, you should confess these to the persons concerned and ask their forgiveness. Then, after clearing your subconscious mind, you can establish new habit patterns by using the system of autosuggestion given here. As your subconscious mind becomes stronger and stronger under the force of positive autosuggestion, you will find yourself acting with more confidence and poise. Your body will have more strength and energy, and the conditions of your life will generally improve. There is magic in your subconscious mind. Use it as God intended, for all the purposes we have enumerated in this study, and you will be better able to control the events that will shape your destiny. You may be unconsciously driving yourself to sickness, accident, and failure by some deep sense of guilt that is disturbing your subconscious mind. If you have harmed others or been dishonest and cheated or lied, your subconscious mind may be punishing you for these moral infractions by making you sick or by giving you some crippling disability. Doctors have found that many cases of paralysis are owing to the fact a person is punishing himself for some real or fancied wrong. Some of these persons were cured when they were shown how the unconscious feelings of guilt were causing them to be paralyzed. The subconscious mind has amazing healing powers when you use autosuggestion for that purpose. It is recorded that during the San Francisco earthquake, 6 paralyzed patients in a hospital ward jumped from their beds and ran out of the room. Under the impetus of immediate danger, these patients had amazing recoveries. Thus, the subconscious mind often releases tremendous healing power. At a grotto in Lourdes, France, where people believe a vision once appeared, thousands of cures have been produced through the miracle-working power faith exerts upon the subconscious mind. If the subconscious mind can heal the body and keep it well, it often must also take the blame for making the body sick or causing a person to meet with a serious accident. Dr. Arnold Hutschnecker, in his book The Will to Live, gives many instances in which the subconscious mind is responsible for accident and sickness. He quotes experts in the psychosomatic field, such as Flanders Dunbar, Leland Hinsey, and Carl Menninger, and shows that in thousands of cases of accidents and sickness, there are unconscious motivations or drives to self-destruction. Such things as alcoholism, overeating, cigarette smoking, taking sleeping pills, and other drugs are now thought to spring from this unconscious desire of the individual to die, to fail, or to punish himself. This will to die expresses itself in strange ways. An accident-prone woman had broken her hip, her arm, and her leg on 3 different occasions. Once she fell from a high stool while reaching through a shelf. Once, in a slippery tub, on the last occasion, she was knocked down in a revolving door. Her family and friends thought it most unfortunate that poor Mary was so unlucky. She was incapacitated for weeks with her various misfortunes, but she seemed bright and cheerful despite them, and said resignedly, "If it's God will to punish me, I guess there's nothing I can do about it." This woman later had a nervous breakdown, and her husband called in a psychiatrist. To him she revealed that she had been having a secret romance while her husband was at work. She was not in love with her husband, yet he was a good provider and had never mistreated her. She felt a deep sense of guilt because she was violating the moral code, so that even though he did not know his wife was unfaithful, her conscience bothered her, and she subconsciously chose this method of punishing herself. The psychiatrist pointed this out, opening the way for her to confess her unfaithfulness to her husband and take the consequences. She did, and her husband forgave her. Her mysterious accidents stopped. This woman has ever since tried to be a good wife and expiate her sins. You can change the pattern of your subconscious mind if it is inclining you to sickness, accident, and failure. Do this through a process of self-search to find the unconscious cause of your misfortunes, your tendency to fail or to be sick. If you have been committing wrongs against others, you should confess these to the persons concerned and ask their forgiveness. Then, after clearing your subconscious mind, you can establish new habit patterns by using the system of autosuggestion given here. As your subconscious mind becomes stronger and stronger under the force of positive autosuggestion, You will find yourself acting with more confidence and poise. Your body will have more strength and energy, and the conditions of your life will generally improve. There is magic in your subconscious mind. Use it as God intended, for all the purposes we have enumerated in this study, and you will be better able to control the events that will shape your destiny. Part 3. Achieving Spiritual Serenity, Chapter 1. How to attain peace of mind and happiness. How many thousands of times have I heard people say, "I could be so happy if..." Then they state some condition upon which their happiness depends. "I could be so happy if my husband made more money. I could be so happy if I could take a trip to Europe. I could be so happy if my children were grown up and on their own. I could be so happy if I lived in the country." That one little word, if, stands in the way of their happiness. If you have a tendency to rob yourself of present joys by creating these barriers, you should realize that you can be happy and know peace of mind in your present situation. The destiny you have attracted may not be exactly to your liking, for life is never perfect, but it could be much worse. It will become even better if, instead of feeling self-pity, you do something positive about it. Harry Emerson Fosdick said, "Rebellion against your handicaps gets you nowhere. Self-pity gets you nowhere. One must have the adventurous daring to accept oneself as a bundle of possibilities and undertake the most interesting game in the world, making the most of one's best." If you want to find happiness and peace of mind, you cannot ignore the potentialities for happiness and achievement that are all about you now. Many young people come to me for a counseling and inquire, "But how can we be happy or plan for the future when there is so much insecurity in the world?" Young men especially complain that they cannot settle down to normal living and find happiness with their own families because of the draft and its interruption to their education. It may be true that such interruptions raise many obstacles, but these are not insurmountable. One cannot wait for the perfect condition of life to start living. For 5,000 years, the world has been at war. During that time, there have actually been only about 100 years of peace. What if people had waited during all those centuries for war to end before marrying, having families, inventing, evolving, and attempting to perfect the world? Nothing that is worthwhile would have been accomplished. You can find happiness and peace of mind despite these threats of war and insecurity. You can do this by living fully every day. There is happiness in the present moment. There can be peace of mind where you now are, and you need not run away from your problems to find it. You have only the present, for the future does not yet belong to you, and the past is gone and will never come back. If you miss this present moment by waiting for more perfect times, you will miss most of life's thrilling experiences. "Tomorrow I will live," the fool does say. "Today itself's too late. The wise lived yesterday." You can cultivate the mental attitudes that bring you happiness and peace of mind today. Do not wait for some better time. Simulate the emotion of happiness until it becomes second nature, and the habit patterns of your brain are set in constructive attitudes of happiness. Psychologists now know that feelings inspire actions, but actions also inspire feelings. To achieve happiness and peace of mind, you must adopt a positive program that creates this state of mind. The first step in such a program is, have a mental picture of happy actions you wish to perform in your life. What is it that brings you the greatest happiness? If you sit down and carefully think over your past, you will know what it is that makes you the happiest. When you once begin to concentrate on these mental pictures, they will stimulate your brain and cause you to experience the emotion of happiness. Visualize yourself in situations that are pleasant, with people whom you like, doing things that make you happy. The reflex action of your brain and the muscles and nerves of your body will respond in such a way as to lead you to perform the acts you visualize. Most happiness is of a mental nature. Some happiness consists in a combination of mental and physical action. An artist may obtain the emotional stimulus of happiness from visualizing the magnificent landscape he is going to paint. But he will also achieve satisfaction when he actually begins to make brushstrokes on the canvas. Who shall say which gives the greater pleasure to the artist, the expectation or the fulfillment of the idea? You can take a positive step in the direction of happiness by mentally dwelling on the things you want to do. You will then be led to make plans to fulfill those mental pictures you have created. One couple I knew planned to own their own home. They made up their blueprint of destiny by writing down the idea. They cut pictures out of magazines of the type of home they wanted and the furnishings for it. They spent 2 or 3 years building that home in their scrapbook of destiny. Suddenly, the happy day came when they could begin the building of the house. They had bought a hillside lot with a beautiful view of Hollywood. They had the money saved, and the whole operation proceeded smoothly until the house was completed. They were happy for the period of 3 years, during which they planned their dream home. Now they live in that home, and it continues to give them and their 2 children great happiness. The next point in our positive regime for creating happiness is, do not wait for conditions to get better before you are happy. You can begin the practice of happiness today, whatever situation. You must not wait for some better time in a future that may never come. Some people keep putting happiness off with the excuse that they are too busy working, rearing their children, or saving money for a future need. How many thousands of people have cheated themselves of happiness by following this your philosophy? If you are not able to be happy because you are in the wrong work, do not spend a lifetime hating your job and being miser-able. Make it a point now to find something you can enjoy as a hobby or avocation. When you have acquired sufficient skill, you might even make your hobby your new profession. I once advised a nurse who was tired of caring for sick people. She told me, "I want so desperately to be in an environment where there are happy people. In hospitals, I see nothing but sick people who are complaining because they suffer. How can I be happy in such an environment?" Gave her a test to determine what type of hobby she should up in her spare time, and found that she had amazing ability for modeling things in clay. I said to her, "Why don't you join a ceramics class in evening high school and take it up as a hobby? Who knows? It might develop into a regular business for you." I then told her the fascinating story of young actor with a very promising future, Sasha Brastoff, whom I had once met in Hollywood. He was just beginning to make his name known when the war came along. He enlisted and became active in entertaining servicemen all over the world. When the war ended, Sasha found himself, like many other young men, forced to begin all over again. As he had always had creative and artistic ability, he began to draw, paint, and work in clay for a hobby. He took a course in ceramics and learned how to create unusual colors and beautiful designs in dishes, lamps, ashtrays, and other household articles. His hobby began to attract attention, and soon he was given orders for more than he could turn out. In a couple of years, Sasha Brastoff attracted the attention of a very wealthy patron who was impressed by the young artist's amazing work. This rich industrialist financed him with $1 million, and Sasha built one of the most modern and magnificent ceramics factories on the West Coast. Now he furnishes ceramics to the most exclusive stores throughout the country and has attracted worldwide attention with his work. I told the nurse this story and suggested that she might be able to find contentment by taking up such a hobby. She said that she would try her hand at ceramics. A year later, I was paying a visit to Hollywood, and I went out to see Sasha Brastoff's exhibit at his beautiful plant. As he was showing me through the various workrooms where artists were busy, I recognized one of the girls. It was the nurse that I had advised to go into ceramics. She looked up at me with a radiant face and said, "You changed my life by your advice. I remembered what you told me about Sasha Brastoff, and when my studies were completed, I came to California and applied for a position here as an artist. I just love this work." The next point in our positive program for achieving happiness is, learn how to transmute unhappy situations into happy ones. There are many situations in your life that will call for reactions of an unhappy nature. It is difficult to avoid such disturbing events. What can you do when these crises cloud the horizon of your mind? You can transmute them into wisdom and soul growth. You have heard the sayings, "There is good in everything." It's a blessing in disguise. Every cloud has a silver lining. There is nothing good or bad but what thinking makes it so. When an Oriental potentate asked the wise men of his court to give him a remark that would fit every occasion, they pondered long and finally suggested to him, "This, too, will pass." These sayings have become proverbial in our language because recognize they contain elements of eternal truth. When you are in a painful or unhappy situation, project yourself into the future, and that you will soon be over the disturbance. Visualize the benefits that can accrue from the pain of the moment. You cannot always escape unpleasant and unhappy events, but you can withdraw into yourself and there find solace and comfort. Sometimes you can gain a valuable lesson from an unhappy event. The simplest example is that of the child who burns himself on a hot stove. Jane Froman, the young singing star, gallantly transmuted a tragic destiny into happiness. Miss Froman, on her way to entertain troops abroad, was injured in an airplane crash. She had to undergo many painful operations before she was restored to health. When she was still in a wheelchair, this brave girl sang before audiences, continuing her career. Her talents grew even greater because of the tragedy. The operations cost her hundreds of thousands of dollars, but she raised the money herself through her singing. A motion picture was made of her life story and gave inspiration and courage to thousands of persons who have had misfortune. Sometimes, however, it may be difficult, if not impossible, to transmute an unfortunate situation. What shall you do then? You cannot let it wreck your life and make you miserable. You may apply the next point in our positive regime for achieving happiness. Learn how to adjust to situations you cannot change. There are many situations in life that you cannot change. Then you must learn how to adjust to these unfortunate situations and still find happiness and purposefulness in living. There is such a thing as learning to endure a negative condition or to neutralize its effect upon your spirit. I once knew a girl of 19 who was studying for opera. She had a wonderful voice, and there was little doubt but that she would one day sing at the Metropolitan. When she was about 21, she suffered an accident which completely blinded her in both eyes. This was a catastrophe, not only to the girl but to her entire family. Here was a clear case of fate stepping in and dealing an unfortunate blow that shattered her dreams of achievement and happiness. After months of misery, during which she shut herself in her room and refused to go out, this girl was brought to me by her mother. She was inconsolable when I tried to tell her that life was still worth living. "I would rather be dead than give up my singing," she cried desperately. "What is there for me to live for?" I said to her, "You are the same person you were before this terrible thing happened. You still have a beautiful voice and must go on with your career." She laughed bitterly. "Career? What kind of career is there for me? Perhaps as a blind beggar with a tin cup singing on the streets." I talked to her for a full hour and outlined a program that I thought might fit her needs. I said, "There are many unfortunate people like yourself who can use your aid. You can give concerts for other handicapped people, help raise money for organizations for the blind. You have lost only one of your senses. You still have 4 intact. You must learn to adjust to the physical world of darkness, but you can live in a mental and spiritual world of light." I told this girl the amazing story of Helen Keller, who had overcome even greater difficulties and had done so much for other sightless people. "You must have a new set of values in life," I told her. "Begin to live for the joy you can bring to other people, and your own life will be filled with happiness." I could see the stern lines around her young mouth soften, and tears filled her sightless eyes. She said, "I don't know how to begin, but somehow I'll try." I kept in touch with this girl for quite a while and saw the change that came gradually over her life. She adjusted her mind to the fact that she would have to live in a world of darkness. A sense of serenity and dignity came over her. Through the kindly ministrations of an expert in the field, this girl learned how to live without fear in the world of the sightless. She studied Braille and also continued her singing. She began to sing for small groups of sightless and other handicapped persons, and finally she was so confident and poised that she was giving concerts for seeing audiences, through which she raised money to help those who were less fortunate. She completely adapted herself to the disaster that had clouded her life and was able to achieve a degree of happiness and peace of mind that she had never thought possible when her misfortune first struck. The next point in our positive program for achieving happiness and peace of mind is, be aware of the every moment events that can bring you happiness. Perhaps you are so busy keeping your nose to the grindstone that you do not notice in your daily life all the elements that should make for happiness and peace of mind. Take time out at least once a day to say to yourself, "I am happy in this moment, and I am aware of it." When you are enjoying some situation or some friend, pause a moment and tell yourself that you are happy. Sometimes we take these daily happenings for granted and do not realize that they are priceless ingredients of happiness. We become so used to the little pleasures, the friendships, the loved ones, the miracles of kindness, beauty, goodness, and joy that we never really stop to evaluate them truly. The most precious things, like air, we take in without notice. When I was a child of 10, I lived on a farm in upstate New York with my foster parents. One day, as I wandered through a nearby meadow, I saw a little stream of water flowing through the fields. The unusual thing about this stream was that it was a beautiful, vivid purple. I stood by the bank and stared at it in amazement, for I had never seen a purple stream before. I called to a group of children playing heedlessly nearby. "Look!" I cried. "This water is purple!" One of the little boys, without even looking at me, said, "That's nothing. It's like that every day." The next day, I rushed down to the magic stream, and lo and behold, it had changed overnight from purple to the most beautiful shade of deep green. And the next day it was rose, and day after day the color changed. The mystery was finally explained to me. A large dye factory upstream poured its dyes into the water and changed its color daily. The children who had lived there all their lives accepted this startling phenomenon as a daily fact and saw nothing surprising in it. That is the way it is in life. Many people are so accustomed to the daily miracles of joy all about them that they accept them as being routine. Keep your moments of happiness always fresh. If you stay aware of the blessings of life, you will find that you have much to be grateful for each day. Stephen Leacock wrote, "Life we learn too late is in the living, in the tissue of each day and hour." How true that is. Your happiness is in this moment. Each hour furnishes you with material out of which you may create a radiant, happy destiny. You might be unhappy because of an unsatisfactory environment. You might live in a small apartment and desire a large home. You might be forced, because of limited financial circumstances, to live in a home that is ugly and barren. Do not let this make you unhappy and destroy your peace of mind. You can transform your environment into a beautiful one proud of by taking positive steps to beautify it. I know a couple who own a simple little bungalow on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The woman is a school teacher. Her husband is a foreman in a factory. They both love beautiful paintings, but they do not have sufficient money to buy original oil paintings for their home. They once showed me magnificent paintings, which I thought were originals, and they told me their method for creating these attractive paintings. They cut famous paintings out of colored sections of magazines and newspapers and paste them on canvas. They cover the surface with several coats of clear shellac. Then they frame these in handmade frames and achieve an effect exactly like that of an original painting. Their humble home boasts a Rembrandt, a Raphael, a Van Dyck, a Reynolds. Their friends all marvel at the expensive-looking paintings and wonder how they can afford them. This couple have created a beautiful environment, and they are radiantly happy in it. The next point for achieving happiness and peace of mind is do something worthwhile for others. A great deal of happiness and personal pleasure in life comes from doing something worthwhile for others. If you try to be happy by doing selfish things, it is unlikely that you will achieve your goal. Share your joy with friends, and you will find that it gives you deeper satisfaction than the happiness which you selfishly hold to yourself. Emerson said, "Happiness is a perfume you cannot pour on others without getting a few drops on yourself." Do not let a day go by without doing something for another person that makes him happy. In what does happiness consist? In achievement and work, in love and friendship that is shared, in family ties and in spiritual faith. True happiness is something that each of us must weave from the fabric of his own being. It is an inner quality that we spin from the substance of the mind, heart, and soul. It does not depend on outer conditions, possessions, or people. Marcus Aurelius said, "Happiness is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. An empty mind will bring empty emotions and an empty life. A mind that is deliberately cultivated to see interest in all the world need never be bored nor empty. As you grow older, you should not keep your thoughts in the same narrow valleys of your youth. They must expand into the broader highways of the immortals and encompass greater vistas of knowledge and experience, and be more universal in scope. We live in deeds, not years, in thoughts, not breaths, in feelings, not in figures on a dial. We should count time by heartthrobs. He most lives who thinks most feels the noblest acts the best. A rich, full, creative life cannot fail to bring you the treasure of happiness for which all men search. The good you keep is the good you give away. The treasures you share are the ones that enrich you most. The inspiration and sentiment you waken, the joy and laughter you give out, the beauty and love you inspire in others, these become the true gold of happiness. The heart, mind, and soul will remember these things long after the reign of kings has ended and the dust of conquerors settles over all. Happiness is the crystallized work of humanity. It is imprisoned in sculptured marble. It is frozen in music. It is captured in poems and stories. It is inscribed in color and form in all man's art. It is the love and adoration of the human heart poured forth in a molten stream of iridescent beauty for all the world to share and to enjoy. Happiness is the laughter of God vibrating in all the scintillating beauty of nature's hills, streams, and valleys. The inspiration that elevates man's soul to the celestial heights. Chapter 2. Preparing for the Sunset Years. I know a woman who is now 85 years of age and planning to marry for the second time. She is healthy, happy, youthful in appearance. If you knew her, you would hesitate to call her old, except in calendar years. She has plans for the future that encompass travel, social life, and a happy marriage. She told me once with a twinkle in her vivid blue eyes, "I have made up my mind that the latter years of my life will be not my olden years, but my golden years." This woman has found the fulfillment of her destiny. She has found the security which we all seek. She has tasted all the joys of life, and now, in the sunset years, she has plans that do not limit her to a shriveling old age. She has made provision for living in the future, irrespective of age. In learning how to control your destiny, you must also plan for your sunset years. Age can be a time of dismal fears and threats to your security, or you can make of it a grand adventure. You can spend the latter years of your life cringing in dark corners, moodily complaining that life no longer holds anything worthwhile, a nuisance to all those dear to you. Or you can spend them standing eagerly on tiptoe, peering beyond the veils of time into the vistas of eternity, searching for a nobler, grander experience that will continue after this life. Age is a state of mind rather than a condition of the body. If you begin to accept age with a defeatist attitude when you pass the 40 mark, as some do, you will soon find yourself incapacitated, and your body will be lessened in its vigor and activity. The science of geriatrics, which studies the problems of the aged and aging, reveals that people who accept the limitations of age and believe they are finished actually start to deteriorate. This deterioration is mental at first, and then becomes physical. It has been found that a person who retires from his job and from life at the age of 65 is not likely to live more than 5 years. However, where the person has made provision for activity outside of his work and made plans for living a full, active, useful life, he can live a good deal longer. This does not mean that you cannot retire from your lifetime job, but you should not retire from life. You should have something to do in which you are vitally interested. You can build hobbies and avocations into absorbing full-time or part-time interests. Many older people have been able to create new careers for themselves after they have retired from the arduous burdens of their regular jobs. There is a deadly danger that people who are middle-aged or old might become fearful that they can no longer function as independent, capable human beings. This type of fear obsesses many people past 60 and sometimes even younger. It causes a paralysis of the mental and physical faculties and actually incapacitates the person. Science has discovered that fear of old age is more deadly than age itself. I remember a woman past 65 who came to me for counseling. It was during World War II. She was a widow without children. She had been left without money, and it was imperative that she obtain some kind of work or go on relief. Her first words to me showed her hopeless mental attitude. "What's to become of me? I'm a penniless old woman and no one wants me around." Her gray hair straggled around her thin face, and her hands went to her eyes to dab at the tears of self-pity. I did not permit her to indulge such self-pity very long. I said, "That's ridiculous. You're not an old woman at all. You can't possibly be more than 50, and that isn't considered old these days." Her face perked up at this, and she touched a lock of her gray hair. "Oh, thank you. Do you really think so?" I then proceeded to build her faith in herself by telling her that some of the greatest things in the world have been done by men and women in their 60s, 70s, and even 80s. I asked her what type of work she could do. She said, "I haven't had training for anything but keeping house. I've tried to get every type of job, but they just take one look at my white hair and say, 'Sorry, but we're not interviewing anyone past 30 today.' It's terrible how unfair people are." "What kind of work would you like to do?" I asked. Her face lit up brightly and she said, "I've always wanted to paint pictures the way Grandma Moses does. Imagine she didn't begin until she was in her late 70s. I smiled. "Yes, but there's only one Grandma Moses. You can't imitate her. However, if you like to do creative work, there should be some field where you can be self-sustaining." Then I remembered a member of our lecture group in Carnegie Hall who had taken up photo tinting at home and was making $75 to $100 a week. I told this woman to answer one of those ads regarding tinting photos, to study the work in a book which I knew she could buy at any art store. "If you like artistic work, this may meet your need," I told her. This woman later returned and told me that she went out and bought a book on photo tinting with oil colors. She did not seek jobs through ads in the paper, however. She went direct to photographic studios with samples of her work. The first day, she received 6 orders for 11 by 14-inch photographs. The studios charged $25 each for this type of portrait in oil, and she was given $10 apiece. This lady came to my lectures for some time after that, and I noted the delightful change in her appearance. She changed her hair from gray to golden blonde, and wore it in a smart new style that took 15 years off her age. She walked with a new, confident gait and wore a smile that made her most attractive. She moved into a comfortable small apartment in Greenwich Village and had every appearance of being a successful woman. A change in mental attitude can often change your entire destiny. Stop thinking that you are old and finished and realize that at any age you can begin a new career. Do not accept the idea that because you are old in calendar years, there is no place in life for you. The world is really run by men and women past 50 and 60 years of age. There are 40 million people in the United States who are over 45 years of age. There are 18 million who are past 60, and 2 million who have passed the age of 80. It is now estimated that every year more than 400,000 more Americans will live to be over 60. The number of people over 70, 80, and 90 will increase accordingly. Take courage from these statistics and know that you must make adequate provision for security in your old age, that the world is for old people as well as young people, and that you can still live an active, full, happy life in old age if you keep your mental faculties alive and your good health. See what has been accomplished by old people in the past, and it will give you new courage. Tennyson wrote Crossing the Bar at 83. George Bernard Shaw wrote his best plays between the ages of 60 and 90. Michelangelo did his greatest work in the Sistine Chapel of St. Peter's Cathedral at 86. Titian painted his historic picture of Victory at Spoleto at 98. Justice Holmes at 90 was still writing brilliant legal opinions. Churchill in his 70s and 80s was most active in world affairs. He wrote his memoirs and guided the fate of the British Empire at an age when most men would consider themselves finished. Clara Barton, who founded the Red Cross, was still active at 91. Arturo Toscanini in his 80s was still unsurpassed in his brilliance and vitality in conducting. Albert Schweitzer, who is in his 80s, is still carrying on his great work as a physician and humanitarian in his missionary hospital in French Equatorial Africa. None of these people accepted the limitations of age. They found new courage and daring in the years when most people are giving up the struggle to live. You will find, as they have, that you grow stronger in determination as you grow older, if you refuse to yield to the idea that age is a crippling condition that makes you useless. The radio and television program called Life Begins at 80 presented many brilliant men and women that had begun new enterprises and had gotten their second wind, so to speak, after they had reached 80. An outstanding example of youth in old age was the internationally famous Elsie de Wolfe Mendel, who gave the world the profession of interior decoration. In her later years, I had the great pleasure of meeting Lady Mendel at one of her international parties at her home in Beverly Hills. One of my earlier friends, Gaylord Hauser, was one of Lady Mendel's closest friends. I remember how highly she spoke of his work in the fields of nutrition and diet. Lady Mendel must have been in her late 70s when I first met her, but she looked 20 years younger. She sat among her loving friends, laughing and chatting with a spirit of vitality that was ageless. Lady Mendel attributed her youth to a sensible diet, constant activity, and a spirit of living adventurously. This astounding woman revealed to me that one of the reasons for her youthful spirit was the fact that she was always alert to everything going on in the world. She was always making new friends, traveling, finding new and varied interests. Here was a great woman to whom age was no deterrent, but rather a challenge to the constant expression of new life, new interests, and vital energies that belied her age until the very day of her death. Your sunset years can also be golden years. Some of your greatest achievements and rewards can come to you in the latter years of your life. However, you must make as much provision for those years as you did for the early years of business, marriage, and rearing a family. You can offset many of the disabilities and discouragements of age by directing toward it your mental, material, and spiritual treasures. In the beautiful city of San Francisco, it is encouraging to see over 65 clubs where men and women beyond that age may meet socially. They dance together, play cards, and make new friends and acquaintances. They gather weekly, exchange ideas and views, find new interests, and make plans for adventures in the future. In fact, a number of romances have blossomed among these young oldsters, and several happy marriages have already taken place. It is to be hoped that other civic-minded communities will emulate San Francisco's pioneer step in providing adequate facilities for these over 65 clubs. The things you will want most as you grow older. You must have a definite plan for the sunset years of your life. There is no better time for enjoying leisure, friendship, and family. If no plan has been made for these years, they can become burdensome and filled with numerous problems, loneliness, and frustration. A study has been conducted scientifically to find out what people want most as they grow older. Your interests will follow a definite trend after the age of 35, which you should be aware of and plan for. Here are some of the things that you will desire most as you mature into age. 1. You will become more concerned about financial security as you grow older. Your thoughts will be more on money and less on achievement. You should try to establish a balance in your thinking so that you are still eager to maintain interest in your creative functions, but make arrangements to build savings and investments so you can have an assurance that you will not be in want with the coming years. Many people who retired on pensions that were adequate during the 30s find difficulty living in today's inflated world on their meager incomes. Thousands of people who had invested in insurance annuities or who were left small estates now find that the money simply will not stretch far enough to meet today's skyrocketing cost of living. Be prepared for such an eventuality. Have an interest you can develop into a side business or make a source of extra income. This preparation should begin early enough in life so that you may meet any such financial stringency of your later years. 2. As you grow older, you will find the need of friends more than at any other time in your life. The reason for this is that as we grow older, more and more of our friends pass away. Without them, loneliness will close in. It is vitally important that you build new friendships. These are your best insurance against loneliness in your sunset years. 3. The older you grow, the more you will be concerned about your health, matters of diet, medical problems, and related subjects. This is natural and not to be considered a morbid sense of introspection regarding your health and life. When people are young, they generally have an abundance of good health. They sometimes squander their health in excesses, and when they grow older, desire more feverishly to live because they are in poor health. Young people usually put their desires in this order. 1. Love. 2. Money. 3. Health. At about 40 years of age, this order becomes 1. Money. 2. Love. 3. Health. At 50 to 55, it shifts again. 1. Health. 2. Money. 3. Love. The word love is used here of physical expression rather than of spiritual or altruistic love for humanity. Regardless of which you put first on your personal list as you grow older, health is vitally important, for without it, nothing in life is worthwhile. Adequate provision must be made for periodic checkups of heart, blood pressure, teeth, eyes, and general physical condition. Weaknesses in certain organs can be detected, and the life expectancy greatly increased by awareness of these weaknesses. Many people have lived for years weak hearts, high blood pressure, ulcers, and other ailments, because they took care of themselves after learning of their disorders. Included in your health regime should be the proper care of your eyes, for they are one of your most priceless possessions. You may be seeing clearly, but with the expenditure of too much energy. This may cause unexplained fatigue and irritability. This your oculist can easily determine with modern scientific instruments. You should consult an oculist at regular intervals to be sure your vision is kept at maximum efficiency. As you grow older, you will find that certain basic health needed, or that adjustments might be required in the glasses you now have, to make allowance for the hardening of the crystalline lens in the eye or other defects of vision. Do not be ashamed of wearing glasses. Be grateful that modern science has made such improvements that faulty vision need no longer be endured. As you grow older, it may be possible that glasses will give you greater vitality and longer, more useful. These rules have been evolved by science, and they can help you achieve better health. Avoid excesses in alcohol and tobacco. If you do take these forms of stimulants, remember they are never helpful to the human system. They are an indulgence, and you must be pre-years, paired to accept the consequences for their excessive use. Eat less starch after you are 40. Too much of pies, cakes, cookies, ice cream, and other sweets can create an acid condition. Avoid too much salt in your diet, for it is believed to lead to hardening of the arteries. Common table salt, which is the chemical sodium chloride if taken in excessive amounts, is a poison. I personally use a natural vegetable salt, bought at health food stores. Some people take their essential salt in sea kelp and celery salt, which are organic substances. Avoid conditions that invite disease. These include fear, worry, and negative emotions such as hatred and resentment. Avoid rushing. Adopt a more leisurely pace. Learn how to simplify your life. Rest more, sleep at least 8 to 10 hours nightly, and if possible, take a short nap in the afternoon. As you become older, avoid strenuous exercises. Indulge in mild forms such as walking, swimming, golfing, and other games that require less physical effort. When climbing stairs, stop to rest after every 3 or 4 steps. Learn how to control your emotions so that you do not lose your temper or become unduly excited. I recall an elderly man who became violently excited because some children came into his garden and picked some of his prized flowers. He flew into a fit of rage as he chased them from his yard and then dropped dead of a heart attack. 4. When you grow older, you will probably want your own home, or at least your own apartment, where you can live by yourself or with your mate. You should not have to live with in-laws or be dependent on your children or relatives when you are old. The fear of becoming a burden to your dear ones is a frequent cause of concern. Plan to spend the latter years of your life in a place where you can have your freedom and entertain your friends without having to worry about imposing on others. This also gives you a greater sense of security in old age. 5. You will undoubtedly develop broader mental and intellectual interests as you grow older. You will have more desire to read, to see good television programs, to sit more and go out less and less, to develop your mind rather than your body. This is a natural phenomenon of age, but it should be tempered with some outside activities, going to visit friends, attending movies, plays, concerts, lectures. It is not wise to retire into yourself too much, for it can lead to feelings of loneliness and uselessness. Try to share these activities with a congenial companion. 6. You will not be too vividly interested in the world situation in general or politics, but will be content rather to sit on the sidelines and watch the world struggle. You may enjoy reading about world affairs and watching elections on television, but your mind will get less enjoyment from participating in such events. This does not mean that you will lose interest in what is going on in the world. In fact, as you grow older, this interest must still be maintained, but will not react so violently as to which party is in office, as you might have when you were younger. You change from participant to spectator, but be sure to maintain personal fields where you are active. 7. You will become more understanding of other people as you grow older, more sympathetic and more tolerant of their mistakes. This mellowness that comes over older people makes it possible for them actually to have more happiness and enjoyment in life, for they do not spend half their time hating others and rebelling against petty wrongs in the social order. 8. In your sunset years, you will no doubt turn your thoughts more to spiritual matters and show more interest in religion. You will think a good deal about the soul and its immortality and investigate various teachings about God and the hereafter. You will probably seek consolation from spiritual works such as the Bible, and will concern yourself more with things relating to the spirit than to things of earth. This type of spiritual retrospection is to be encouraged, for it implements the qualities of faith, hope, and peace, and gives one a greater sense of serenity and inner tranquility in old age. Such a spiritual belief is not merely consoling, it is actually energy-building. The power of faith in prayer and in God is known scientifically to establish between man and God a tremendous surge of energy that gives one longer life and more purposefulness in living. Chapter 3. The Power of Faith and Prayer. Your destiny cannot be said to be complete with the achievement of health, happiness, financial security, romantic fulfillment, and social popularity. There is still another dimension to life, the spiritual dimension. Life is more than meat and drink, work and play. The soul has its needs, and those needs must be met by a spiritual philosophy that will sustain you in time of need. It is important to learn how to live, but it is also important to be able to meet death with an inner poise, tranquility, and faith in a future existence. Material and physical values alone cannot satisfy the deep spiritual urge in man's soul. Spiritual values give one ultimate contentment and prepare one for the journey into immortality. Life can be likened to a street in a bustling city. There are all kinds of shops on this street, displaying goods to wear, food to eat, and objects to enjoy. Man lives in the body, and his material welfare is important. But if that were all, this street would indeed be in Vanity Fair. Man does not live by bread alone. Next on this street of life is a public library with the accumulated wisdom of the ages. Man lives for knowledge and for truth. A motion picture is next on the street, with a long line of people outside. Man lives for pleasure and relaxation. Farther along this street are a courthouse and a police station, all the machinery of law and order. Man lives for justice and morality. Branching off from this main street are many streets with little homes, in the windows of which there is burning the candle of love. Man lives for friendship, companionship, and love. At the very end of this mystical street of life, rising majestically in the purple twilight, is a vast cathedral, with its solemn organ music and beautiful stained glass windows. Man lives to know God. In order for life to have deeper purpose and meaning, you must envision the soul surviving beyond this earthly existence. You must believe in God and your soul's immortality. Otherwise, what is the purpose of suffering, struggles, hardship, heartaches, and tears? The soul has its dimension. It is just as real as that of the body with its 5 senses. The isolated individual acts of millions of people may seem insignificant and unimportant when considered alone, but in their vast totality, these individual lives build an imperishable memorial that will survive man-made institutions. Viewed from the open windows of the soul, every person has a reason for living. This ultimate reason is spiritual, not material. Each person is given an individuality that is different from others. Each possesses gifts and talents which can be used creatively to change the face of the universe. Separately, none of us is important, but as a cosmic whole, man has purpose and meaning. This purpose may be veiled from the eyes of individuals, for the infinite cannot be comprehended by the finite mind of man, but it is there. There is universal significance to life. There is cosmic meaning that extends beyond the limited realms of this earth and encompasses worlds without end. If we accept merely the harsh reality of life with its wars, starvation, old age, and death, it is enough to dethrone human reason. Only when we elevate the consciousness to the lofty realms of spirit can man be said to rise to the pinnacles of godlike action. In approaching a study of spiritual philosophy, let us remember that there is an essential unity in all great religions. Most of them teach belief in God, a supernatural being higher in intelligence than anything man knows. They teach that there is a soul and that it is immortal, a hereafter where man is rewarded for his good acts and punished for his wrongdoing. Among most religions, there is a difference only of form. When we understand that the basic precepts of all religions are the same, We will be broader in our comprehension of the universal spiritual truths and more tolerant in our attitude toward those of other religions. Our scientific age has had a profound influence upon religion in general. There is more effort now to correlate scientific findings with religious theories. People are no longer satisfied with a vague explanation of what God is. They are trying to find scientific confirmation by clarifying the mysteries of nature, by observing the order and regularity in the planets, and the all-embracing intelligence that flows through time and space. Scientists like Millikan, Compton, Einstein, and Carell have expressed a belief in a supreme intelligence which created the universe and which sustains it. This new blending of science and religion gives the individual greater faith and hope. It furnishes him with scientific corroboration of the existence of God, of the domain of the soul, of heaven and immortality. In utilizing spiritual truths for greater comfort and contentment, do not condemn any intelligent search for truth, no matter what channel the individual seeks for his salvation. It is a matter of conscience and belief. Find time to make some study of comparative religion, instead of living in a world where more than 2 billion souls think differently. 2/3 of the world's people are non-Christian. The Christian world must learn to live with Mohammedan, Jew, Buddhist, for only through understanding and tolerance can humanity hope to overcome the frightful tendency to plunge the world into an atomic war of earth-wide destructiveness. A powerful weapon for future peace and security lies in religious understanding and tolerance. When we understand the viewpoints of our fellow men, we may not always agree with them, but we can see why they think and do certain things. We must defend that right of freedom of thought for all, as we would defend it for our own glorious country. As Voltaire once said, listening to a political opponent, "I do not agree with one word you say, but I shall defend to the death your right to say it." In the province of spiritual ideas, we must defend that precious individual prerogative of freedom of thought and speech. Man requires no other proof than the visible universe to realize the existence of God. Back of every watch there is a watchmaker. Each painting has an artist. Likewise, we cannot conceive of a creation without a creator. It has been wisely said, if there were no God, it would be necessary for man to create one. Let us investigate some of the universal truths which can implement our faith in a supreme being and give us hope for a life hereafter. There are laws of the Spirit just as there are laws that control matter. These spiritual laws are given in the 10 Commandments, the Golden Rule, and the Sermon on the Mount. These laws become our codes of ethics and morality. When man breaks these laws, he suffers grave repercussions mentally, morally, socially, physically, and spiritually. Lying, cheating, stealing, killing, cruelty, and inhuman actions are all violations of these spiritual laws. God does not punish man, man punishes himself. Modern psychiatry has made clear that people punish themselves when they commit sins. This punishment comes in the form of conscience pangs, sickness, accident, and attraction to disaster. On a world scale, man punishes himself with mass destruction through starvation, pestilence, war. Modern psychiatry, as well as olden religion, recognizes the great need for confessing one's transgressions. The person to whom one confesses may be a policeman if one commits a crime, a priest in the confessional if one is a Catholic or a psychiatrist, if one is mentally disturbed and seeks scientific help. Many people believe in going direct to God to confess their sins and ask forgiveness. Whatever the technique used, such confessions help clear the mind of guilt and release the person from the stigma of sin. It is important, however, that after confessing the wrongdoing, the person try to avoid repeating the mistake. If he continue to violate the same moral and spiritual laws, he will continue to be punished by his subconscious mind. We must not believe that God is a malignant intelligence, sitting on a cloud, eager to wreak vengeance upon his children on earth. God operates under law and order. His infinite universe reflects cosmic harmony. If man learns how to keep these laws and live under spiritual principles, he can know happiness and peace of mind. The misfortunes that occur to man can often be transmuted into spiritual substance, so that we find in them values above the physical and material. This spiritual transformation of the negative elements of life is analogous to the oyster's transformation of an irritating grain of sand into an iridescent pearl. The petty irritations of life may likewise be transmuted by the soul into glowing experiences, into beauty, sacrifice, goodness, truth, and radiant love. When we find God, we discover the true purpose and meaning of all existence. Without God, life can be empty and meaningless. The story is told how Tolstoy, the great Russian author, found God. He had world fame, riches, and adulation, but with his materialistic philosophy and his search for pleasure, he had jaded and disillusioned. He seriously contemplated suicide. One day Tolstoy noted how the Russian peasants went about grown their work, happy and singing joyously. They lived in miserable hovels, on black bread and cabbage soup, yet there was a spirit of joy among them that baffled the great writer. One day Tolstoy asked one of the peasants what made him so happy. The man smiled and replied, "I am happy because I have found God." Tolstoy was troubled, for he had long been an atheist. He went out alone into the silent forests and wandered amid the majestic trees. Gradually, a sense of peace stole over his mind. As he sat there, contemplating the mystery of life, he suddenly saw God reflected in his creation. He felt a new quiescence. In his soul welled a sudden awareness that back of all this mystery stood a guiding intelligence, and that this was God. Tolstoy said later, "I knew in that moment that to know God is to live. Not to know God is a living death." From that time on, Tolstoy dwelt in happiness. He dedicated his life to the service of God and humanity. To understand the nature of God, we have only to look at the universe he has created. It is a world of balance, rhythm, order, harmony. God is a joyous, laughing God. He laughs in the cascading sunshine, in the sound of the wind in the treetops, in the gurgling brook rushing to meet the river that will merge with the sea. His joy is reflected in the waves that wash the shore. His multiloquent voice speaks in the song of birds and in the bright-colored blossoms that fill the air with their fragrance. God reflects his happiness in the play of wild things in the forest, in the fertility of the seed at planting time, in the growth of living things from the soil. God shines in the desire of the human heart to be good and to do good, to love and create, to inspire and idealize, to share and praise. These are the earthly ripples that radiate from God's omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence. God is a happy God, and we must reflect his happiness in our daily lives and share it with one another. When we find God, the shadows of earth are banished by his spiritual sun. It has been well noted, man is the only creature endowed with the power of laughter. This ability to laugh makes us different from animals. Happiness is visible, outward proof that we have found the divine presence in life and that we are paying homage to that eternal, radiant presence. When we have problems and the shadows of life obscure the spiritual sun, we may talk to God just as we talk to people. Man talks to God in prayer and God answers in inspiration, intuition, imagination, ideas. The magic power of faith and prayer can create miracles that baffle the human mind. Yes, prayer and faith are powerful forces for producing changes in one's life. Eddie V. Rickenbacker and his crewmen once landed on the ocean in an airplane and floated for 8 days and nights without food or water. On the 8th day, they had about given up hope. Then one of them read the Bible and they prayed for a miracle. The passage from the Bible that they read was in Matthew. "Therefore take no thought, saying, 'What shall we eat?' or 'What shall we drink?' or 'Wherewithal shall we be clothed? For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things.'" Rickenbacker says that if there had not been witnesses there to see it, no one would believe what happened. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a gull circled in the air. The men watched with bated breath. The gull swooped down and landed on Rickenbacker's head. He reached up quietly and grasped the bird. They ate the meat. Shortly after that feast, the skies clouded over. A sudden storm poured water upon them. They caught the water and drank it. They drifted for 2 more agonizing weeks, continuing to pray, and never again losing faith that they would be saved. Finally, they were spotted by a plane that had gone out to search for them, and all were rescued. Yes, miracles are possible through faith and prayer. You can implement your power of faith by practicing prayer daily. Do not pray only when you need help, but also when things are going right, and you want to express your gratitude to God for all his bounties. Thank God for every moment of breath and for the life that he has given you. When you are afraid or worried, turn to Him, knowing that the Creator sustains His creation and that God will not desert you in your time of need. Scientific confirmation of the power of faith and prayer is given by Alexis Carrel in his book, Man the Unknown. He says, prayer should be understood, not as a mere mechanical recitation of formulas, but as a mystical elevation, an absorption of consciousness in the contemplation of a principle both permeating and transcending our world. Dr. Carrel tells of miracle healings that he has witnessed. He tells of patients he personally has seen healed under the influence of prayer, of pathological lesions that have disappeared almost instantaneously. He describes the healing of such diseases as peritoneal tuberculosis, cold abscesses, osteitis, suppurating wounds, lupus, and cancer. He says, in a few seconds, a few minutes, at the most a few hours, wounds are cicatrized, pathological symptoms disappear, appetite returns. Sometimes functional disorders vanish before the anatomical lesions are repaired. You may indulge the power of faith and prayer for yourself or for others. It works under spiritual laws that are as definite as the law of gravity. If you have faith as a grain of mustard seed, you shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove. The prayer of faith shall save the sick. We can no longer doubt these biblical injunctions, for modern science has proved that there is a miracle-working power in the universe that seems to transcend the known laws of matter. Even the skeptical writer Samuel Butler observed, you can do very little with faith, but you can do nothing without it. The first part of his observation is wrong. I have known of amazing cases where healings have taken place when people indulged the mystical power of faith and prayer. I have seen prayers solve problems and remove obstacles that did not seem to yield to any human agency. One woman came to me with a serious problem. She was married to a man who had become an alcoholic. They had sought a cure by putting him in a hospital 2 or 3 times, but when he was discharged, he went right back to drinking. This woman was desperate, for her husband's drinking was wrecking both their lives. I told her, if you've tried everything and it failed, why don't you turn to God to help you? Pray to Him and have faith that He will answer your prayer. I am sure that you will be inspired to find a way to help your husband. She went home and began to pray for her husband. She asked God to help him, to give him the strength to stop drinking and to give her the courage to bear the burden until it could be removed. 3 months later, this woman came back and reported amazing progress. She had inspired her husband to go back to church again and to pray with her that he would be strong enough to stop drinking. She induced him to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, a thing he would never do before, and there he took the pledge to stop drinking. He began to change remarkably, and the deep-seated causes of his alcoholism finally yielded to patience, prayer, and faith. The last I heard, this man had not touched a drop of alcohol for over 6 months. The creed used by Alcoholics Anonymous is, in fact, a prayer, dear God, give us strength to accept with serenity the things that cannot be changed. Give us courage to change the things that can and should be changed. And give us wisdom to distinguish the one from the other and good. At times, our burdens may seem greater than we should have to bear. We may at such times lose faith in the merciness of God, but let us never forget that God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb. We will always be given the courage and strength to bear life's burdens if we are inspired by faith in God and a belief in His infinite mercy and goodness. The story is told of a man who bore a cruel cross in life. It seemed to him unbearable. One day he came to a crossmaker's shop and went in to try on a new one. He tried on one cross after another, but found each one wrong in some respect. One was too heavy, another was too hard, still another rubbed his shoulders mercilessly. Finally, he came to a well-worn cross that fit him, and he said, "This one is perfect. I'll take it." The crossmaker replied, "That's the cross you carried when you came in." If we changed places with others, we would probably find their crosses unbearable. Be grateful to God that you have been blessed in so many ways. Be happy to serve Him, and bear your trials and tribulations with joyous acquiescence. If man can but tap the spiritual reservoir within his soul, it would be a force for good greater than the combined power of all the world's armies, with their stockpiles of hydrogen bombs. This spiritual force is greater than any material power. In physics, there is physical power. In psychology, there is mental power or the realizable wish. But in spiritual power, there is the universal intelligence of God working through His creation. This is the highest form of power to which man may aspire. It formed the sun, the moon, and the stars. These are but manifestations of the great source of all life, intelligence, and substance, which is the cosmic intelligence man calls God. A story is told of an ancient ruler who became jealous of the power of religion over his subjects. He called in the spiritual leaders and told them he was going to tear down their religious shrines and temples. "I will make the people forget there is a God," he declared. One of the religious leaders replied, "You may tear down our temples and shrines, but as long as there are stars in the heavens, man will never forget that there is a God." Those stars of faith, hope, beauty, peace, joy, love, and forgiveness, which shine eternally in the dark night of man's mortality, give him a sublime sense of timelessness. Man cannot be removed from God as long as he lives in the consciousness of these spiritual qualities. A belief in God helps us bear the tragedies that life often presents. Faith in a hereafter softens the shock of separation from loved ones in death. This belief in immortality and the soul's survival gives man courage to face death. It orients him in time and space to the source of all life and intelligence, which is God. I once read of a fisherman who sat in his rowboat one summer day. He noticed beetles scurrying around in the shallow water near the shore. One of these insects finally crawled up onto the oar and lay there in the hot sun. Soon the shell of the beetle cracked open and out crawled a beautiful dragonfly with iridescent wings and over 1,000 eyes. The discarded shell fell into the water and the beetles in the mud below swam around it, no doubt wondering what it was. The magnificent dragonfly ascended on golden wings into the summer sunshine. How incomprehensible was a dragonfly that could soar aloft on bright wings to its fellow creatures, still crawling in the mud below. Man's transition from the husk of this earth's mortality, which we call a body, to that of pure spirit, is as startling and yet as natural as the metamorphosis of the dragonfly from the larval stage, or that of a crawling caterpillar when it becomes a butterfly. The belief in survival is planted deep in the soul of man. As we enter the winter of life, the lengthening shadows of sunset are apt to frighten us. It is then that we must remember death is a part of life and cannot be separated from it any more than we can separate light from the shadows it casts. We must build a spiritual philosophy which will help soften the shock of the transition called death. Just as birth was painless for the child, so God has made wise provision for our transition from this life to another plane of existence, without memory of pain. When our lives are lived fully and usefully, we do not fear death. We realize that as life has been a joyous adventure, so too, there are sights beyond the mystic veil of the blue horizon which are greater than any we have viewed on this mortal plane of existence. Life and death become inextricably woven into a pattern of existence which has cosmic totality. The mystery is then solved, and man wings his way into immortality and timelessness. So live that you are happy to be alive and not afraid to die. You listened. How to Control Your Destiny by Anthony Norvell. Copyright 1957 by Anthony Norvell. Audiobook edition 2023 by David DeAngelis. All rights are reserved.